What are the best Angel Room items in the Binding of Isaac Repentance? Hello everybody, welcome to the video. This is another Later Manner and Turt long-ass tier list video. Say hi, Turt.
My name's Turt, and I love black powder.
Oh yes, you do love that black powder. Makes you feel some kind of way. Love sucking up that black powder.
Not like that. Not like that. Okay.
No, it's definitely like that. All that ash. But yeah, once again, YouTuber stuff. Please check if you're subscribed, so that way you're updated for future videos. It would really help us out a lot, so we get notified. And we'll just keep on doing these videos because clearly, we have a lot of people who actually like these super long tier list videos and us yelling at each other.
My prediction is that this video will be 3 hours and 20 minutes. That's my prediction.
I'll say I'm gonna be crazy and say 2 hours and 50 minutes.
There's no way.
There's no way.
Impossible.
There's no way. You know what? I'm gonna say 3 hours. Actually, I'm gonna say 3 hours. Okay. All right. So let's get started, shall we? We have holy water.
I think this is okay. Holy water used to be trash in Ultimate Plus. It was so bad.
You'd have to get hit.
You dropped the puddle. The puddle didn't even do that much damage. Now in Repentance, I'm actually not sure if they buff the damage, but enemies that touch it get frozen. So they just take a lot more damage because they're always in the creep and they can't move.
Yeah.
And it's a shootable familiar.
And it works on flying enemies too. Yeah. Right.
It breaks on the flying enemies, but the creep doesn't hurt them.
Right.
So it's kind of useless against flying enemies. But
does it not freeze
I would
them?
say
I thought
it's
it did.
like it doesn't freeze them. It's in B, I think. If it did work on flying enemies, I think I'd like it more.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It's definitely one of the best. It probably is the best creep in the game, actually.
Yeah. And just freeze them in place. It actually does a lot of damage. It doesn't work like super well against some bosses. It works okay sometimes. I don't know. It's good, but it's not like I definitely don't think it's A tier. I think like right after the buff happened and I played with it for a bit, I thought it was A tier, and then over time I started to think that it's actually not as good as I thought, but it still is good. I could even see it going into C tier. But it is.
I don't think it can go into C tier. I think it's actually. I don't know. It might be higher end of B tier, or maybe not. Maybe it's like mid.
It really
B-tier.
depends on what else is there. But yeah, I used to think this was like crazy good. It still is good. It's just not as good as I think originally.
It's just not as explosive as a lot of the items. It is still really useful though.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, the frickin' wafer. Like, is this anything but insane?
I could see the argument for like very high A tier, but I'm not going to argue too much on insane.
Because like the thing is with the wafer that a lot of people don't understand is that like you're literally doubling your health. Like that's basically what you're doing.
It doesn't do that much in the first half of the game, like in depth.
But it does enough, you know. This is really insane on sack rooms,
even at that part of the game.
Yeah, sack rooms are really good with this. What are some other things? Is that the only thing? Sack rooms?
That's the main one.
Either way.
I think some... Actually not sure, just stuff like... I'm not going to test that. I'm wondering if stuff like Blood Rights and Razor Blade go down a half heart with this. I can't really...
It might. I could see it. I mean, that's because it, you know, it's damage resistance, right? It halves damage if it's a full heart.
The wiki says most damage taken is reduced to half a heart. Right. So I think there are exceptions.
Either way,
it doesn't reduce. Okay, Blood Oath makes sense.
You know, the hardest part of the run at the end of the day is the end game.
Yeah.
So whatever. If you're literally doubling your health for the end game, it's ridiculous. Like, I don't know. Obviously, it doesn't do anything for the health related characters like the Keepers or the Lost. So if there's anything that might bring it to top of A tier, I would argue that. But I think even if it is just only primarily good in the end game, I think this is arguably one of the best items in the game. For the end game, so I think it's absolutely worthy.
Because I didn't take that long, I felt like testing anyway. It does actually reduce the Razor Blade and Blood Rights damage.
Well, there you go. So you know, it has some niche synergies as well. It's kind of cool. We can leave it here for now.
It doesn't reduce glass cannon damage though.
Trash.
The extra damage taken from glass cannon is
trash. Anyway, but yeah,
it is very good.
That's fine.
Yeah, you double your health.
We might move it down. We'll see. The relic. Spawn soul hearts. Is there a specific amount of rooms for this to activate?
Yes. Let me check. It is every 7 or 8 rooms. It did get nerfed. It used to be 5 or 6, and now it's 7 or 8. However, That's only a little bit worse than Book of Revelation and Satanic Bible in terms of how much health you
And
gain.
you don't need to
And it's a
hold an
passive.
active item. Yeah.
Like,
So, honestly, I would actually
think
make the
it's-
argument this might be better. Is that weird? Wait, that doesn't feel right.
I would say it's A tier. I think Satanic Bible, one of the reasons it's in Insane and not just in A tier, is because Satanic Bible also gives you more devil deals, which is stupid.
Yeah, but
Actually,
no, I don't actually know if I agree with that though. I feel like the Dark Hearts alone is enough to still be insane.
it might be.
That's so much health.
It is less health, but
I guess you
it's
can't.
Not
I guess you
an
can't
active.
min max with this. Like you can't do like battery shenanigans with this.
That
but,
is
like-
actually a fair point. I actually think that's kind of.
yeah, because
a
this
fairly big
this
deal,
doesn't
'cause-
feel as strong as Book of Rev, even though like it's a passive and
Even think about it. Double big rooms
true.
will give you
True.
2 charge on the books, but on
And
this
how
it will
like
still
beast
be one
fight,
room.
you get charges mid fight.
Yeah,
Boss rush
yeah.
or even greed mode rev is really crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably A tier actually. Right?
I could see it being like a high A though. I do like. Yeah, I think
It's a
high
lot of extra soul hearts. It doesn't. It's again, it's not as explosive as a lot of the other items on this list, but like, you just get so much health. Like,
Yeah.
soul hearts are really good. You're spawning them. Like, I think this could be considered a sleeper
Yeah,
hit.
especially on the characters that can only take soul hearts. You really want an
Yeah,
item
definitely.
like this.
100%.
It really just keeps you alive, which is important in this game.
I could only see it going to top of B just because of the challenge characters. Honestly, I mean that's one of the only negatives of.
I
this.
can't see it going to B ever. I think it's like at least A no matter what.
You might be right.
But I also don't see it going into insane.
I don't either.
I think it's just A.
Yeah. Okay. I honestly don't even remember what this does. What is this?
It's Act of Contrition, so it's a tears up. It's the same tears up that Y Coat Hanger gives you, so it's pretty good for a single item. It grants an Eternal Heart, and it lets you take angel deals even if you've taken a deal with the devil.
Okay.
So yeah, you don't get locked into devil deals if you've you don't get locked into devil
I don't
deals
think this
anymore.
goes any higher than C, and it probably might even go. Well, it gives an Eternal Heart. It might just be here.
It gives a tears up though.
Yeah, but
I think the tears up, like, I think it's B, but like a low B.
I don't think it's comparable to Holy Water at all, though. I think Holy Water against some bosses kind of mitigate the fight. It mitigates some boss fights. It really does.
It also does nothing in some boss fights. It's like,
Yeah, but I'd rather get a free boss fight than, you know. Like, and it's
oh, it also increases the chance for a deal to appear.
for an angel deal or
By
devil
40%. Or either deal. But like if you're going angel route then.
40%.
Probably
The
keep
percentages for devil deals and angel deals are so confusing to me nowadays. So like it's not like a
Yeah, they
flat
are.
40%. It's like depending on the floor.
In fact, let me check what the beggar percentage is as a comparison because that might help me.
Because yeah, you
Um,
said it was like the beggar thing was like 21 or 30% or something.
Okay,
and it wasn't really.
Yeah, so the base chance is 35% for a beggar, which is on a 100% floor. If you're on a 66% floor, it's half of that. And if you're on a 33% floor, it's a quarter of that.
So what are we looking at? Like
so-
basically like
so this would
20%
be-
extra.
Yeah, it'd be 20% on 66% floors and 10% on 33% floors, I'm assuming.
I guess that's okay. We could put it at bottom B.
I do think it's B. Like,
I don't think
it's
it's
just,
I
it's
still
just
don't
nice
think it's
because
comparable to Holy Water though.
when you're going angel route, sometimes like you'll have a lot of health, and then you get a devil deal to spawn, and usually you just have to ignore it, or like maybe you decide to take it, but then you're locked in. But now you can just take it, like you don't have to think too hard. You're like, okay, well this is worth the heart. It's not going to lock me off of the angel route.
Mhm.
So that's good. It's a tears up. It's an eternal heart, so you're also getting like some health,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
it
it's
increases
fine.
the chance you get more deals.
It's fine.
Like, there's a lot of things on this, but none of them are that crazy. But there's a lot of things that are
Yeah.
quite nice.
I'm not mad about it. That's fine. Angelic Prism. So this item, I feel like even when not trying to use it, it's like kind of crazy. So like basically whenever you shoot into like the little angelic prism that's rotating around you, it does like quad shot, right? Is it quad or is it like 5?
I'm 4. It is 4. Yes.
Yeah. So it does like quad rainbow tier thing. It doesn't like neuter any of the damage of any of the shots, does it?
No, it just multiplies your shot by 4.
Yeah, I honestly
in a
I think
spread.
I think it probably is at least bottom A. I think it's like even when not trying to use it, like that's so much more DPS, like without even really trying. And when you do try,
Okay,
like I don't know.
I guess we can look at it this way, right? It spins around you. There's only a small time where it's actually in front of you where you can shoot through it. And usually you're firing in the same direction. Like if you're fighting Mega Satan, you're always going to be shooting up. I guess like if you're fighting someone like Mother, you can kind of like go around her as it's like
I actually think
around.
most bosses you could circle around it. That's what I do. Like when I try to use this against Hush, I try to circle around with it.
It's still a bit awkward to use though because it's going to like
a little bit. But that's why I
kind of
don't even. That's why I kind of don't even like. I'm kind of ranking it in a way that like it's more passive. Like it just sits there.
I don't know. I don't think it's A tier. I think it's B tier. I do think. You know, like you will get use out of it.
Maybe you're right, actually, because the more I think about it, I actually don't think it's as good as Holy Water, but I think it's a lot better than this, though, is the thing.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's right.
That might be fine.
Yeah, I just think that's right.
I do think like you are passively you're actually getting the effect more than you might think. Like even just without trying. Like yeah, it sounds like it would be like a very small amount of the time, and it technically is, but like even just for like 4 or 5 shots that you're multiplying your tiers, like hell, what's 5 times 4? Like that's
20.
Yeah, like you're getting a pretty big multiplier for that time that you're shooting inside of it. So
I don't know. It's like what's the I don't know. I don't know the number. I'm not gonna look it up. What's the rotation like speed? Like how long is it actually like right in front of you? Because in that short amount of time, you could kind of say it's like a damage multiplier.
Yeah.
Where you're getting 4 times, but only for that amount of time, which wouldn't actually be that much. This might be like I don't know, 10% damage multiplier or something, as a random number.
Which, you know, is fine.
Which is okay.
Yeah.
Sounds B. 7 seals.
The goat 7 seals. Because, see, this is the problem. Like, I feel like this item is a lot better than this one. Am I crazy?
I'm not sure. I think it is B tier again. I guess we're just having a B tier party here. All of the B tier items. In fact, we don't need any other tiers. I think delete the rest of the tiers. Just B tier.
It probably is here. I think.
It probably is the thing. I like this familiar. I could actually see Active Contrition being better.
Really?
I could see.
Yeah, maybe I could too. I think they're kind of comparable. Because, like,
in fact, I might say that it is just because this familiar is really good, but at the same time, like, I would prefer things that, like, directly augment my actual stats, which is what Active Contrition does, and it gives you health.
Yeah.
And it gives you, like, maybe an extra angel deal at some point in your run.
I guess
like, you take a devil item you couldn't take otherwise. Like, there's a bit of utility there.
I don't feel that strongly about it. I could even see this being top of C, honestly.
That would be weird because in our devil list we put it in B, and that was with a heart on it. I do think it's B tier.
It's not fully comparable to devil list though because we have one less tier in this list.
True. That is true.
So it's not the same. But that's fine. Whatever.
Blood of the Martyr. It's a damage up. Quite simple. If you have Book of Belial, you get a Cricket's Head damage multiplier, so that's something, but that's not that common. I mean, I guess it's common on Judas. I guess it's every time on Judas. A Book of Belial isn't that rare of an item. I mean, okay, it is in Devil Pool, but that's not really a good argument because it's in the Angel list. If you got it from the Devil Deal, you're locked out. But you get it in libraries or even the item room sometimes, so Book of Belial's not that rare.
I think it's a damage up. Maybe I would even put this at top of B.
I definitely think it's a B tier. I actually do think... Do I prefer this over Holy Water?
I think I would take a damage up over a Holy Water.
I think so as well. Just because damage up is consistent. Like, you're always...
B tier is kind of insane right now, bro.
Yeah, B tier.
B tier is going kind of crazy.
It's the only tier we need. They're all B tier.
That's fine. I think it's just a flat damage up. It's hard to argue. It's just damage.
Yeah.
Damage is good.
Okay. Hey, I think we're going to break the B tier streak with the Bible. Yeah, it starts with B, but it's not going to be in B, unfortunately. I think this might be trash. Get out of here.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, I could.
Is there a worse? Okay, wait, no. There are worse angel items, I think. But when you get this, are you ever like happy about it? No.
No. You do.
This is like one of those angel items.
You do tend
that
to
when you
get
get
a
it,
free,
it's like
you get a free mom's heart kill, or you get flight for a room. It's very niche, and most of the time I don't even pick it up because I don't care about instant killing mom or mom's heart. Like I'll just kill them normal. Like it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, I can maybe see this in D tier, but it's definitely at the bottom of the list somewhere. Like
we could leave it in trash for
bad.
now because it might be better than a lot of the other trash items. But yeah, it really might be trash. I mean, it
doesn't do that much.
I guess it gives bookworm, right? So
yeah,
there's that. Maybe it is D.
I think even with that, it's not D.
Yeah,
it really
I'm not
depends on
gonna
what
fight.
else we're
I'm not
ranking.
gonna really fight for it. I don't care about it.
Yeah.
They look so similar, so they must be together, right?
They must be the same. Now this one is. I can actually see it in Sage as the thing as well.
I actually think it's better.
Wave is better.
I disagree. I think Book of Rev is actually better than Wafer. Yes, Wafer in late game is doubling your health, but Rev at any point of the run is insane. Like it's just always ridiculous. Like actually ridiculous. You have so much health.
I think it is an insane tier. I think Wafer's a bit better though. It is true that for half the run Wafer doesn't really do much, but it still works.
No,
on
more
Sacrums,
than half the run. I mean, there's more than half the run that Wafer is not.
Sacrums are so busted though.
Well, that's true.
Half the price.
And that's true, but Book of Rev, you could still do the same thing. Like, and you can min-max Book of Rev to get like a crap ton of soul hearts and still do the sac room much easier. Obviously Wafer is still in general better on sac rooms, like there's no argument there, but I just mean in general, like it's very multi-purpose. Like at any point of the run, Book of Rev, you just have so much health. Like you just do.
You do. There is a bit of a downside of Book of Rev, which I hope will convince you that it's worse than Wafer.
What, you mean the Cuba meat?
Cuba meats.
Yeah. I like Cuba meat, so I don't care. I like those.
Here's the thing. I think the first Cuba meat is fine. It's worse than... I would prefer to get, like, a damage or a tears up from the boss than a Cuba meat, but the Cuba meat is still better than, like, a health up or, like, a ranger or speed up or something, right? The second Cuba meat is basically useless.
Mm-hmm.
The third Cuba meat takes away your orbital, gives you a familiar. The familiar is good, but familiars like that are usually better at, like, the start of the run, and you're getting it on depths 1, so it's a little bit late for it, and then it is a good familiar, but is it worth 3 boss items? Not really.
I mean, I don't know exactly how, like, especially now that it's a lot easier to get full Meat Boy, you know, with, what's it called? Potato peeler and all that. I don't know. I do still think it's strong, and I don't think that, like, missing out on the boss item is that big of a deal either. I don't know. I can see it enough, though, being below, but I still think it's insane.
I think it's insane too. I do. It's weird because it takes him an active slot, which makes me think it's worse than Relic. But
like for some reason,
it feels better.
It does feel better. I don't really know why. Like, is it just because you're using it?
I think you were right when you said like you can charge the Book of Revelations.
Yeah.
I think that does actually make a big difference because even without the charging, Relic is 7 or 8 rooms, so I actually think there might be a pattern to it, but I'm just going to assume it's like 7.5 rooms on average. Mm-hmm. So every, like, you're basically getting an extra soul heart every 1.5 rooms with, actually no, that's not the right way. You're getting less soul hearts every 1.5 rooms. Like, it will add up.
Yeah.
And
I don't know. I mean,
yeah, it's just
is there any argument? I mean, Book of Rev is great. You know, you could argue this is one of the best, reused items in the game yet again. Like, it's cracked. It's just a soul heart.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Book of Virtues. So I think this is one of the most fun items in the game. It probably isn't that... The thing is that this relies a lot on getting a good active. So one of the greatest things about this item is that this does not follow the same rules as other active items. So if you get this, it doesn't take up space, which is legitimately a big point in this thing's favor.
It's actually a passive item.
It basically is a passive item, yeah.
It's also an active if you don't have an active already.
Right.
It's both if you don't have an active, and if you do have an active, it's just a passive that adds on to your active.
Yeah. So
yeah.
It actually is like, you know, this does not count towards the negatives of having an active at all. In fact, I actually think it's quite strong because it buffs your active, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of active items that become actually cracked because of Book of Virtues. It is like
I mean, Bible's a good example. The wisps you get on the Bible are actually quite good. They're Sacred Heart wisps. Like,
God, have you ever had wooden nickel with this thing? This thing's ridiculous with wooden nickel. You just get
I
so
don't
much
think
money.
I have.
Oh my god!
But I can imagine.
If you get this on a keeper run, it's over. That's actually one of my co-op strats. I play as keeper and somebody plays as Beth. You give the wooden nickel up. So basically, you still get the wooden nickel effect, but then you get a coin wisp that follows around you, and it's a one-room charge. So you get like millions of coin wisps, and then if the wisp breaks, it has a 50% chance of dropping another coin. It's actually crazy.
Yeah,
you get so much money. Anyway, side tangent. It is an item that buffs other active items. It is a little situational. But no, I mean, you find a lot of active items in the run, and again, it doesn't count as like a negative. Like you're always gonna pick this up. There's no reason you wouldn't pick this up. I actually do think it's, oh man, it's weird. I do think it's actually better than all three of these. There are so many highs to it. With nothing, it's obviously very bad, but you're going to find another active item.
I'm happy that you're like considering like a B tier range for it and not like a insane or an A tier range, because I do feel like this item's overrated. I see a lot of people.
No, it's not insane. It's
like,
definitely not insane.
Yeah. No, I see a lot of people saying it's like in the like one of the top 2 tiers.
That's crazy.
And I feel like the reason people think that is because they're thinking about it on Bethany, and on Bethany where you have soul charges, it's insane. But on any other character, I think it's actually like a little bit underwhelming in a way. It's still good, but it really does depend.
I think where this item really shines is actually having small room charges. Small room charges with this is actually really insane because you basically just get a wisp every single room. Like I said with wooden nickel, it's absolutely ridiculous with wooden nickel. Oh my god. Like I don't know. Like for small active charge items, I just think it's really good. And again, it just enhances active items. I would put it here personally, but
I do actually agree with big tier. Yeah, I was I was half ready for you to go like, oh, this is A tier or like maybe even insane.
No, I think this makes more sense. It still does rely on having a good active item with it. It doesn't necessarily have to be a good active item. In fact, this can make a bad active item good. So honestly, even just having any active item, usually this is pretty good. But you do need to have an active.
It actually has the active contrition effect of giving you you can still get angel rooms if you take a devil deal. That's quite nice as well.
That's nice.
It's really good on Bethany because you start with the reason you start with the angel room on Bethany is because of this.
That's true.
I actually don't see why.
Wait, it actually is because of this, is it?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Okay.
If you pick this up on Library 1, will your first deal be an
I
angel
think
deal?
so. I will check that real quick, but I think so.
That's interesting. It really doesn't. It wouldn't change its space. It doesn't matter that much, but yeah, that's cool. I like this item. All right, definitely definitely one of the most unique items in the game. I'll say that for sure. But it does rely on other actives, yada yada yada. You heard the arguments.
Yeah, I actually haven't I haven't really looked at your position too much, so I might move it. It does feel right there though. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I could actually see it over Holy Water. Maybe. Meh. No, I think it's right.
It's fine. Per card. I mean, this is also probably insane. I mean...
Wait, really?
I do. Yeah. You don't think so?
I was going to put it in C.
You're lying.
I was going to actually put it in C, yes.
No way. What? I don't get it. How? Explain. It's red health every floor.
Okay.
Sometimes more.
Okay. But it's harder to stack. And I think a big strength of Book of Revelations is how easy it is to stack all those soul hearts. But with Prayer Card, you need to go to the next floor. You can use it multiple times on the same floor, but the second use is basically useless. So you need to use it 3 times to get another red heart on that same floor.
I'll put it this way.
Which is
I think 12 charges for a red heart is potentially stronger than 6 rooms for a soul heart. It's a red heart. It's just better. Like, I
don't know.
I don't think that really matters that much because red health is just so much more min-maxable. It's so cheesable. I mean, with this, like, you really just... I can't tell you how many times, like, whenever, when we were doing card list, for example, whenever I was talking about runs where, you know, you bring Sun or full health into a boss fight, it's usually a prayer card run. Like, you have so much health and you're always getting a full... With this, I always have a full bar of red health. Which, if you have a Sun card, or just any way to heal in general, hell, even a Two of Hearts is good with this. Like, you have a full bar of red health.
I actually feel like most runs where I go for angel deals, I end up with either a full bar or close to it. I mean,
the good thing about this too is that if you already have this and you spawn a devil deal, like, you're cracked at that point. Like, you can really use all that health on all the devil deals, and you get like all the devil deal items at that point.
I mean,
I'm not gonna fight too hard that it's not an insane, but I definitely think it's an A no matter what, and I'm not gonna falter on that. I think it's so insane for min-max potential.
I like, here's the thing. I kind of agree, like, theoretically that it's really good, but
it's not even
practice,
theoretically. It's always good. No, in practice, it's always good.
In practice, I don't think it does that much.
It does. It's just health. Like, it's the same thing as Book of Rev. It's just a lot of health. It actually is just the same thing. Except it's more min-maxable. Like, yes, you might be getting more hits out of Book of Rev, but even that is debatable, because you could regen this health. And there's a lot of passives that, I mean, a lot of pickup items that heal red health. I can't tell you how many... I can't tell you how many times I've broken runs. Like, you get broken runs all the time. The reason why I wanted to put it in insane is because it's always an instant win card. I don't think I've ever lost a run where I've had prayer card. I actually don't think I have. It's so insane. It actually is. Granted, obviously, I'm talking about for characters that can have red health. So that's the one reason why I'm okay with it being an A, is because, you know, it's not that good on soul heart characters. It basically needs to be on a red heart character, which is a fair.
C might have been a bit low, actually.
C is way too low. I think that's actually so cap. I think if you're on a red health character, you just win. I will argue that right now. It is a win button if you're a red health character.
It's just so slow. It's so slow.
But it doesn't matter, because you have so much health. Hell, this on freaking... Oh my god. This on Ascent is ridiculous. You get max health.
Oh, that's true. That's true, though.
On Ascent, you get max health, and then you have a bed, so you can min-max so hard. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I absolutely think it's... I actually think it's quite a bit higher than even this. Like, it's so good. I think it's so capped to say C. That's ridiculous.
I'll let you have bottom of A, actually. It is just one of those things where I've used this item a lot, and it is good.
So you've lost runs with this? That blows my mind.
I can't think of a recent run I've lost with it, no. But, like, it is... maybe
I'm just
like...
It's actually just cracked.
Maybe I'm just lowballing it in my mind because it doesn't feel... Like, I don't know. I feel like I get a lot of red health regardless. Like,
I can see...
Like, I've been doing my my Soul Heart challenge, right? And the Soul Heart challenge, obviously the meta is to max out my red health, because if I can't have Soul Heart, then I may as well max out my red health, right? So you want to have like at least 9 red hearts. And I won't have prayer card most of the runs, obviously, because I'm not going to always get prayer card. Even without prayer card, I'm able to get the 9 red hearts pretty easily, like, consistently.
Well, it's the fact that you can cheese red health a lot easier. I mean, like, more likely than not, you're going to spawn at least 1 devil deal after picking this up. And yeah, I think it's the min-max potential, really. I mean, blood donor machines are insane. Devil beggars, like, I mean, you just have so much health. It really is just the end of it. And, like,
I will say, maybe what I've underrated with this is that I actually think it's really good on devil deal runs.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but again, you could always spawn. This isn't the same as this isn't the same as Devil Deal List. This isn't the same as Devil Deal List, because you could pick this up and still spawn a Devil Deal. Like,
yes,
you're most likely you're spawning a Devil Deal at some point, even after your Angel Deal. You probably will.
Which is fair, because I do think if you I think if you're going Angel route, I think and if you're like really not going Devil at all, like I do on my Soul Heart challenge, then I actually think it's kind of a nothing item, and that's probably why I said it was C, because I get that red health anyway.
I guess I can see that. That's why I don't like that challenge that you do, because I think it clouds your judgment a lot.
I think with this one it did. I didn't realize
that challenge,
Yeah.
like, yeah, Devil Deals just sound ass, because there's so many Dark Hearts and Soul Hearts Devil Deal items, like, it's not...
And also, if I lose my red health,
and
then
red
my
health
health
is so
cap is
valuable.
3.5.
Yeah.
Like, I need to have red health. No, I think you're right. I've been doing a lot of runs where I don't go Devil Deals at all. I think what you want with prayer card is you want to get your prayer card, then as soon as the Devil Deal spawns, you switch to Devil Route, and you're gonna have so much red health that you can maintain the Devil Deal and basically buy all the items. I think that's where it's good. And I still think it's bottom of A though. I think Relic is more just generally useful. But I think I was lowballing it.
All right, that's fine, I guess. Okay. Abyss.
Sorry,
Wait, no, this is
Void.
not Abyss. This is Void.
It's better in the Angel Pool. For one, where this spawns, you probably can just pick it up and then fight your Angel and absorb the key piece instantly.
True.
So you're already getting one use out of it, usually. While in the Devil run, you can't do that. So I think I can see this bottom of A, for this list.
Yeah, I do think it's quite a bit less good than Prayer Card. Like, Prayer Card, you just instant win. I think this relies on a lot of RNG.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you are right. You're usually going to be able to do the key piece unless you're going Mega Satan route. Yeah, I think this is fine, actually, where it is right now.
Yeah, Void's a pretty good item.
We talked about this in Devil Deal list, but it's basically just like a budget D6. Like, you're still getting rid of bad items for a chance at good stats, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't work on active items. That's one of its biggest negatives.
You're getting much less return than you are from D6, like a lot
Of course,
less.
like,
So
yeah.
D6 is way better than this. But
It does a similar effect in that you're getting rid of bad items for a good effect.
any mechanic that can turn bad luck into something better is good. So this, you get a bad item, you can turn it into something better. The biggest downside is if you get bad luck in the form of Lemon Mishap or some other bad active item, you can't turn that into better things.
But
That's unfortunate.
Again, it's still one of the best active items. Like we just said, turning bad stuff into good stuff is always going to be good.
I mean, hey, you can luck into a library and get, like, massive benefit. If you put a prayer card in this, prayer card's in the library item, but you know what I mean. If you put a prayer card in this or a Book of Revelation, you're very happy. Because you're just getting that effect.
God! I just remember prayer card with Book of Virtues is so ridiculous. Anyway, whatever. That's a specific synergy, but... Yeah, this is good right here.
Okay. For this item, I just want to say something real quick. So, I am bad with this item. But...
How about you explain
I'm
what it
admit,
does?
Okay. Maybe you should explain.
No, you explain. Breath of Life.
Okay. I need to use the wiki because I know how it works, but I don't really know how it works. Okay, basically you like hold down the charge button, and then when it's like near empty, you can kind of like you get like invincibility, and you do like a lot of damage to like enemies if you hit them at the right time. I'm really bad at using it. It like spawns you like light beams. It does a lot of damage, but I'm really bad with it. Last 2 or 3 times I've taken this, it has killed me because I've tried using it and I've died. I'm bad with it. However, I'm not going to rank it low. I'm going to let Mana rank it, and the reason is because I think it has potential, and if it's my fault that I'm not living up to that potential, that's on me, not the item. So yeah, Mana, go away.
The item, the thing is that Breath of Life, so what I actually do want to ask you, I don't remember 100%. You can min-max with this, right? Can't you not? This is like one of the few invincibility items that actually works on like machines, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, it will. It prevents damage on Blood Donation, Devil Beggar, Hell Game, and Confessional.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why I actually think it's really, really good. It is still an active item. Yeah, I had a feeling that it did work on machines. I mean,
Curse Room works as well. Sack Room won't because you have to take the damage, but yeah, Curse Room will work.
But you know, like machines, like Devil Beggar, Blood Dono, you get that basically for free. The timing is so easy if you're not in combat.
Yeah,
like it's basically free to just completely do all those machines. And even in
Old
combat,
Breath of Life could also do that, but Old Breath of Life was hated for a reason because it was actually bad. Like it could always do the free machines, but that alone for your active slot is a bit underwhelming. Which is why it was never good.
When you're fighting an enemy and you're used to the timing, I think it's important to say the machine thing first, because the machine thing kind of gets you used to the timing in a way. Like, you kind of need to get in that groove of using it. Once you actually are doing a crap ton of damage to bosses, and you do get a decent bit of invincibility out of it. I think... it still takes up an active slot. I actually think it might go here. I feel like this feels right. It still has much higher highs than I think all of these.
I'm not gonna fight you too. I'm not gonna fight you at all on it actually. Because I don't know how to use the item. But that feels right. Like I can kind of see like how good could the item theoretically be if I was good at using it, and I think it would probably go around there. So
I don't know. I do still think it's one of the better active items. I know I keep saying that, but like, I don't know, something about it. Like I always feel like I get a lot of benefit out of this. Like for the machines, and even in certain boss fights where they're not shooting too many tiers and you just run up to them, it's really not bad at all. And it's once you get used to the timing, it's actually pretty strong.
Yeah.
Thank God for that buff. They actually made it a pretty good item now.
Yeah, I like. I think, yeah, the buff was a really good idea. Like I like what they did with it.
Very, very cool.
I just need to practice with it.
My man Celtic Cross.
It is D tier. It gives you invincibility for 7 seconds on hit sometimes. That's really all.
Am I thinking of a different item? I thought this was the one that gives you like a red heart or whatever. Or no, a soul heart.
I don't even know what you...
No, if you get to 1 red
That's
heart...
Scapula.
That's Scapula, my bad. Okay, yeah, so how does the shield activate on this one again?
When you take damage, it's a base chance of 20% when you take damage to get a Book of Shadows shield for 7 seconds. Normal Book of Shadows is 10 seconds, by the way.
I think it's either top of D or bottom C.
Yeah, that's basically where I was like pitching it as well. I feel like it's more of a D for me.
I don't know. It might be more of a bottom C for me though, because like the thing is that I feel like in late game, if you have a lot of health, like you're gonna get this quite a bit, and like a shield for 7 seconds, you could be really aggressive in that time.
I think the problem is that Polaroid does the same thing, but it's guaranteed for 5 seconds.
I guess so. That's
fine. If you have Polaroid, which is a guaranteed spawn, then you're getting 2
I mean, obviously you have to be running a
soul
Soul Heart build for that, though. So,
yeah, that's
there's
fair.
that. This is fine. Wait, actually, no, this will change my opinion. Does this work on Blood Dono? Like, if you get hit?
Yes.
Okay, then no, it's definitely C. 100%. That's actually so insane.
I still think it's D.
No, I actually think it's high C now, so I think this makes more sense.
I'll let you have C, I guess. But it's like bottom C for me.
Well, a 20% chance to get a free Blood Dono machine or even Devil Beggar? That's not bad at all. Like, you just run up. This has probably happened a lot to me, and I just didn't even notice it. Like, sometimes when I get a shield, like, I'll just be like, oh, I have a shield now, and then I'll just use it. Does that ever happen to you?
Yeah.
Like, sometimes a shield will just happen, you'll be like, oh, I gotta abuse this. And this is probably usually how that happens.
I know where it's coming from, at least. But yes, it is nice. You're just... Because I'll forget about it. I'll be playing the Blood Dono.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, Celtic Cross.
Oh, shield, let's go!
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Celtic Cross.
So yeah, I don't know. I actually think high C makes sense. I think that's fair enough.
Okay, I won't fight it too hard. That's fine. Ooh, Sensor. Okay.
This
Sensor. I think... Okay, so what Sensor does is it gives you... It's a familiar that has like an aura around it. And anything in that aura gets slowed down a lot. Now... I think for room clearing, this is like one of the best times in the game for room clearing. But for boss fights, it is arguably detrimental.
It is detrimental. I don't even think it's arguable.
It's such a mixed bag because it makes all the room clearing completely free. Like you will take so little damage in room clearing. It makes the room so easy. And then you go into a boss fight and what happens, right? Because it slows down the tiers so much that the tiers don't like separate and they just stay in like a wall.
It goes against the boss design. It literally destroys boss design.
Yeah.
Like it makes some attacks unavoidable.
And it actually like it sounds weird. The problem is it slows them down too much. That sounds so weird.
Because then other tiers, okay, it slows down certain tiers and they'll stay in the air, while other tiers are coming in quicker and then matching the speed of the slow tiers. So you basically have a wall of tiers you just cannot avoid. Yeah.
And like you can sometimes try to weave between, and if you have like some other items like soul, or you have like maybe an orbital, you could try to like intentionally block some shots. If you don't have something like that though, you're kind of just screwed.
Yeah, I honestly I don't even notice it in enemies. You're probably right about that. But honestly, I don't even pick this up. I actually think it's...
I don't either.
I think it's flat out detrimental. So I was going to put it in trash, personally.
I was also gonna put it in trash.
Okay.
It feels so weird because I see the strengths of this item. Like it feels strong, and technically it is strong, but it's too strong. Which is so weird, but it's actually too strong. The slowdown needs to be less to be
If
better.
anything, I wonder if it would be better if the range was bigger. Because if the range was bigger, then maybe because more tiers are getting slowed down, I think you could actually dodge within the slowdown area. It'd have to be quite a bit bigger, I think. Basically, like, it'd be a pretty substantial area, so it'll basically just be like a stopwatch area, which sounds like it could be good, but I think as it is right now, its area is slightly too small to where it basically only negatively impacts your ability to dodge.
If they made it a little bit bigger of an area, even just slightly bigger as an area, and then they made it slow down things a little bit less, I'd suddenly think it's probably like A tier. Like it would make such a big difference.
Yeah, you just don't have enough room
even
to
STR,
dodge even within the zone. Like it's weird. It is very odd. I think it's one of those things you just have to experience it to understand how bad it actually is.
Yeah.
Like if you've never used
you read the description for this.
Yeah,
and
you
think,
read
what?
it and you
That's
think, oh, that's insane. It's basically stopwatch. It isn't really stopwatch. Doing it only in an area and then all the other tiers going quickly actually ruins so many chances to dodge.
Stopwatch is a great comparison because stopwatch is this, but actually good.
Yeah, and it's the whole room.
Down less.
It's the whole room. Yeah. So that's
exactly what I said.
That's kind of what I mean. Like, if it was a bigger area, maybe it actually could have that stopwatch-like effect in a way. But I don't know. It's weird. It has to be a lot bigger, I think, for it to actually be as good.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway,
this is the only angel item other than Lazrags. If you're not if you're doing a like completion mark, it's the only angel item that I just won't take.
Yeah.
When it shows up.
That's my man sensor.
Circle protection. Circular protection. I don't know. C tier maybe. It feels underwhelming to me.
It does feel underwhelming,
like
but I actually think it's quite a bit better than. What's the chance to deflect tiers? Because that's the main thing I value it as.
30%, but that seems like cap to me.
No, it's not. Whenever I have this and I'm fighting like Hush or something, I'm always spitting back out purple tiers. It is pretty decent protection against tiers. Like it's not bad. Just to have it
seems way higher than it actually is.
No, it feels right.
Well, I guess it is.
This has actually saved me quite a bit, at least from getting hit. Maybe not save the run, but it does actually save you from getting hit quite a lot against tier-based bosses. I do definitely rate it a lot higher than you do, because I was actually going to say high B. It's just protection, really. It's just protection. I don't value, like, I think it does a little bit of damage when enemies are touching it. I don't value that. I just care about its tier protection, really.
Yeah, the damage is negligible.
Yeah. I don't know.
I guess the reflection is better than I thought, though.
It's pretty good reflection. Like, you definitely avoid quite a lot of tiers this way. It just makes a lot of bosses a lot easier. I'd actually put it even as high as this. That sounds crazy to you, I'm sure, but this is where I'd put it at least. But we can lower it if you think it should go lower.
The weird thing is I can kind of see it, but I can see it in B at least. But I do think probably just lower in B.
All right, where do you think it could be? I think that's where I'd put it.
I think it's better than Angelic Prism. Better Book of I think I prefer Book of Virtues. So then just
that's fine.
I don't know much about Breath of Life, so I can't. But I guess higher as Breath of Life is fine.
I mean, you know, it's a passive. Like, it's gonna protect you without you even trying. Like with Breath of Life, like.
Yeah, to be fair, I did not know it was 30%. I thought it was like 20.
No, you actually, you know what? Actually, I say the damage is negligible, but I think the reason why I like it so much is because against Hush and like certain tier-based bosses, because you're reflecting so many tiers, the damage that you're doing with the purple tiers is actually quite a bit. Like, because it happens so often, and you're just reflecting tiers so commonly. Yeah, like, I actually do notice the damage I'm dealing back with their own tiers, and obviously combo that with your own tiers. It's actually pretty good.
I just want to put I just want to say something that's on the wiki here, which I actually didn't know. But it doesn't matter how long the tier is inside the ring.
Mm-hmm.
It's predetermined. I actually thought, I've done it a few times where I will like try to like keep a tier in the ring for longer. Yeah. That actually doesn't ever do anything. So the more I know, I guess.
Yeah, it's you don't really try to reflect tiers with it. It just happens, right? Like if it happens, it happens. It's good. It's just protection. That's really it.
Yeah. All right,
I like this item. Yeah.
insane.
You think
it's a 2 times damage multiplier. However, there are conditions on it, but it's a 2 times damage multiplier. So okay. Okay. Firstly,
it's if you get hit in the room.
Yeah.
And you have to have no red health. Is that right?
You have to have full red health.
Full red health. Right. Okay, so if you have no red heart containers, it doesn't work, correct?
No, it does work if you have no red heart containers. It's just if you have heart containers, they need to be full. That's the only condition.
Oh, wait. Oh, but if you get hit, it breaks, right?
If you get hit, it breaks as well.
Okay.
So there are 2 conditions on this. However, it's 2 times damage multiplier. So for room clearing, if you have your full red hearts for room clearing, you're going to keep those full red hearts because you're going to shred rooms. This completely shreds rooms.
Yeah, you're right.
For boss fights, you just need to enter the boss fight with the condition, and you get double damage until you get hit, which you're
still nuking. Like, even if you do get hit, you're still nuking for a good amount of time, yeah. No, I agree. I agree with it, Insane, but I actually will argue it's the bottom of Insane.
I can kind of see it just because it is a temporary effect at the end of the day. Yeah. Like, if you get hit, you lose it.
Like, these, you're getting double health for probably both of them, realistically. Like,
yeah.
This, like, you are nuking for sure, and I think room clearing is why this is especially strong. I mean, even against bosses, it's really great. Like, you are nuking a lot of the boss's health, if not killing the boss before you lose it. But, yeah, like, I just think, I don't know, I value having a crap ton of health really highly.
Do we want to edge it out, though, just because on the Lost and Tainted Lost, there is no downside. You always get 2 times, like, literally you pick it up, it's 2 times damage, you can't lose it.
No, you're right. I think that's a fair enough point. You think it goes... I
Those actually are the hardest characters in the game.
I do think that these 2 are right next to each other, so it either goes here or here.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll leave it up to you. I'll leave it up to you, honestly. I think that's a fair enough point.
I kind of think it feels more... It feels better to Wafer to me. It feels better than Wafer. Like,
that's fine.
Almost in general,
it is very, very
but definitely on the Lost. Yeah.
On any character, it's still really insane. Like,
yeah,
you do just nuke so hard. Yeah, I think it's fair enough to be top of Insane. It sounds like it's a little too niche. Like, if you get hit a lot, I could see why you might not like this item, but, like, I don't know. No matter what, at bare minimum, you're nuking every room at the very least. Like, because, you know, you're not going to get hit, like...
You do so much damage. Like, doing 2 times damage, the enemies aren't going to be able to kill you. Like, you just kill them first. You actually just kill them first.
No, that's completely valid. And I think the Lost argument is enough for me to bring it above, for sure. I mean, this is one of his best items.
It's not only is it extra good on the Lost, but then Wafer and Bukarev are useless on the Lost. Like, it's a complete difference for the Lost.
Yeah, no, it's completely valid. I agree with it. This is health and flight.
No, the other one is health and flight.
Oh, what's this? Flight and spectral?
Yeah, flight and spectral.
I mean, that's Curse of the Night, right?
Yeah, it's the same Spirit of the Night. I think it's A tier.
Yeah, probably. I mean, flight and spectral, probably bottom, though.
Yeah, I think we put it in B tier for Devil List, but that's because it costs 2 hearts. In this, it's free.
It is free.
It's better. I think bottom of 8 does make sense. I'm wondering, do I prefer this or the Void? Probably Void. Yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with it, like, Flight and Spectral is super, super strong. We said this in the other list. Like, it's, like, free protection. You could stand in rocks. You're basically the Lost's extra protection with actual health. Like, it's good. It's a really good combo.
This is really good, yeah.
Want to talk about, like, the best protection item in the game.
The best protection item in the game.
I hope you agree with me.
I agree, it's better than Crown of Light. If you think it's the best item, like, in the whole pool, I don't.
Oh no, I don't think it's the best in the. I don't think it's the best in the game, but I do think.
But I do think it's the best
right now. It's the best we have right now.
I do think it's the best on this list. It's okay. It's actually not that great against bosses. It only gives you 1 hit against bosses. But I mean, you basically can't take damage in regular rooms.
Yeah, you're basically invincible in regular rooms. Like, that sounds like cap, but, like, really think about it for a second. When you play Isaac, do you ever actually get hit more than once in any single enemy room?
The Lost is a difficult character, but the main times you'll die to him is against the bosses.
You never die in rooms. You actually never die in rooms to Lost.
No, you can die in rooms, but
it's usually just something stupid. Like, it's something like that just came out of nowhere.
Most of the time, you're not actually taking 2 hits in the same room.
Not really, because
So
you're
this
killing
just,
everything before
like,
you get hit a second time.
Yeah, because I mean you have iframes, so like in that time you can usually kill the enemy.
It's more than
and
that.
Even
like,
if you get hit twice, even if you get hit twice occasionally, that's not going to add up to that much. Like even if you get hit twice occasionally on the floor, it doesn't matter. Like who cares?
I do agree with in the fact that it's actually not that insane against bosses in general, but like you are invincible more or less for rooms. You get free curse rooms. It's I don't know, like it's just invincibility. That's basically what it is. You are invincible for
The weird thing is in theory, I would rate every other item in this tier above it, but in practice, it's just way better than
it's insane.
It seems.
This item single-handedly made Lost a playable character.
literally.
Like, it's so good. Every time you pick up Mantle, again, it's a guaranteed win. I feel like because you just save so much health over the course of all the rooms, picking up soul hearts or even just picking up health, just in general, that you're gonna have a full bar of health usually, just because you never get hit.
Yeah, I mean, and with the extra health, you can use that on machines or sack rooms or anything.
Yeah.
So you're
It's just a health
effectively getting
saver.
power from it in a like roundabout way.
It's funny because I would compare it to these two, but like I feel like while these are basically having the damage you're taking in a way, this is making you invincible to anything besides the bosses. Like
I would say if Wafer actually was more like active in the first half of the run, then I would say Wafer's better. It's specifically because Wafer doesn't really do that much in depth.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Wafer's obviously a lot better against bosses, so I could see it.
Yeah.
Like if you took took full hearts for the whole run, then definitely.
Wafer is a little bit dead for the first half of the run,
Could
so
you imagine
that's why
if
Mantle
hard,
is.
Could you
better.
imagine if hard mode in Isaac made you take full hearts of health since the beginning of the run?
Yeah.
That'd be insane.
That'd be ridiculous.
Holy crap. Anyway, but yeah, I think Mantle's crazy. It's Mantle. Every time you pick this up, you're invincible for any room. That's basically what it is.
You know what's not crazy though?
Trash. That's what.
The best item in the game. Okay, to be fair, I've seen some people lately say Dead Sea Scrolls is better than we think, and I actually kind of agree. It's better than I think it is. I don't think it's good, but I think it's better than we might think.
It is a random active item.
So they got rid of Kamikaze in this, which is, thank God, because Kamikaze was really bad. Like, you never wanted to use it because you could just blow yourself up. They got rid of that. So now, you actually have some, like, decent effects here. Like, you have Prayer Card in here. You have Monster Manual, that'll help your whole floor. I don't know. There's actually, like, some decent effects. I don't think it can... No, it still can teleport you. But if you use it, like, at the very start of a boss fight, it's not going to matter. It's actually okay for, like, room clearing. I actually think I can see it being in D tier. Maybe.
I'm going to leave it at top of trash.
I'm also okay with that. It's weird because it's... I don't know. It's better than I think it is.
I see your argument. I see your argument. And it's a 2-room charge, right? Like,
yeah,
you could just proc it and most of the time get a good effect. There's not too much negative effects now, is there? Like, is there any effect that just flat out damages you? Because now that Kamikaze's down.
So they got rid of Kamikaze, and now the only kind of bad one is Teleport, which is actually not too bad anyway. It can't take you to the error room. Like, that's not a thing Teleport can do. So just don't use it, like, after you've already started a boss fight. Just use it at the start of the boss fight.
I think the main reason why I want to put it in trash is because, like, it is still an active item you're getting in your Angel deal. Like, when you see this in your Angel deal, this is, like, the #1 item you don't want to see. Like,
oh, no, I completely agree. It's still bad. But I could see it maybe being in ZZR, is all I'm saying.
I think it's actually only okay if you find it really earlier in the run. Like, in this list, you have to assume you're getting this Angel deal on the 3rd floor. If you get this on the 3rd floor, like, that's still too late, honestly.
Well, actually, on average, you get it on the 4th floor, so...
Yeah, so, I don't know, man. I think it's only good early game to get, like, extra consumables, maybe extra soul hearts, or even eternal hearts. Like, just to, spam that in those earlier rooms. Later in the game, you want the consistency of a decent active item. You don't want this.
What you want to do with this is you want to use it in active enemy rooms. Don't use it outside, use it in active enemy rooms, because the effects you get are actually okay, for clearing enemy rooms. So, yeah,
yeah, I don't know. Still I still think it's top of trash.
No, I'm not gonna fight it. It's not that great.
Yeah.
I could actually see us, maybe not yet, but I could actually see us getting rid of D tier entirely.
We'll see.
Since, yeah.
Because I actually think that's where Purgatory goes.
No. Okay.
Okay, listen. Okay. Okay. let me say something. So in the Devil Deal list, we were talking quite a bit about Purgatory. So I like Purgatory. I always like this item. I think it's really unique and I think it's cool. But after hearing the actual like damage it does, it's actually so much more underwhelming than I actually even thought it was. Like I thought it was underwhelming, but it's actually so much more underwhelming than I even thought. So this is okay against enemies, but in bosses this is just ass. Like you're probably gonna kill enemies with this, and that actually has at least enough benefit to maybe be bottom C for me. But like the thing is that this only does 8 times your damage basically. Like, and you have to run into a crack on the floor. Like there's so many big room bosses that this is like basically unusable in because it's a big ass room. You can't even see it half the time. Like it's so like, and obviously you're avoiding tears the entire time when instead you just be standing in one spot and shooting the boss 8 times anyway. 8 times your damage sounds like it's a lot, but it's only 8 shots at the end of the day. And usually,
you know what?
Usually in the time that it takes to find that crack, you're going to be shooting the boss 8 times anyway.
You know what? I kind of agree. I still like this item.
I still like it conceptually, but I think it needs a buff. Honestly,
I would actually argue it's higher than Celtic Cross, but I want it in C at least. I will say though, in the Devil list, I definitely highballed it a little bit.
I can see why.
Like the item.
it looks like it's kind of good, and like it feels like it's good. Maybe because it kills enemies, okay enough, but like realistically, like it's in a really weird spot because like 8 times your damage is usually too much for the enemies anyway. But at the same time, 8 times your damage is nothing against a boss. Like it's weird.
I mean, it does splash damage.
I think the splash is why it's okay against enemies, right? Because
yeah.
you're actually you could kill multiple enemies, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think it's, for me personally, I actually think it's kind of bottom D. I don't know, man. We have to see what other items are here, but
I feel like what's gonna happen in this list is that we're gonna get rid of D tier, and then it's gonna be below Celtic Cross and C.
I don't think we need to get rid of D tier really. But we'll see. Okay, if you really wanted a C tier, that's fine. But I actually think Celtic Cross is a lot better, only entirely because of the machines.
I do think I would take Purgatory over Celtic Cross like almost every time.
I don't think it's even close. I think by that logic, it has to be below though, because I actually think it's bottom D. I really do. So this is fine. I mean, Turt thinks it's better. I think it's worse. I guess you could say that they're tied in that way. But yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I like it conceptually. I just don't think it's strong. I think it might need a damage buff, honestly.
Maybe.
Okay.
Little Delirium.
You know, somebody else to comment about Little Delirium.
Yeah.
I guess okay, so they said the bomb fly is definitely a negative. Bob's brain is not really, because it takes a little bit to actually activate, which I actually kind of agree with. Yeah. I don't think Bob's brain's actually that much of a negative.
I kind of agree with it too. It is mostly the bomb fly. I've had it sometimes. Little Delirium. I'll enter a room, and then Little Delirium, like the enemy will be next to me, and then the Little Delirium turns into the bomb fly, and then it blows up in my face, and I did not have time to react.
The thing is, what this person said kind of made me realize something about it. It's any familiar, which includes Incubus. Usually, a lot of
it includes the good ones in this list are Incubus, Little Broom is pretty good, and Super Meat Boy Final Phase. Like the four Cuba Meat.
It's really not as, I think we actually lowballed it a little bit. Like it's a passive item, and it could just do some extra damage. Granted,
the reason I put it in Scam and Devil list is because I will never spend health on this, because this is already an item that sometimes I won't even take it even if it's free. Sometimes, just because it can blow up in your face. However, it's not that bad. Like it still can be good, as long as it's not blowing up in your face. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think like. Even just, like, sometimes getting Incubus on a boss fight, I feel like that's better than Purgatory. Am I crazy? I can see it being in C tier. But I don't...
It does just passively happen.
I actually really think we don't need D tier. I'm thinking like what other items are going to be like lower than the ones in C. I actually don't think we need D.
I mean, we could leave it for now. It really doesn't matter. We could delete it later if we really feel like it. Okay, well, what? Do you think it's above Purgatory or below?
I think Purgatory is better, easily.
Alright, I actually don't think it's that easily.
It's just because it can blow up in your face.
Purgatory is obviously better in rooms, but I think just in general, like, the fact that this can be, like, a pretty decent damage multiplier, like, sometimes, like, yeah, like, it's a point I never thought about.
A lot of the time it's doing nothing.
No, it definitely is, but, I mean, you know, like, at any point, even just the small fact that it can turn into Incubus is fair enough. That's a pretty big damage multiplier.
You only have the Incubus for 10 seconds. Like
either way, 10 seconds of a 75% damage multiplier. I don't know, man. It's probably more than Purgatory against bosses.
Pretty underwhelming.
Way more. It's way better than Purgatory and bosses. It just is. There's no argument against that. Obviously not as good in rooms, but it's fine. I actually think they're kind of comparable. Which is funny because I used to trash talk this item so much.
Oh, it's the best item in the game. Delirious.
Insane.
Insane. Okay, this is between Sensor and Bible. It's God, this item.
Explain what this does.
It's such a nothing item. Okay, so it's 12 room charge, which is the same as Mega Blast, and Mega Blast is like really good, right? And it's the same as Mega Mosh, like surely. No, instead you get a. It's technically good, but it's not. You get a Delirium version of the boss, which is charmed and fights by your side. It could be any boss, so it could be a basement boss, but it could be like a depths boss, like it could be any boss. It can even be Hush, which is really rare, but it can happen. The thing is, if you get a basement boss, the boss will probably just die to whatever you're fighting. Like pretty quickly sometimes. And the biggest downside this has is that it's a 12-room charge item that does not carry between rooms. That is the biggest problem. Mega Blast and Mega Mush carry between rooms. You can clear multiple rooms with them. And they do a lot more damage to the boss when you use it against the boss.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Do that much damage to the
I don't
boss.
know why it doesn't. Yeah, honestly, with that simple change, it probably would be a lot better. Like,
it would be way better.
Let you keep the charmed enemies. Like,
yeah.
Even if it is, like, as OP as it would be when you finally do get Hush, that's a very rare chance of happening. And when it does, like, that makes unique moments, right? Like, I think for it to be the Delirium item, I think it's absolutely valid enough to have super broken moments like that. Like, let me keep the Hush, right? Like,
yeah, like, it's a 12-room charge item. And it's rare.
It definitely
like,
should be.
It actually has...
Yeah.
It actually is rarer to spawn in the pool. It only spawns 40% of the time that an item like would spawn.
I think it would
60% of the time it just won't
should
spawn.
either do. I actually think that's the best way to buff it is let the charmed enemy last between rooms. Just whenever they die.
Yeah, easily. That's all they need to do.
Or maybe they can make it a 4-room charge. I honestly think like it could be a really small room charge and it wouldn't even be that insane the way it works right now.
I don't even think it would be that insane either.
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's
like,
one room.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the best way to buff it. Like, why not, right? Like, why? Like, let us keep the charmed enemies.
Yeah.
That way you just keep rolling it and hoping that you get a really strong boss, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think.
I mean, it's 12 rooms. It's not like you can spam it. Like,
yeah,
at least
12 rooms. Yeah, I don't know, man. Anyways.
Halo.
Halo. This goes past tier cap, right?
No.
I thought it did. I could have sworn it did.
It does not.
I thought I watched a Huts video on that.
I don't know where you got that from. I think I'm trying.
I really thought that went through tier cap. Really?
It not. It's a regular tier stat. It's a regular tier stat like everything else. It's not even that much tiers. It's 0.2 tiers.
I could have sworn it went past tier cap.
Wait, I'll let you know how little of a tier change this is. Why
can I get a fact check on that? Google it.
What?
You have it on the wiki?
I can test it right now in game. It does not go past the tier cap.
I could have sworn it did.
Okay, I gave myself a bunch of Y code hangers, so I'm maxed out on tier 8. Give Halo. That's Halo with flies. Oh wait, shit, I need to actually do like... No, it does not go past the tier cap. I'm still at 5 tiers.
Damn it. All right, whatever. Either way, it's all sets up.
It's a really minor tier up. Y coat hanger gives you 0.7 in the formula. This gives you 0.2 in the formula. It's not much.
I mean, obviously, it also gives you a little bit of damage. It gives you everything. I mean, it's an all.
Only 0.3 damage, which is not much. Most damage ups gives you plus.
Yeah, but multiplying that with the tiers, like, it's at least equivalent to normal damage.
No, the DPS up is actually like pretty minor from this. I would actually say active control. Actually, I can test it. Active control. I actually have a damage formula. I'll put it in. Active control, I'm pretty sure will give you more. Yeah, active contrition does give you more DPS on its own.
Really?
Yes. Barely. But it does.
I mean, it still gives health, still gives speed. I mean, it's an all sets up. Maybe right here.
But I don't think it's that high at all. I think if it's comparable to active contrition in terms of DPS, then it should be close to active contrition.
It's still all sets up.
Because active contrition also gives you a health up, because it gives you an eternal heart.
Well, this also gives you a health up.
Yeah, so the only thing you're getting out of this is speed and range that active contrition doesn't give you, but active contrition is giving you extra devil deal chance, and it's letting you take angel deals after you get a devil deal. And I think I value that more than range and speed.
What is the world that I live in that Halo is going beneath active contrition? I always thought Halo was pretty good. Is it really just like the stats are not that good on Halo?
It really just is. No, that is the problem. The stats aren't that good. It is all stats up, but it's not that much stats is the problem. The stats are pretty minor.
All right. Whatever. You said the math.
I think they're probably next to each other. Yeah, I mean,
hey, blame Turt, not me. Blame Turt, not me. He made the argument. All right. It wasn't me.
I will send you. I'll send you my damage calculator.
It wasn't me. Whenever I see Halo in Angel Deal, I usually go Pog, all stats up.
Oh, why did it? Oh, it did send.
I really thought I was gonna put it in A personally, but whatever.
Yeah, it's less than you think. If you look, I sent you the thing. You can look at it later. But the top number on DPS is Halo, and the bottom one is active contrition.
Whatever. Whatever. Active contrition above Halo, everybody. All right. I hate the shield. I actually think this is so irrelevant.
Me too. It's kind of.
It has like some niche applications where you can use it on a brimstone beam, and it's kind of pog, but like that barely ever happens.
Yeah, but like, okay, if you want to use it on like Mega Satan's brimstone beam, you have to like, you're not even gonna get that much time out of it, and like you have to time it correctly because if you mess up, you're gonna get hit instead. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, it's just nothing.
It's a pretty big nothing burger. I never actively use this, not really. Sometimes I feel like I'm throwing and then I try to use it and then it's just ass. Like I'm never like.
I think it's at least better than Dead Sea Scrolls, but like I'd probably put this in D. I do think we're gonna get rid of D later, but I would put it in D. But that's it. Like,
that's fine.
Like,
that's
it's
fine.
Just kind of nothing.
It's whatever.
Duality.
My man, duality. I mean, hey, if you get prayer card, hold on.
Hold on.
You're probably.
Insane.
I mean, I don't know. Having the option, honestly, in an angel deal room, I know we were saying that this item's a lot better in devil deals, but like in devil deals, you're spending a heart on it. Like getting this for free in an angel might not be as bad as you might think, because like there's a lot of times in angel deal runs or angel room runs that like I have so much health that I actually want to get the multiple items from a devil deal. Like.
And you can't because your angel rooms keep spawning, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I've had that issue too.
Like I don't know, it doesn't happen all the time. Usually angel deals are almost always better, but there are some runs where you have so much health that you just want to like get, you know, like a solid amount of item choices and just use all your health on.
Yeah, and then like, because the thing is, right, if you're going devil route, I guess if you went devil route, you're locked into devil, so you can't go to angel at all. But like, yeah, like, I don't know, yeah, sometimes you're on angel route, and sometimes you just want to swap to devil, and you just can't for whatever reason.
Yeah, and this just
it
always lets you choose both. It's not that bad. I think it's no matter what easily better than active contrition, because I mean you get the choice of both. I think no matter what, that's fair enough.
And here's the thing, I disagree because active contrition gives you a tears up and an eternal heart.
Yeah, but I don't think that's that relevant. Like, I feel like it actually is a lot more likely that you grab at least one devil deal in your run that can actually like benefit the run a lot.
I mean, the Devil Deal could just spawn.
I mean, and it's more than that, right? Like duality, if you do only want angel, like you got to remember it's the choice, right? Duality also means that you're always getting an angel deal as an option. So, you know, like even if you don't want to take that 1 or 2 devil deals in the run for free, like, well, obviously that's not for free. You still have to spend the health, but like you always are gonna get the angel deal. How many times have you gone angel route and then you spawn a devil deal mid run? You get pissed off, right?
I still think Act Contrition is better, and this is gonna sound silly, but it is very relevant to me. It is extremely relevant to me. If you take a Devil Deal, like let's say you're on Angel Route, you get Duality, you then take a Devil Deal later, the game still puts you on Devil Path, which means any teleport card, like any teleport method, like a red chest or a Joker card, will always take you to the Devil Deal. You don't get the choice. Act of Contrition will still give you the Angel Rooms sometimes from the teleport card.
That could be.
So
wait, that could be avoided so easily by just not taking the red chest before the boss. That's basically irrelevant.
The reason you want to teleport inside is because you didn't get it from the boss. You didn't get the deal from the boss at all. That's why you're taking a Joker card or a red chest.
No, but teleport. You get the. Wait, no, we're assuming you get the 50-50 devil and angel. Well, no matter what, you're getting the devil and angel deal on that floor.
No, I mean, like, if you have, like, Teleport 2.0, or you have a Joker card or something, you're trying to forcefully teleport in because you didn't get it from the end of the floor, this will take you to devil every time, if you're taking a devil deal. I think that's very relevant.
Not really.
I think it's very relevant.
I don't think it's relevant at all. I really don't. Because you also just don't even need to take the devil deal. That doesn't matter against duality. My point with duality is that you get the option no matter what. You could always take angel deal with duality. That's the best part about it. With Act of Contrition, you could still spawn devil deals. And most of the time, like I did say the thing about the devil deal, like sometimes you do want to deal over an angel room. But at the end of the day, most of the time you want angel room. And this guarantees angel room at the end of the day. It'll never spawn just the devil deal and scam you out of your angel room. And I actually value that pretty highly.
I don't know. I mean, I think the fact.
I mean, where's the math? Where's the math? Where's the math? You literally get more angel rooms with duality. You just do, because percent wise,
you get a high chance for them to spawn with Act of Contrition. Like, there'll be floors where you don't get a deal spawn, but Act of Contrition gives you the.
Yeah, but that could always be a devil deal. It could be a devil deal or an angel deal.
Okay, and if it's a devil deal, you can just take the devil deal. Like, it's fine.
I guess.
And Act of Contrition gives you stat buffs out the gate. Like, when you take duality, sometimes it just does nothing, because it doesn't give you, like, all it does is the angel room and devil deal split. Well,
I like how active contrition is now. I like how active contrition is now your black powder of this video.
Okay, no, but black powder I was overrating it a little bit. Active contrition is actually just like, it's not an amazing item. That's why it's the bottom of BTL, but it's just a solid item. It has a lot of like good things about it. Nothing is too crazy. There's nothing that's that good, but just quite a few like good factors about it. It's a tears up. It's a health up, and it has a similar effect to duality.
I mean,
I'll
you'll allow it. What the frick you mean you'll allow it? I still think it's better by quite a bit, but whatever. I think having the option is so valuable. And again, like you can guarantee your angel rooms with duality, whereas you can't with this.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're comparable, and I do think they're actually more comparable than Halo is. Which, like, Acting Contrition and Halo are also really close together, but I think duality is even closer in a way. Just because duality,
Halo
like,
being
duality's
this
effect
low
is a
feels so
better,
wrong. I mean, I know you said
I actually think duality is quite overrated a lot of the time. I really think it doesn't do what it should a lot of the time. Like, sometimes it still fails to spawn both rooms, you know that, right? Like,
I've never had that happen. I know you said that. I've never had that happen. I mean,
I've had it happen a few times.
If it spawns a room, it's spawning both. I've never had a moment where it only spawns one of the two rooms.
I think it's because I go alt path a lot, and alt path, you have like the doors to go to the next stages. Like if you're in mines, you have the mausoleum door, and that door can sometimes mean that there's not a place for it to spawn your other room.
Yeah, that's
stuff
odd.
like that.
I don't know about that. Either way, whatever. That's fine.
Okay, We have Eden Soul and Star Bethlehem. They look the same, but this is Eden Soul. Yeah. Eden Soul is 12 room charge, but it gives you 2 item pedestals for whatever pool you want to use. Any pool at all. So,
is this the one that gives you a
secret room?
Is this the one that gives you an item in the next run?
No.
No.
That's
Okay.
Eden's Blessing. No,
That,
it's an active
that
item, it's 12 room charge, you get two, no, Eden's Blessing's not on this list.
Oh, never mind. Wait, say what it was again, I zoned out.
Okay, it's 12 room charge, you get 2 items of whatever pool you're in.
Oh, yeah.
So if you use it in the angel room, you get 2 angel items, or if you use it in the secret room, you get 2 secret room items. Those are your main targets.
You know, it's funny, because, like, this kind of item, I would instantly put super, super high. But, you know, since it's in an angel deal, I actually value this a lot less, I think.
Kind of agree. But I still think it's better. I still think it's A tier, at least.
You might be right, but, like, realistically, the angel deal is where you're going to want to use this anyway. Like, yes, you're getting 2 items out of it, but you have to give up your active slot. And you don't get strong right away. You have to hold this and wait for the next angel deal.
You could just use it in a secret room, and if you have a Perthor or something, then you can just do it there. And
yeah, but I think overall you're getting less consistency in a secret room than in an angel deal.
I think so as well, yeah.
So, like, you're gonna want to use this in an
like
angel deal anyway.
Secret room is, you either roll really high, or you roll really low in the secret room.
Like, I don't know. I actually don't think it's A. I think that's cap. Because the thing is that, like, yes, you get 1 extra item, but again, you need to hold it as your active item, potentially get rid of a good active item, or you just go on this, which is then a useless item. And, like, yes, you get a second angel deal item, but realistically, that doesn't mean anything, right? Because if you are replacing another angel item with this, right, that means you lost an angel item, and then you use it in the next angel deal, and then, well, I guess no, you are still getting the extra item. I mean, yes, it is still 1 extra item overall, but I don't know, man. I'd rather get strong right away instead of picking this up. I actually don't, I take a damage up over this even.
Nah, you're tripping.
But like,
well,
it's still an active item is the thing. Like,
I don't see you going below Holy Water at least.
No, I think Virtues is so much better. I actually do. It's an active item that does not take up space.
I think you can just use this very easily a lot of the time.
Well, you still have to save it for the next angel deal.
You really don't have to save it for the
okay, yes, you can use it in a secret room, but then you're getting diminishing returns.
And also, like, even if you miss the angel room, you get a devil deal instead. You can still just use the devil deal.
And that's fine. But like, I just don't think it's that. You're getting an additional angel deal item at the end of the day, because you already missed out on potentially another angel deal item.
Well, I don't like that comparison because it's going to give you the item to make up for itself. Then it's going to give you an additional.
But that's not necessarily true, because you could have Book of Revelations, you could have D6, you could have Void, you could have Prayer Card, in which you don't want to give those up. Like,
okay, but that's true for every active item.
No, not for Book of Virtues. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I would pick up Void a lot easier because I'm basically getting more items out of Void every day of the week, because, I mean, you're just getting stats out of bad items for the whole run. I don't know, man.
I don't know. It's I don't know. Like, if you get the secret room with the free stock machine in it, and you have Eden Soul, it's all over. Yeah, like, you know that, right? It is all over.
Yeah.
You win. You actually just win on the spot.
Probably.
If you have any sort of ways to re-roll it, like if you have like Perthrow or anything, then you have a pretty good chance of getting a good secret room. If you can't afford to hold on to it to the next Angel or Devil room, then that's even better. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of ways. Like,
I think there's a bit of RNG to it. Is the thing. I think that's the bummer about it.
I can kind of see that. But I still think that
it's just not as consistent, I feel like, as the ones I have above it right now.
I can maybe see it going right there, but it's definitely not any lower at all.
No, I don't think so either. I think its highs are very high, but I think, like, the consistency of the items above it feel very strong. By the way, this should definitely move down. I don't think this is comparable to the other items at all.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I think this is fair enough. I mean, again, like, obviously this has insanely high highs. Like Turt said, if you do find the restock machine in the secret room. But, like, I would never use this in a secret room without a restock machine or a per throw. I don't think that's worth it. I think you'd have to save it for an angel deal. It's not consistent enough, I don't think. To just
Wait, am I crazy? I like 7 Seals better than Halo. Halo is so underwhelming. 7 Seals I actually feel like does something.
I think that's wrong. I'd rather have stats no matter what over a familiar. No matter how little stats.
This gives you flies that scale off your damage.
Halo can give you Seraphim form in a discussion.
No.
You get Flight! Flight's good!
Fine, whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, I think this is fine. Like, in any other list, I would argue, yes, this is, like, a really, really good item. But if you're getting it as instead of a different angel deal item, I can kind of see that. I think it's just not as good. It's specifically because you're replacing potentially a much better angel deal item than this. And a lot of times, this can just be useless because you can't
I can kind of see that argument, to be fair. I can kind of see that.
So yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, whatever.
Star Bethlehem, on the other hand, I think this is insane.
All right, explain what it does for the crowd.
It's a familiar, kinda. It kind of travels towards the boss. And it has like an aura around it, and if you stand in that aura, you get a massive tier and damage up, and also you're immune to damage sometimes. The effect is just so insane. Mm-hmm. And when I say massive tier or damage up, I mean it's a lot. Mm-hmm. It's like if you played Tainted Blue Baby, it's like the Holy Poop from that. It's basically the same thing. Oh yeah, you get homing as well. Like it's a lot.
It stands exactly in the middle of the room, right?
No, it just. Okay, if you're in the final boss, then yes, it stands in the middle.
That's what I meant, yeah.
It's a 1.8 times damage multiplier, 2.5 times tears multiplier, which goes over the cap, and 50% chance to ignore damage when you take damage.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
And homing.
The one argument I'll make about this, why I don't think it's like high and insane, is because this just doesn't go into certain bosses. Like, it doesn't go into Mega Satan. I know that for sure. What are the other bosses?
It does actually now.
It does. It got buffed.
They buffed that. It goes into Mega Satan if you have the key pieces.
Interesting. Does it? Are there any other bosses it doesn't go into?
I think Mother it still doesn't. Let me check. I think the wiki will probably list.
Why would it not go to Mother? That's so weird.
It goes into like the top boss room and doesn't actually go down into the actual boss room.
Interesting.
Like it doesn't go down the hole.
Oh,
I believe.
I think you're right, actually. I think you're actually right.
Why does the wiki not... Wait, I'm going to test it just because the wiki doesn't say it and I'd rather know.
I mean, Mother is the hardest boss, debatably. I don't know. I mean, it is obviously a very strong effect. It also, you know, just from a nice standpoint, if you don't want to risk going into extra rooms, you just want to go straight to the boss, you could follow it. And you basically get a direct path to the boss, which is nice. Bit of a lesser effect, but it's still nice to have that as a side effect. And you could use this within the rooms that it's traveling between as well to shoot enemies.
Well, it does go down to Mother's room.
It does go into Mother's room now.
Okay, I think they fixed it on most bosses it didn't work on then.
Yeah.
It doesn't go to the Beast, but it works for Dogma, but not the Beast. So I think the Beast might be the only one it doesn't work on, which is fine, I think.
I mean, it's still technically a negative. I think it's kind of complicated, actually. It is very strong. It's very weird. I don't value it as highly, though, as the consistency of the other insane items. Is that weird?
This might sound crazy. I think this is better than Holy Mantle.
Yeah, I think that's complete cap.
I think this item, Holy Mantle, you at least still need damage, because just having the invincibility isn't enough. Star of Bethlehem is effectively making your room clearing free. It's like Crown of Light, but like in terms of like you just clear rooms easily, but it's easier. Also, you have damage resistance in that circle. So sometimes you get hit, you don't even get hit. So it's basically like Holy Mantle and Crown of Light for room clearing.
I think in small rooms I would agree, but in big rooms I can't see myself just solely standing in the small area that it sits. I think it's too niche. Hell, even in the mother fight, like hell, if it goes into the middle of the mother fight, like the first form, you basically can never stand in the middle of it. Even in the mid form, wait, mother always goes into the middle, so you basically can never stand into it, right?
You can stand into it. It's just a little bit awkward.
I feel like it's a lot of bit awkward.
I mean, I'm fighting Mother right now, and I'm using the ring. It's a little bit in front of her. You do need to stand kind of close to her, so you need to be like, kind of careful. But you can get a lot of time. I am getting quite a lot of uptime on it, even with that. Like, it's really not that bad.
I agree with it. I definitely agree that it's an insane. I actually think I'd rather have any of the other items in insane personally.
I don't know. I think Star of Bethlehem is one of those items. Like, the other items also, I probably won't lose with. But I think Star of Bethlehem is one of those items that when I get it, I win instantly.
You're probably right, and I probably
Holy
win.
Mantle is...
That's why I do think it probably isn't insane. Like, I think I'd actually put it at the bottom of insane. I don't think it would go any lower for me. Because you do probably just win when you have it. I feel like...
I also instantly win with Holy Mantle, but Holy Mantle on its own, it's still bad against bosses. Like, you need other things in your run to make Holy Mantle good against the final boss.
Yeah, but the reason why Mantle's at the top is because if you have Mantle, you're winning the run because you are invincible for anything but bosses.
This gives you 50% damage reduction.
You could still take hits on enemies with Star Bethlehem.
Okay, but you have homing and ridiculous damage and tier multiplier.
I actually wonder this. I think the main reason why I value Mantle so high is because even though I do always say that the boss is the hardest part of the run, I think you might actually lose more health overall to rooms than bosses.
Yes. Yes.
So I think that's why I value Mantle so highly.
Yeah, but Star of Bethlehem... Okay, now, no, the downside of Star of Bethlehem for me is that, if you want to full clear your floor, you won't get to use it. That's the only downside to me. But the rest of its effect, I mean, it takes you straight to the boss. So if you want to go to boss rush, it literally guides you straight there. Like if you have, yeah, like if you're struggling, like it does kind of move a little bit slow, but it is still better than going.
Yeah. Oh, I just said that earlier. It's a nice little neat, like use of it. My opinion of it still isn't changed. I get your points. I still would rather take even Book of Rev.
I don't know. It's in a Star Bethlehem room. You don't take damage to enemies. You just don't. You kill them all.
It's debatable. You have to move. You have to move with it. It's debatable.
It's really not a problem because your tiers are homing as well. The fact he gives you.
Yeah, homing, I know. No, I've moved with it too, and you do still shred through the enemies. But I've had times where I still get hit. You know, it happens. Like, it's not like you're invincible like Mantle.
There's also times where you get hit twice in the same room with Holy Mantle. I would say that it's equivalent.
No, it's not equivalent at all. That is so.
No, I think it's easily equivalent.
It's not equivalent at all. It actually is not equivalent at all.
How is it not equivalent?
Because you might not even be able to keep up with the thing. There's a lot of rooms that you just flat out cannot keep up with the Star of Bethlehem, and it's too quick for you.
Oh, they also... this is an item that I thought was good even when it first released. I thought I had a few problems. But they've actually, like, buffed it quite a lot. So they've buffed the fact that it now goes into, like, the boss rooms, like, because before it used to, like, stand above
what I'm saying about it is...
this is not... about to say something.
This is not comparable to room clearing to Mantle
They added rubber banding to it. So if it's in front of you, it slows down. And if it's behind you, it speeds up.
Yeah, I actually do know about that. Which is nice.
No, I actually... It sounds crazy. I think this is better for room clearing the Holy Mantle is. The only reason Holy Mantle is probably better for room clearing overall is because you get it if you want a full clear, then Holy Mantle is better. But it's still very high up there in terms of room clearing. And it has more, like, I think significantly more final boss benefit, even if it is a little bit awkward to use in some final bosses. The fact that you even can use it at all, it's way better than the one free hit you're getting from Mantle.
I would rather have... I completely agree for the most part, and that's why I think it's insane. I would rather have double health. Like, I just always win. I mean, there's a world where I'm fighting a boss that... And I get unlucky with the 50% chance invincibility in Star of Bethlehem. Because at the end of the day, you probably are getting hit more when you're in the Star of Bethlehem circle because you're restricted to that circle. Or at least you're most likely, like, you're being a little greedy, trying to stay in the circle. That's usually how it goes. I don't think your arguments have swayed me. I still think I'd put it here. So,
I really don't see what the issue is because I've never had an issue where being in the circle was an issue or got me hit. Ever. Because the homing is so strong and the amount of tiers you have and the amount of damage they do if you're in that circle, all the enemies just die. Like, it's to the effect of, like, enter the room, and I'm shooting, and the enemies die, like, pretty much instantly. It's that powerful.
I do agree. No, I agree that while you're in the circle, it's obviously the most powerful. But even then, that's arguable. I mean, how much is the damage multiplier anyway?
1.8 times,
which is not as high as the crown.
2.5 times tier rate. It's way higher than the crown.
Oh, okay, I didn't. To be fair, all I heard.
It's almost the same damage multiplier as the crown, but then you're also getting 2.5 times tier rate.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, that's literally a 4.5 times damage multiplier with homing.
Obviously, you have to be in the circle. I think the condition of not taking a hit is much easier because it's way easier to dodge when you're not being greedy instead of a circle, and you're still nuking with the crown.
I actually think this is significantly better than Crown of Light.
Well, in the effect, obviously, but it's debatable.
The effect is not
Crown of Light. You could full clear floors and always have its effect. It's so completely different. The Bethlehem, I think that's probably where I feel about Bethlehem. It's amazing against bosses, which I value very highly. I wanna like put this in your mind. Like without a doubt, it's an insane item. Like, this is a great item. But I think the lack of consistency for the entire floor is a legitimate negative of it. I mean, most of the time you do want to explore your whole floor, and you're not getting any benefit out of it in the rooms that are not, the boss, or the rooms on the way to the boss. There's still way more rooms that it's not going to be in, you know?
Can we at least put it above Crown of Light? Because I think it's significantly better. Like,
I don't think at all. I just said the consistency. At the end of the day, I still think it's worse than these. I would take Wafer and Revelations.
How's it worse than Wafer in Inner Reality?
Because you have double health, Turt. You can face tank with these.
Wafer does nothing for half the run.
It doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. You have double health. Flat out double health. You face tank with Wafer. With this, you still have to be careful.
You don't have to be careful with Star Bethlehem. You really don't.
Yes, you do. Either way, I mean, I don't know. Let us know in the comments again. I could probably be swayed enough to move it above. As of right now, I still think it's here, so it has to go here because that's the midpoint. I'm
just surprised you didn't even I'm surprised I even had to convince you that it was insane at all.
No, you didn't. You really didn't. You didn't have to at all. I agree that it's an insane. That I will say, you have convinced me, because I was gonna put it at bottom of A originally until you said all the math, and like I can definitely see why it's insane. So I agree, it's an insane, but I still think it's to the bottom. The consistency of these items for the entire run is very valuable. This is only in certain rooms and the boss, which admittedly is still really strong. Being able to nuke a boss is always really strong. Don't get me wrong, but full clearing with any of these, like, I don't know, man. I would still put it here. But, you know, in all fairness, it has to go in the midpoint. That's fine.
Damn, I actually, like, it sounds crazy. I actually think it's considerably better than Holy Mantle.
Yeah, let us know in the comments. I actually would love to hear more. Maybe I could be convinced with other arguments. That's fine. I would still... I mean, you know, and it's still a legitimate negative that it still doesn't work on Beast. I don't know. Let us know in the comments, though. I agree with Turt, though. It's a crazy effect, but I value double health higher. That's all. At any point in the room.
Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Yeah. Oh, it's another insane item. It's Eucharist.
Yeah, Eucharist is insane. I mean, it's always... it's literally just better than Goat Head now.
So I think this is significantly better than Goat Head.
Yeah, because you're always getting an angel.
Like, and Goat Head is already... Like, that's why I say Goat Head, like, might be a top A and not a bottom S, but Goat Head probably is a bottom S. If Goat Head is a bottom S, then this is higher in S. Where does this go? I actually...
You know, obviously, it's still... You do get so many more.
I put this above Wafer.
I think I agree. I think I agree, actually, with that exact placement, maybe. I do think it's better than Star of Bethlehem, but obviously I can't say that because I think Star of Bethlehem's worse. So I'm okay with it being here in general. Yeah, it's hard. Yo, it technically has a wafer in it. Hold on. But yeah, no.
That I was just thinking that.
It has a
The
wafer
makes
in.
wafer.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fair enough. You get an Angel Deal every single floor. Like, Goathead gives you either Angel Deal or Devil Deal, and that's also an insane item. But like,
Well,
this is
but-
every floor.
But
Angel
on the
Deal.
Devil Deal on the Devil Deal list, you're locked into Devil Deals, and getting a Devil Deal every floor. The problem is that you're not gonna have the health to spend on that many Devil Deals. There's not a problem for Angel Rooms.
Yeah.
It's literally just good. It's just good.
Yeah, you're
yeah,
right.
I mean,
I think it's fair. Fair to put it right there. Obviously, there is the negative of this, that obviously this isn't going to carry a run by itself. Like, let's say you get this on the last possible Angel Deal. That's worst case scenario, though. Even if you get this,
you have to
like...
get this really late for it to be bad.
Yeah. I think, like, it's fair enough to say you get this, like, at least Depths 2. And even in Depths 2, getting it, it's still pretty insane. I mean, how many more Angel Deals? You're getting, like, 3 more Angel Deals. Like, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Or if you get it on Depths 2 Angel Deal, then it's giving you two more Angel Rooms. But you might have got one anyway. Actually, I guess if you get it on Depths 2, it's only giving you one more Angel Room.
Is it really?
On average.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, because you're probably getting one on Room 2 anyway. So it's only giving you one on Room 1 that you wouldn't have had.
I guess...
Although, it does also guarantee that your Room 2 would be an Angel Room and not a Devil Room.
I guess we do have to we do actually have to factor in the fact that this has to be at least 3rd floor to pick this up.
Yeah,
which is kind of
if
late.
you get it from, sometimes you get it from sack rooms early on, and then it's GG.
But obviously,
but
this is the Angel
likely.
Deal list, so we have to assume it's 3rd floor and above. So you can't
Well,
actually
no,
get this
on average, you'll get an Angel Deal on floor 4.
right, which is
Because
actually
floor 3, you only have a 33% chance you're probably missing it.
maybe it actually
so if you get it
is
on
lower
floor,
then. That actually is
I guess
further.
I guess it's only giving you 2 extra Angel Deals on average.
Yeah, maybe talking through it, maybe it is lower, at least than
I
these
can
two.
I still think it's better than Book of Revelations though.
Think so?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Wafer, I can see the argument, but I think it's better than Book of Revelations.
And like, for the fact that like an average of 4th floor is best case scenario, like that's not that.
This is why I think Goathead might actually be an A tier, like a top of A and not an S tier item. It's this exact reason. It's like you're already going to be getting Devil Deals like every few floors anyway. So the fact that you're getting a few more, like it is good, but it's like it applies to Eucharist too. And that's already knocking Eucharist down a bit. That's why I don't think Goathead is as good as some people think it is.
Well,
probably,
obviously, Eucharist
but
has
it's
the
still good.
bonus. Eucharist has the bonus benefit of always giving you an Angel Deal, so you don't have to worry about it spawning a Devil Deal.
I actually think Eucharist is a lot better than Goathead, like a lot better.
Oh, it definitely
But
is.
I still think
100%.
it actually, now that I think about it a bit more, it still struggles a little bit against Book of Revelations and Wafer, but I think it's better than Book of Revelations. But maybe not Wafer.
I just don't think, like... I don't think Wafer and Book of Rev should ever be separated. I think they are very similar. Like, the thing with those two is that, like, Book of Rev basically does what Wafer does, like, in the early game. Like, when you kind of think about it, you're giving yourself double health, and you're only taking half a heart anyway. Like, in the early game, Book of Rev is just insane. I mean, you're going to max out your health so easily, and into the late game, you're having max health, and yeah, you're taking double health at that point anyway, if you have Book of Rev, and obviously not Wafer. But, like, you have a full bar of health, and then whenever you do get hit, you could usually just pop Book of Rev again to get back to max health. I just feel like Book of Rev is always one of those items that's just instant win. Whereas I could actually, now that I'm kind of thinking about it, maybe Eucharist isn't guaranteed win like Book of Rev is.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you get it Caves 2, it's a guaranteed win.
I think
But if you get
Rev
it
at any
late-
floor is a guaranteed win. Unless it's like...
You might be right. Okay. I'm looking at Relic again, though. It still feels weird that Relic is lower than Book of Rev, because Book of Rev...
It does
takes an
feel
active
weird,
slot,
but Book of Rev is one of those active items that, like... Again, it's just an instant win. And I actually don't feel like Relic is an instant win for some reason.
Yeah, I think it being an active actually kind of helps it in a way, just because you can get more charges on
Yeah,
it.
you can
But it is
guarantee
weird,
it.
because there is opportunity cost where you're giving up another active to have Book of Rev.
But it's, again,
Relic, you're not giving
Book of
up
Rev
anything.
is just, it's like actually top 5 best active items. Like, it's
Yeah.
one of the only active items I'd replace D6 with. Like, if
Yeah.
you replace D6 with it, it's a crazy active at the end of the day.
That's true. That's true. Okay, I think Euchross maybe being at the bottom of insane makes sense.
Yeah, I still think it
definitely
has
not
really
ever
highs.
being insane.
It does have high highs, but it... yeah, thinking of it in an Angel Deal room context, yeah, it's maybe not as insane. Can you find this anywhere else besides Angel Deal? Angel room?
Sack room, but yeah, like, just Angel Pool is the only pool.
Yeah. It's still good at the end of the day. I still think it's probably worth insane. Even just getting 1 or 2 more Angel Deals is that could usually be really run changing, but in and of itself, this technically doesn't do anything, you know? So
Yeah, I guess.
I think
anyway, we got another insane item.
All these insane
keep
items.
coming in a row. Okay, this I will have to admit I might be a little bit biased here. This is my favorite item. Like in terms of fun, this is my favorite item.
It's a very fun
I love
item.
Genesis.
I mean, it's also a really good item. It's definitely insane.
So okay, what it does is it removes all your items and it basically lets you draft a new build.
What a cool
it
item,
uses
bruh.
default. It uses D4 logic, and you get 3 choices. So it follows the item pools you took the items from, and it gives you 3 choices, which makes it way better than D4 because you can pick. But it follows D4 bug. You knew I was gonna say it. It follows D4 bug, and that makes it so busted, so busted. I think this is easily better than Holy Mantle.
It might be. You do just use it right
I'm glad
away.
you agree.
You do just use it right away.
You don't actually have to use it right away because you can keep going longer with it, and then as soon as you're about to die, like as soon as like you're in trouble, you can use it then if you need.
Well, I just mean
Or
like
even
if
it's
you already have a good active and you don't want to get rid of it, like you could just use Genesis right away. Will it teleport you back to the Angel Deal you just got it, or no? It might teleport you out of it.
Oh, no,
actually.
you have to go to the next floor. You have to leave the floor. You won't get your active back, but you'll get to draft a new active.
Oh, when you use this, it brings you to the next floor, doesn't it?
Yeah, it brings you to like the weird Genesis room. It has a trapdoor that goes to the next floor.
I guess there are scenarios where you can't use this, right? I mean, I guess you just have to hold it at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, how does this work?
I mean,
on
it
the
doesn't
final...
matter if you hold it because
How does this
theoretically
work-
every item you pick up,
How does this work on the final
get a
floor
choice.
anyway?
It brings you back to the floor you were on. Like it'll let you loop back around. So if you use it on chest, it will take you back to, like there'll be a trapdoor that takes you back to chest.
So it'll just reset the floor?
No, it's the same floor. It just brings you back to the starting room.
But this doesn't usually bring you to the starting room, does it?
No.
It usually brings you to the next floor.
Only on the final floor. If you're on any floor before the final floor, it takes you to the next floor. If you're on the final floor, it takes you to the starting room of the floor of the final floor.
I see. I think it's fair enough to be top of insane. I do. I mean, I'm not even considering the D4 bug. At the end of the day, like, all you need to know is that you get a choice of 3 items. I mean, this is technically probably always better than just Tainted Isaac effect, and Tainted Isaac is one of the most insane characters in the game.
Yeah.
Like, you have 3 choices for all your item pools. Like, you're gonna... With 3 completely different options, for every pool, you're gonna get some insane crap.
Yeah.
You just will.
Like, you don't have to use D4 bug a lot. Like, I mean, okay, firstly...
You don't need to use D4 bug.
You have to use it at all. Like this was, I already thought this was probably better than Holy Mantle before I used the D4 bug. Now that I use D4 bug, it's even better. You don't even have to commit to D4 bug. All you have to do is when your Angel Deal or Devil Deal spawns, check it before you pick up your boss item. That is all you have to do. Because by doing that, you've now D4 bugged your boss item to be Angel or Devil Pool. If you've done that in your run, I do that just in general. I don't have to have a D4 effect. I'll do it anyway because literally it spawns right next to the Angel Room. I may as well D4 bug the boss item. If I do that, when I get Genesis, I double the amount of Angel items I get with it. Like, and then you just win. Like, yeah, it's crazy.
I think it's fair enough. I really do. I don't even think there's much of an argument for it. I actually, honestly, I would say, I say this is crazy. I love Mantle so much, but I actually think it's quite a bit better than Mantle.
Me too.
I mean, it's a really fun item, sure, but it's also just really freaking strong. Like, I feel like you always get stronger using this than before you used it. I actually can't think of a time where I was weaker after I used it.
I got weaker with it once, but I had already had a really strong run, and I was still strong. So it didn't matter. But I did get weaker once, but only once, and I use the Stardom all the time.
Yeah.
So,
Trash,
there's
then.
that. Trash, yeah, it's terrible. Menmore and Wes.
Alright, so tell me about this. I actually forget what this does.
Me too. This changes your champion and room clear rewards to be what you're lacking.
Yeah.
So it gives you 2 soul hearts on pickup. So 2 soul hearts just immediately. That's nice. So there's a big problem with this. It doesn't work on soul heart It doesn't give you soul hearts on soul heart characters, which is the issue.
Wait,
the
really?
mechanics of this are really weird. It doesn't give you the soul heart drops, which is it's really bad.
That's odd.
In that
I
regard.
wonder why.
It would have been too good on soul heart characters, so they nerfed it like that. But I kind of disagree with that. Anyway, when Isaac has no red heart containers and less than 2 soul hearts, the room will always drop a soul heart if it would have dropped a reward. You have no red heart containers and less than 2 soul hearts. And then a soul heart again then if you have like at least 5 bombs, at least 5 keys, 15 pennies, like enough red hearts.
Does it at least always drop on soul heart characters? Does it at least always drop a soul heart if you have less than 2 soul hearts?
I don't know.
Because I mean, at least there's some extra survivability.
It still skips that step. It skips all red heart and soul heart steps on soul heart characters.
That is so odd. What?
Yeah, it's so much worse than soul heart characters.
Why'd they do that? I want to put it here just because of that.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. But if you're on a red heart character, then when Isaac has less than 6 total heart containers of any kind. So what you can do is, let's say you're on 5.5 heart containers or 5 heart containers or something, of either red or soul hearts. It doesn't matter. Just don't pick up the soul hearts that spawn, and you get your whole floor to flood with soul hearts, and then pick them all up at the end, and then you leave the floor with max health. That's really good. However, only red heart characters. On the Lost, you don't have health, so it doesn't matter. Keeper, you don't have health, so it doesn't matter. And then
so it's only going on characters.
And then soul heart characters, it would have been busted, but it skips the soul heart and red heart steps. So, yeah. Otherwise, that's the thing though. There's actually quite a number of characters that just don't really get much out of this, because it does. Okay, this is good if you're low on consumables. Like on Guppy's tail, it might be good. If you're struggling on keys, you'll drop more keys. Like,
I guess.
Okay,
realistically, at the end of the day, you are getting more of stuff that you don't have. So I think I'm actually going too hard on it.
I mean,
it probably actually is better.
Bombs,
I actually would argue it's better than all of these, even for the high points for red health characters.
It probably is. I mean, if you have no bombs, it gives you bombs. If you have no keys, it gives you keys. Like, you're never going to be in one of those runs where you have no keys and you're screwed, because it will drop keys for you.
Maybe I was talking. I was being too hard on it. I think this actually makes sense right here.
I could maybe see it in B just because of how good it is on on red heart characters. But it does really suck.
It's almost blatantly useless on soul heart characters.
No, I remember it vividly because I was doing a blue baby run, and I saw it in my angel deal, and I picked it because I thought, oh yeah, this is really good for my soul heart. There's like, because on every soul heart character, you're trying to find that one item, like a book of Revelations or relic.
Definitely.
You're trying to find that heart generation. And I found this in my angel deal.
I don't agree
and
with
I thought it would be that, and it wasn't.
That is so dumb that they don't. I think at the very least, they should make it so that if you're at less than 2 soul hearts, then it should always spawn one. Like, I feel like that makes sense. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. That's odd.
Yeah.
That is very odd. Whatever. That's fine.
I think top of C might make sense. But it still is really good on red heart character. Like, really, really good.
Yeah, I can see it. But, like, I don't know. I think even most of these items, even on red heart characters, are like debatably comparable anyway. I mean, it is. No, you're right. The high ends of this are insane. You basically just get max soul hearts.
Okay, if it was up to me, I'd put Halo below it in C tier. That's all I would do. I really think Halo is C tier.
I just don't think that's right.
I really think it is.
It's still all stats up. It is still all stats up.
Like, okay, how often do you actually need? Okay, you never need the range. Let's be real. How often do you need the speed?
The range, okay, you can't just discount the range. The range could be really useful in certain runs.
Very unlikely.
Of course it's likely. On any Azazel run, it's insane.
I guess the speed...
is nice most of the time.
I guess it's more often that I'm low on speed on a run, and that does fix speed at least.
Yeah.
Okay,
so there you go.
Okay, I can kind of see. I just wonder if Glyph of Balance should be bottom of B instead.
I don't think so. I feel like this feels right to me. I don't know.
I mean, it does also fully fix any consumable problems you'll have.
But you're only ever getting this floor 3 onwards. And I feel like consumable issues only happen at the beginning of the run.
That's also kind of true. That's a good point. Okay, maybe it is there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it really right to ignore how good this is on Red Heart characters? Like, on Red Heart characters, this is like A tier, right? You're getting so many soul hearts.
It's so, like... Okay,
Actually,
if you are...
theoretically,
okay,
on Red Heart characters,
the,
it's insane.
What's the rule for it again? It's if you have...
Okay.
If you have less than 2 soul hearts and less than 2 red health, or 2 red health.
Yeah.
Or
So
less.
if you're ever that low on health, it will always drop soul hearts. Then it can drop soul hearts again if you have a bunch of other conditions satisfied. So you need to have at least 5 bombs, 5 keys, and 15 pennies. And if you have all that, and you need to have full red heart containers. If you have full red heart containers, 15 pennies, 5 keys, 5 bombs, it always drops soul hearts. If you're less than 6 total heart containers. If you're on...
If you want to move it to the bottom of B, that's fine, but I value the all stats up so much higher, no matter what.
Okay, put it bottom of B then. It just feels wrong in C.
That's fine. Because Halo is just good on anybody. Like, you're always gonna pick this up and be satisfied. I think, like, whether or not you think
also,
the
this
stats don't matter or not,
it gives you 2 soul hearts on pickup. The Glyph of Balance gives you 2 soul hearts on
pickup.
pickup.
Yeah, I know.
Nice.
That's the only thing I was really thinking of for soul heart characters.
Yeah. Okay, for some reason, whoever made this template, Seraphim just is massive, so... Insane!
Insane! It's massive! This is actually a pretty good familiar, though, right?
It actually is a good familiar. This is C tier?
Well, isn't it, like, Sacred Heart tiers? Is that this one?
Yeah.
I mean...
Well, it's not familiar, so it's not, like,
you know, I will say... I mean, obviously you have to get this floor 3 onwards, but, like, this against rooms is kind of insane. Like, this does actually just kill enemies outright. And it does good damage against bosses. What's its damage?
10 damage.
It does 10 damage per shot. Realistically,
I don't know what the fire rate is though.
Realistically, 10 damage per shot. Wait, that's actually kind of crazy, isn't it?
I think it's good.
No, it's good. 10 damage.
I think it's very. I think it's extremely comparable to 7 Seals. Extremely.
No, I think it's a lot better, actually. Wait. If it's really 10 damage, and if it's the fire rate that I think it is, which I think is just like I think it's like Brother Bobby fire rate. Like,
Brother Bobby has faster fire rate for sure.
It might be similar. I don't think it's that much slower. I don't know. 10 damage and it homes? These shots are homing.
It seems to be half of Isaac's fire rate. I'm just firing next to it, and Isaac's, like, I'm seeing, like, twice as many of Isaac's tiers. So...
And it also homes, so it's hitting, like, basically every hit. I don't know, man. 10 damage.
I think it's, like, 13 or 14 damage per second, it seems.
10 damage is a lot. Like, 10 damage is usually the amount of damage that you have at the end of a run. Maybe a little bit less.
Okay, yeah, but the fire rate is very low, is the issue.
Yeah, but, like, that's why I said against the enemies. Like, 10 damage, you're going to kill most enemies with it, like, in one shot. With a familiar.
Yeah, but that's just, like, I think against bosses, it's not actually adding that much to your damage.
It might.
Like, it's okay.
It's not a bad multiplier, really.
Okay, listen, what are your normal, like, end of run stats? Like, how much tiers and damage do you think you have? I'll put it in my phone.
I think on average, it's like, I don't know, like 11 or 12 damage.
Okay, and then how much tier rate?
Like, maybe an average of, like, 1, like, full point less than cap.
So, like, 4?
Yeah, something like that.
So is that like 4 times 11? So that's 44. And then, I guess in that sense, it's like, I don't know. That feels wrong. I feel like my numbers are normally higher.
Like, I don't think it's that bad, actually. It doesn't feel as strong, but I think
if you're doing 44 and it's doing 13.5 or 14 damage per second, but you're doing 44 damage per second.
Obviously, it's not as strong in endgame, but like if you get this mid run, this thing's actually doing good damage. It just is. And even in late game,
I think it's extremely comparable to Seven Seals.
I don't think it is at all. I think it's way better. In fact, I might even, now that I know these numbers, I might actually take this over Halo.
I don't know. I think
it's
Seven
a good.
Seals is really good.
It's actually good damage though.
Seven Seals is also good damage.
But this Holmes.
I mean, so do the flies.
Yeah, but they're not as strong.
The flies scale off of your damage stat.
Yeah, but this is really good when you don't have damage. Like, that's the crazy thing. Like, usually that's my biggest negative about familiars, is that they don't scale with your own damage. But this already has good damage. Like, just flat out. Like, it's at a damage... It is at a damage stat that is, like, actually good and still, like, carries into the late game. Like,
I realize I just really hate Halo because I would put Halo below both Seven Seals and Seraphim.
I think it's a lot better than Glyph, actually.
I can see it being better than Glyph.
Can we just, like, put it here?
I feels wrong separating it from Seven Seals. I think they're so comparable.
No, I don't think Seven Seals is close. I actually don't.
How's it not close?
What's the damage for Seven Seals?
15 damage per second if you're Famine. Because Famine yeah, it deals contact damage. So Famine does 15 damage per second as contact damage. Pestilence does 15 damage per second as well. War does 45 damage per second. And Death does 45 damage per second. And Conquest does 15 damage per second. But they don't chase, I think. So I think War chases, Death chases. Yeah, okay. So that's the problem. So Death, Pestilence, and Famine, they don't. Oh no. Conquest, Pestilence, and Famine don't chase enemies.
Yeah.
So War and Death do, but they do 45 a second as contact, and also they spawn flies.
Mm-hmm. The ones that chase feel good.
And the flies Death flies do quadruple Isaac's damage. So your base damage is 3.5. That's already doing more than the Seraphim tier. Like, you see what I mean? It's so comparable to Seven Seals. I actually think we have Seven Seals too low.
Maybe it is. No, now that you say these numbers, maybe it actually is even better.
Because Seven Seals, I will pick, because like both of them I think they're good early game when you kind of lack damage. Seven Seals you pick up, I feel like it solves like some runs that are kind of struggling early on. Seven Seals can just kind of carry me for a little bit.
Yeah, no, maybe you're right. I actually feel the same way about this item too. Now that I'm hearing the numbers,
I don't disagree with Seraphim being in B tier. I disagreed with it being separate from Seven Seals. So if Seven Seals goes back into B tier, then I'm happy with Seraphim being there as well.
I think this is fine.
Because I think they're very comparable.
Do you think that this is like quite a bit better than this?
I actually do. I think if I got an Angel Room with both of them, I think I usually take Seven Seals. Okay. But it is kind of a close call. It's kind of a close call.
Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with this, actually.
I kind of want to put Halo down a tier. I'm so disappointed with Halo. It feels like nothing. It feels so underwhelming.
It's still all stats up. Like, you're always going to take it and, like, feel the benefit.
I guess. Whatever. Anyway, whatever. Guardian Angel. It's a familiar. It boosts the speed of all your familiars. What do you think of that? Do you think that's a downside?
Boost
that it makes all your familiars rotate faster?
They rotate faster. Yeah, I don't give a damn.
All of your familiars rotate faster. I think that's actually a bad thing.
Yeah, because it's too hard to hit things with. Trash.
Yeah. Do you think it rotating faster makes it easier to block shots?
No.
Do you think that do you think that the just obviously you're not trying, like you're just playing the game normally? Do you think it will block more shots?
I mean, I guess theoretically it probably does, but very slightly. Because technically, in the very few frames that the tier is traveling, technically your cube of meat could like go slightly faster to actually hit the tier before it hits you.
Yeah.
But that is such a frame perfect situation. Like,
yeah, the problem is that if you want to use even if you want to use them for contact, the faster spin could actually be a good thing, because sometimes it's not in position, and it will get it into position faster, but then it will be in position for less time as well. It's weird.
I think it's trash.
I don't think it's trash. I don't think it's trash. It might be D. I think it might be D. It's still an orbital at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I think it's better than Divine Intervention.
Actually, you're right. It is an orbital. Hold on. No, you're right.
It's an orbital at the end of the day. Like, even if it makes it a bit harder to use orbitals offensively, I think it's still an orbital. Maybe
That's
it's just there.
fine. I'm okay with this. I would put it above Purgatory, but... but maybe I'm being a little too hard on Purgatory. Alright, what's this again?
It's Swarm Protector. This is actually a good orbital. It absorbs, like, it brings shots towards it. Like, the shots actually, like, magnet into it a bit. And sometimes when it gets hit, it drops Eternal Hearts. If it blocks 10 shots in one room, it gives you an Eternal Heart. Oh, wait. Chance to drop an Eternal Heart on blocking 10 shots in one room. Okay. So I guess you don't get that many Eternal Hearts from this, but it can give you Eternal Hearts. Oh, so yes, thank you for... I wasn't looking, I was doing the weird bit. Thank you for deleting D, because yes, I don't think we need D.
Yeah, you're probably right. Where would you put this? I wasn't even paying attention, I believe you. This feels like an irrelevant item to me.
I didn't say anything. Yeah.
Oh.
It's an orbital, it magnets shots towards it, and it has a chance to drop an Eternal Heart every 10 shots it blocks.
Oh, what?
I don't know what the chance is, though.
Wait,
I don't know
really?
what the chance is, though.
Can you find out the chance? I didn't know it did that.
It doesn't say it on the wiki, so I will never
If
know.
you block 10 shots, you have a chance to drop an Eternal Heart?
It says, has a chance to drop an Eternal Heart upon blocking 10 shots in one room. So that's been one room, 10 shots. Can drop an Eternal Heart. I don't know what the chance is.
That could also even, like, technically save you in, like, a boss fight. Just get an extra hit.
Yeah. Yeah, and it attracts enemy shots towards it, so it will block more shots than other orbitals. Because it literally magnets them towards it. It's like the Forgotten's body. It'll push shots towards it.
I did not know that this item did that.
I don't... No, it's actually a good orbital. Like, I also think, like, I'm not super excited when I see it, but it's actually kind of a good orbital. Like, it's one of the better orbitals for defense.
Wait, is this actually kind of good? Wait, I'm mad I never knew about this. I wonder how much you can min-max this. Can it only happen once per room, the Eternal Heart drop?
By the way, I think... let me test. I think this works on, like, the...
Theoretically, this in Hush is kind of insane. I feel like you'd, like...
I think...
I feel like you'd just, like, spawn a million Eternal Hearts.
Turrets. Actually, yeah, Swarm Protector can be exploited with the help of Constant Stone Shooter to spawn unlimited Eternal Hearts. That says it on the wiki, so you can do that.
Bro.
If you have those rooms with the turrets, you can just abuse it, apparently. You have to sit there for a while, but it will work.
Well, that's basically max health.
Yeah, I mean if you think about it...
hell, no, but realistically, I would like to mention this. There was a comment the other day that said that they disagree with me including new players. I said I was gonna include more skill ceiling in the list in general, and like if you're actually using this at skill ceiling, it's just full health.
I mean, yeah, you can just stand next to... Well, okay, I do think there is a limit to that type of min-maxing. Like, for example, Placenta. I'm not going to reasonably say that Placenta gives you infinite health, because you have to wait so long that a lot of people won't do that. Like, even experienced
Well,
players...
no, I mean, no, if we're doing skill ceiling, then that's what you do. That's optimal.
Yeah, but yeah, the fact that it even is an option for Placenta still is pretty good. And you have an option for this. You do need to find one of those turrets, but if you find one of the rooms with the turrets in them, you just stand next to it. That's it. You just
wait.
And then
It's
leave,
infinite.
And come back later.
What's the argument? You get, and those enemies are pretty common. I think it's A.
I would not fight you too hard. It feels crazy to me, but
it does feel. I was gonna put this like right next to this one.
Yeah. No, I said it's a good orbital. It's good.
You spawn. I just had no idea it spawned Eternal Hearts. You just get full health from it.
Yeah, I mean
that's ridiculous. You could really just min-max with it. What? What? That blows my mind.
Even if you keep the Eternal Heart argument aside, as a defensive orbital, it's still good because it pulls shots towards it.
Right.
That's still good for a defensive orbital.
You just get full health. Wait.
I think who's actually going to see a turret, stop next to it, and then
nobody. But we're doing skill ceiling now, right? Like, I'm not including all skill levels anymore. That was the deal. So yeah, if you're playing optimally, this item's insane. You just get full health. It might actually just be better than all these.
I guess let's say I was on, because like I'm not gonna do that every time, but on the runs that need it, let's say I'm on an Eden streak, and it's a really bad Eden streak, and I get this on my Angel deal. Yeah, I will stand next to a turret, I will leave it, come back an hour later, and I'll have full health. Yeah, I'll do that. If it's on an Eden streak, I don't want to lose my streak. Like, I mean, actually, the fact that you can do that on an Eden streak is kind of insane.
You just get full health. Just
but you can
from one room. From one room, you just get full health. What? This is ridiculous.
Wait, is it insane?
It might be insane. I love the idea. I love the idea of this being insane so much.
I kind of want to leave it there just because it's funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Legitimate question. In the comments, do you agree with the fact that, because I feel it feels a bit weird to me to say it's that high, but do you agree with the fact that this on an Eden streak, it can literally save a bad run, like entirely on its own?
It definitely could. I mean, you get max health.
Is that enough for insane?
I would like to say, like, those stone turret enemies are common enough.
They are very common.
That I would say this is basically a full health item.
What I will say is maybe just because it is a bit weird, I would prefer top of A for this. I'd say just top of A.
But it's insane.
I'd say top of A.
I want it to be insane, because, like, this is one of those items that nobody thought about. It's actually kind of crazy. It's pretty...
I brought it around it a lot.
It's just full health. It's actually just, like, way better than body.
Maybe bottom of insane then. Let's put Eucharist above it. Eucharist, like, you know, most of the time Eucharist is doing more for you, okay? Like, oh, come on.
No, that's skill ceiling. You're getting full red health out of this.
Listen.
We are saying optimal Isaac players will put in...
Okay, no, I'm fine with it. I just, because it is so situational. Like,
it's not situational. It's actually just not situational.
No,
like,
it technically is.
No, it really isn't. It really isn't. You could find a room with a even besides the turret enemy, you could find any room that shoots tears and like just grind this. Realistically,
I'm fine with it being insane. I just want it at the very, very bottom of insane.
I think it's quite a lot better than Eucharist, though, because of what we mentioned about Eucharist. Like, you have to get it, like...
No, I'm just saying, on principle, just because it is a bit of a weird ranking decision we're making, I do want it bottom of insane, like, absolute bottom. Just in general.
But, I mean, if we're ranking on skill ceiling, it shouldn't matter. Like...
Yeah, but, yes... I mean, you could still just not get a turret enemy. That is possible.
Not really. I think it's way more possible that you're going to get this at a floor where it doesn't even matter. Like, you get this on your last Angel deal a lot more likely than you're not going to find a room where you can grind this.
You know what? I'll let you have it.
Let's go.
Insane!
Insane! What's this item even called again?
Sworn Protector.
Sworn Protector, the most goated orbital ever.
You didn't even... I explained it, and you were busy like changing the tiers, and then you're like, yeah, this is bad.
I mean, I was so sure that this was just a normal orbital that did nothing. Like,
yeah, I knew about the Eternal Heart thing. I've never used it for Infinite Eternal Hearts, but yeah, I mean, I've never had to, but if I did have to, I would do it.
Like I said, I mean, you know, comments wanted this, all right? You can't be mad at me, all right? I'm just rating at skill ceiling like I was told to do. High-skilled Isaac players will do this and get max health. Whatever. Habit. I mean, Habit's good.
Okay. Habit is one of the items where I feel like it either does nothing or it's insane.
It breaks the entire run.
It's such a hit or miss item.
It is. It is. I think actually, I feel like bottom of A makes sense.
I'm not gonna fight it. I mean, it's okay. Yeah. So just make sure everyone understands. There are a lot of runs where this is like C tier.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of runs where this just breaks the game open.
Yeah. I mean, it literally breaks. Like, if you get this with I mean, hell, you get this with prayer card. It's ridiculous. You know, you sacrifice.
Book of Rev, it's very
Book of
good.
Rev.
Like,
yeah, I mean, you
Tainted
could literally.
Maggie. If you get this on Tainted Maggie, you basically win.
Like, you could min max with this so easy on like blood dono machines. Like,
yeah,
it's actually like so free for so many active items. Hell, freaking D6. This is ridiculous with D6. You basically get free charges.
yeah. So certain actives, this just you're getting so much value.
Yeah,
but
I
is
mean,
a bit
hell,
situational.
even in a battle situation, like Book of Belial, like you get multiple damage ups in a boss fight, because like, you know, you're gonna get hit multiple times. Like,
that being said, are you actually gonna take this over Blood of the Martyr if you see both in the Angel Room?
I mean, it depends.
I guess it depends on the run.
It depends. It absolutely depends. If I have D6, I'm definitely taking Habit.
But on average, which one are you taking?
Well, what I'd like to say is, on average, you know, a lot of the characters have a good active item on Rib. So, Habit is very commonly what I'm going to pick over. Because, like, you know, you got Lemegeton, you got D6, you got Eternal D6, Book of Belial, Book of Virtues. Like, it's
Okay,
not...
Eternal D6 doesn't count because that's on the Lost. And you have to die to use
Good
Habit.
point.
So...
Good point, actually. Hell, wait, is this item insane with Wooden Nickel?
Yes.
That is ridiculous. Wait.
So wait, it's really good on Keeper. It's really good on Maggie. It's really
Obviously,
good on Tainted Maggie.
okay, like, obviously, yes, there are some runs where I'd rather take the flat out damage up, but, you know, like, I think most active items benefit from Habit. Like, as long as you have at least a semi-decent active, this is going to be better, I would argue. You know?
Yeah, no, that's fine, actually. It doesn't work with the Lost, though, which is a bit sad.
Yeah, but it is what it is. Even, like, the fact that this isn't even just, like, all the challenge characters, it's literally only the Lost that this is bad on, I think that's worth noting. Like, it's not like it's bad on the Keepers, it's great on the Keepers.
Well, only regular Keeper, because Tainted Keeper doesn't have an active, but...
No, you can still get an active. I just mean, like...
You can still get one.
I just mean, like, Lost is the only character that literally cannot use it.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're still using it, like, to really great effect on almost every character, except for 2 of them.
Yeah. I mean, all of the Tainted characters with their pocket actives, like...
Yeah, true.
You always have them. Like...
True.
Because that was the problem with, I don't remember what item we were talking about. That, we had to consider, like, what characters have active items. I don't remember. Oh, it was one of the cards. It was Wild Card. It was Wild Card in the cards list.
Oh, yeah.
We had to consider, like, what items all the characters start with. And, actually, wait, I think we did just... I guess we overlooked... Oh, no, we were talking about Question Card. Right, we're talking about Question Card. And Question Card, the problem was that, the, Tainted characters couldn't use it. But Habit, you can. Like, you still get the benefit with the pocket active.
Yeah.
So, it is better than our Question Card, comparison was.
My man, holy poop. That's what
this
I call
one just
it.
Okay. When you get hit, it drops the holy poop, and you get like basically the Star of Bethlehem effect when you're in the range. Oh, it doesn't give you the damage, but it gives you the tier rate. And it still blocks the shots. The problem is that this poop dies in like 2 hits. Like
does it break to enemy shots? I feel like it does, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Honestly, if it could only break by your own shots, I actually think it could be as high as A, even, but it does die so quickly, like, all the time. I think it's probably here, realistically. I mean, you do still get a big nuke out of it, and it
doesn't break to enemy shots. It doesn't break to enemy shots.
It doesn't? Seriously?
But it breaks to explosions and stomping attacks. So against Mom, it's probably gonna break. Against Delirium, it will break.
And, like, if the enemy, like, goes over it, like, if they are rushing?
Probably. Like, if they're a big enemy, yeah.
I actually didn't know that. Maybe it is at least B.
I mean, like, against Mother, it's gonna break. Mega Satan, it probably works. It probably works against Mega Satan.
It is still a pretty small range.
I feel like sometimes you break it on your own by accident, because it's so fragile. Like...
Now that I know it doesn't break to tiers, though, I think it has to be B. I think its effect is too strong.
That feels really wrong to me, though. It feels really,
It feels wrong to me, too, but hell, again, if we're doing skill ceiling, you're not going to break it by yourself. This is why I hate breaking on skill ceiling, man. You'll never break this by yourself if you're good at the game.
No, a lot of bosses will just break it.
No, and that's true. That's true. But, like, you can never...
I can see absolute bottom of B at the highest. Because I was going to say C easily.
I was originally going to say here. But I mean, if the tiers can't break it, then I think that's fair enough.
I'm okay with it, but I'm not a huge fan of this item.
I'm not
whatever.
super big fan either, but objectively speaking, it's insane at skill ceiling.
You're gonna make everyone think the skill ceiling argument isn't what it actually is.
Listen, man, like, oh, I can't include all skill levels, so I must just have to say that everybody plays perfect. So it's insane.
No, it's not about playing perfectly. It's about like what reasonable level can someone play at.
Yeah.
Now, I do think at a reasonable level, if you're careful, you probably won't break it. So I think that is fair. But like, it's not that you're never gonna break it. You still will break it with tiers with your own tiers sometimes on accident. Like it's still gonna happen.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's fine. Holy Grail. It's flight, so it's A tier. It's not got spectral, but it gives you a red heart.
I probably value spectral more.
I also value spectral more, but flight. I think flight in general is kind of just it's an A tier effect, or it's at least top of B effect.
I kind of want to put habit above both of these though. Is that bad?
Habit goes below. I think flight is more just more likely to be good.
I mean, yeah.
Habit is a bit.
But this is just way higher, and I mean, this is one.
I can say it like this: I will take flight over Blood of the Martyr almost every time, but I will not take habit over Blood of the Martyr sometimes. Like it really depends on the run, and just because of that, I think it has to be like
Okay, that's fine. I don't even think there's much more argument there. It's a health up plus a flight, which I don't think is quite as good as spectral and flight combined, but
it's still pretty similar. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. We're back. Turt's internet crashed, and then my PC crashed consecutively. It was kind of crazy.
So we came back, we started talking about Holy Light, and Matt's PC crashed, and we thought we lost the recording, and we just spent like half an hour trying to get it back.
But we got it back. We got it back. We're good. We're good, boys.
I think we got it back.
Yeah, so Holy Light's super cursed, so we're going to crash again in a second here, but Holy Light, goated ass item. It's actually my favorite, well, it's my second favorite tier-based effect in the game. Second to the what's the devil deal one?
Ocular Rift.
Ocular Rift. I love Ocular Rift. So much so I don't remember its name. Yes, this is really good. So basically, 10% of your shots are launching off a Holy Light shot, which does the original tier's damage, but then additionally launches down the beam of light for what's the damage multiplier of the beam of light?
Oh wait, actually. Oh, wait. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Oh my god, wait. That changes everything, Manor. That changes everything. Because I thought you're doing 3 times damage on the tier, but you're actually doing 4 times damage on the tier. Hold on.
No, I've been saying that. Like,
I'm stupid, Manor. I'm stupid.
It does the tier and then does the beam.
Okay, never mind. So I did some damage formulas for this. I think the base formula is actually 1.3 times. And then on perfection with the Lost, you've got 2.5 times damage multiplier.
Anyways, it's an insane item. If you have perfection, it's 50% of all your shots.
Yeah.
So this is actually like one of the best damage based items in the game for Lost or Tainted Lost.
Yeah. At 0 luck, you're getting effectively 1.3 times damage multiplier, but also it's a bit better than that because in rooms with enemies, the beam does AoE damage, and that's very good sometimes.
It's really good for enemies, yeah.
It scales really weirdly with luck. So it maxes out at 9 luck, where you get 50%. But it doesn't actually get high in luck until, like, you reach, it's at 6 luck, you're only at 21%. And your base chance is 10%. And then at 9 luck, you're at 50%. Like, it scales weirdly. You're probably getting less than 5 luck in your run if you're not getting perfection. So you can probably reasonably get it to, like, 15 or 18%. And in that case, it's doing around what Cricket's Head will do, like approximately 1.5 times damage multiplier, which is really good. So
insane.
Yeah, I mean, at least 1.3. I do think it's better than Crown of Light. I would rather always have the 1.3 times with AoE damage, with no conditions on it.
And if you have perfection, you're absolutely ridiculous. You have like 2.5 damage. And if you have perfection,
you just win. Yeah.
You just like on Lost is unironically one of the best things. Like it just is. Yeah. Like, it's actually so cracked.
Yeah. So I actually think that makes sense. I was gonna put it lower initially, but then I'm actually like looking at like what's in Insane.
Yeah.
And I think it is actually.
I actually wanted this insane even before I heard the numbers, but the more I think about it, the more like I realize, yeah, it actually deserves to be this high.
No,
It's a
I
really
was
good
thinking
effect.
I was thinking it's top of A, like very top of A. But yeah, looking at the numbers, it's actually comparable to Cricket's Head.
This is one of those things where it's like it felt like it was super insane, but like maybe the numbers would make it worse, but actually the numbers made me feel it's even better than I thought, so that's great.
Yeah, no, the numbers are definitely the percentage chance to fire is higher than I thought, which is what really does it for me.
It's very good.
Yeah.
All right, so what is this bad boy?
Immaculate Conception. This one, like, oh my, okay, so it's like Canvy Conception, right? But it's like, it's not. Let me read out exactly, like, okay. Upon picking up 15 heart pickups, Isaac gains a permanent angelic familiar and generates a soul heart. So you get some soul hearts on 15 hearts. The familiars it can give you is Holy Water, Guardian Angel, Sworn Protector, the Relic, or Seraphim.
It can give Sworn Protector, that means it's insane!
Insane!
Sworn Protector means you get infinite health!
It's 15 heart pickups you need to pick up. That's good if you're like a red heart character, where you can,
So does this do nothing if you're a soul heart character?
No, picking up soul hearts, but you need to pick up 15 soul hearts for it to do anything, which is the hard part.
Yeah.
And you're only getting one familiar from it. Yeah, I mean, most of the... Okay, Seraphim is in B tier, Relic is in A tier, Sworn Protector is in Insane, Holy Water is in B tier, and Guardian Angel is in C tier. So you're getting, like, on average, the middle of the road there is Holy Water. Like, that's the one we have in the middle of all of these. So in 15 hearts, you're getting, like, a high B item, if you look at it that way. But the problem is, are you actually getting the 15 hearts? You can if you're a red heart character, I think. If you're a red heart character...
Yeah, if you're a red heart character, you're probably okay. I don't know, maybe it actually is C, the more I think about it.
I think the Lost can actually use this, though, because he can still pick up soul hearts, he just gets no benefit from them.
Yeah, but like...
So I think the Lost still gets use.
But like 15 soul hearts.
It also drops a soul heart. It drops a soul heart in when you get your thing. You get a free soul heart.
Whoa.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. It feels weird because a lot of the time this will just do nothing. But then if you actually get to pay out, then it gives you something good. But I'd rather have Seraphim instantly than pick this up to have a chance at getting Seraphim. Like.
Yeah, I don't really like this item. The more I think about it.
Yeah.
I guess it drops a soul heart. Ooh. And I guess it has high highs. But even
I think it's better than Celtic Cross though.
I don't think so. I think Celtic Cross actually is so much better.
No, I think if you're min-maxing, like you are going to be if you have Celtic Cross, I think if you're in like a run that can do that, then I think you...
But like, what are you getting? Like, an okay familiar?
A familiar that's higher on the list than Celtic Cross, because Celtic Cross is lower than 4 of them. The only miss would be Guardian Angel.
Yeah, but then you have to pick up 15 hearts.
I mean, you can do it multiple times. If you pick up 30 hearts, you get 2 familiars. Like
that is... Picking up 30 hearts is just unrealistic.
Okay, but if you pick up 15 hearts, then...
Even 15 is like, again, you gotta remember, you're picking this up 3rd or 4th floor at the earliest. That's the best case scenario for this item.
I don't know, I can usually get to pay out, like once or twice.
I've never had to pay out twice. That's crazy.
I've definitely had to pay it twice, but it is on red health characters. If you're on a soul heart character, then...
You could probably do it with a red heart character, yeah, but you have to get it early and like... I don't know.
I think it's better on the Celtic Cross.
I think Celtic Cross is actually better than both of these now that I think about it.
I think Glyph of Balance is better.
Maybe.
I agree with it being better than Holy Poop, though.
Maybe.
And then we put Holy Poop and the Celtic Cross in C tier again.
But above this. Okay.
And then
that's good.
You're not gonna let me put... Okay, that's fine. You know what? You know what? No. Put Immaculate Conception above the Holy Poop. You know it's true.
No. This has highs.
You know what? No. I think
Boss can't even shoot it at skill ceiling. This item's crazy.
I think Immaculate Conception is higher than Celtic Cross. So
No.
you have to put it in the midpoint, which is between the Poop and the Celtic Cross.
No, skill ceiling, this is so much better.
No. We have to do midpoint here.
Oh yeah, but I think it's here because skill ceiling.
What? No, that's not the argument.
It's skill ceiling, bro. If you don't shoot it,
Your bosses destroyed half the time.
All right, fine.
They
You
still
want
find a
to
way.
put it here? Whatever. Fine.
Yes. There,
All right.
there's, yes, good. Excellent. Alright,
Right.
this item's trash. But that sucks.
All right, moving on. This one's insane.
This item's insane. No, okay. Let's actually rank them. Sacred Heart is
It's an
okay, I
item.
think it's definitely better than Holy. It's definitely better than Holy Mantle.
Yeah.
You agree? Is it
Yeah.
better than Genesis?
The thing is, I'm gonna say yes, because the thing is, right? Like, Sacred Heart. This is similar. Well, this is even better than Brimstone. Like, like
Yeah.
This
no,
is,
I actually agree.
This is
'Cause here's the thing, right?
such a run. Like, this is the only item you need. This is all you need.
No, because wait, like you could turn all of your items into better items with Genesis.
Or you could just pick up
or
Sacred
you
Heart.
could just get Sacred Heart, and that's all you need. You're broken
That's
anyway.
all you
Like, who
need,
cares?
bro. Yeah.
Genesis could, if you get unlucky with Genesis, you could still get worse off. Sacred Heart, you can't get. It's just Sacred Heart.
Yeah.
I mean, the damage multiplier on this is insane. I forget what the exact number is, but it's very high.
You're probably gonna need it whenever.
2.3 times.
You're probably gonna need it whenever
2.3
we
times
compare
damage
it.
multiplier.
2.3.
It's homing. It gives you a red heart, and it fully heals all your red heart containers. Like,
Some of that stuff is
it
just
does so
overkill.
much.
Like, why even heal all your heart containers at that point?
yeah. I mean, this is all you really need. I do think it's better than Genesis. I like Genesis more. Genesis is really fun.
But it's Sacred Heart. This is better than
That's all you
Brimstone.
need.
This item is better than the top of the Devil Deal list.
You pick this up, and it instantly solves your run. I also think Genesis is better than Brimstone, by the way.
It might be, yeah. I can see it. Brimstone actually does have unironic, like, negatives to it.
Yeah.
Whereas this, like, is there any run that gets ruined by Sacred Heart? No.
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 I mean, it lowers your tier rate slightly.
Yeah, but
Damn.
it doesn't matter.
Trash.
Yeah, no, it's Sacred Heart. It's debatably one of the best items in the game, like top 3. Like, is there any argument?
You know what's weird? I think in After Earth Plus, everyone was sleeping on this item, and it was only because no one went to Angel Rooms.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just because Angel Rooms in general are just not as good.
No one went to Angel Rooms, so no one knew how high, like how good this item was. And then, come around to Rep where Angel Rooms are good. Everyone's going to Angel Rooms, and then they realize, oh wait, Sacred Heart is like one of the best items in the game.
It's actually ridiculous. It is.
You just win.
All right, no more
yeah.
discussion. It's a crazy item. Immaculate.
Well, actually,
Heart?
no. I just want to go. Shadow Light is insane for being a 2 times damage multiplier with conditions. Sacred Heart is higher damage multiplier and homing.
Yeah.
No conditions.
It is kind of ridiculous. The more you
Like,
think about it,
anyway.
there's no condition to it.
Immaculate Heart. Okay. It's rip off Sacred Heart. It is. Let me get the numbers. It's a 1.2 times damage multiplier, which is okay. It fully heals your red hearts and gives you a red heart container like Sacred Heart does, and it like lets you have a tier that orbits you sometimes. Like when you're shooting, it will shoot an extra tier that has like tiny planet physics. It's kind of weird.
This is literally just budget Sacred Heart, but like,
It's still a 1.2 times damage multiplier though, and that's solid.
yeah, but what was Sacred Heart like 2.5?
2.3.
That's
yeah, no.
that
No,
is
I'm not
so
comparing it
much
to Sacred Heart.
less.
No, I'm not comparing it to Sacred Heart. But on its own, it's still a damage multiplier.
It is. I still feel like I usually win when I get this.
I don't think it's insane though, not even close. I think it's probably A tier somewhere.
Yeah, that's fine.
It might actually be top of A, or maybe Relic's better. I'm not sure.
I do like it being right below Sacred Heart.
Yes. But is Relic better though? Relic might be.
Probably not actually, no. I think I'd rather take the multiplier.
Yeah. I mean, a multiplier is a multiplier. Multipliers are really good because the damage formula starts to plateau, and the multipliers get around that, so let's get around it. It also
you get a
fully heals
heart.
your red hearts, that can be useful sometimes.
Yeah,
You
that's
get the
fine.
extra shots from the tiny planet effect. I don't know, but, like, it's not that big of a damage multiplier. Like, part of me thinks that Relic might be better.
I don't think so. I think if you're in a room with these two items, I think you always take it. I think you always take the heart.
Probably.
Like realistically, you're probably gonna just take the damage multiplier. Like you can find health.
Yeah, I mean, wait, how much is this on a run that has no damage ups? Give me a sec.
God damn it.
I'm putting out my formula.
Jar of Wisps.
What? 1.2 times. Doesn't on base damage, it's not that good.
I'm trying to remember. Well, obviously, you get more damage ups with it. That's the point of a multiplier. You're probably getting this after. You're probably getting this after you already have damage ups anyway, because it's third or fourth floor.
How many damage ups do you need for it to start being good, though?
Just like 1 or 2, probably.
I'm actually like. What have I done wrong? All right, that's a multiplier. Oops. I don't know. It's actually giving you less. If I'm on 3 damage and that's on 3 damage, now it's giving me 1.5 damage up. If I'm on 4 damage ups and 4 damage ups, now it's giving me 1.6. And 1.6 is around about where... Okay, so you need to be on 4 damage ups already. So you need like 4 Blood of the Martyrs. For the Immaculate Conception to be the same as your first Blood of the Martyr, if that makes sense. Like, the first Blood of the Martyr you pick up, which gives you the highest damage, is 1.6 extra. If you're on a run that has 4 Blood of the Martyrs, then you pick up Immaculate Conception, and it's equal to the first Blood of the Martyr.
Really?
There's still one. Yeah. It's 1.2. It's not actually that high.
Wait, so you're only getting... After 4 damage ups, you are only getting the benefit of 1 Blood of the Martyr.
Yeah, the original one. Because future Blood of the Martyrs will be weaker, because the first damage up is the best, and then it plateaus. So the Immaculate Heart is equivalent to the first Blood of the Martyr you picked up.
That feels so wrong.
After 4. After that point, it's higher. But
so you need 4 damage ups for it to be higher than a single damage up.
Yes, when you're at no damage up.
Well, then it's ass. It's lower.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But then in that scenario, how much does a 1.3 times do? Because the Holy Light was a 1.3.
If your math is correct, then it's just worse. There's no argument. 4 damage ups. Well, I don't know. Maybe you do get more than 4 damage ups in a run.
You probably do get more than 4 in a run. But yeah, I don't know. The multipliers are surprisingly little sometimes.
Maybe just do that.
Because one thing good with Cricket's Head is Cricket's Head gives you a damage up built in as well. So does Sacred Heart, which helps it multiply because it actually has something to multiply originally. Well, if you pick up... The problem with Immaculate Heart is if you pick it up too early, you don't have anything to multiply. That's the issue. It doesn't have any damage up built in. Like, if it was a +1 damage and a 1.2 times, then yeah, it's A tier for sure. But it doesn't give you any damage up. So you need to rely on other damage ups you have, otherwise it's kind of underwhelming.
That is interesting. Maybe
yeah, that's why I wasn't sure.
Maybe I kind of feel like that's true too. Whenever I pick this up, sometimes it does feel a little underwhelming. That's fine then. You want to just leave it here?
Yeah, from that perspective though, I'm wondering if Holy Light needs to go down. Because Holy Light is in the same position where you aren't getting any damage up. Like... What are the numbers on Holy Light? If I go...
I don't think it's the same comparison at all. Again, I do not consider this a damage multiplier. It is not. It is a damage addition. You are adding on damage on top of your other damage. Your shot is not doing more damage. You are adding extra damage.
Oh, no, but I have a formula that's giving me, the equivalent of if it was a damage multiplier. On average, how many shots you do. Either way, just to put it in perspective... For one, Holy Light grows on luck, and I'm using the lowest damage multiplier when you're on 0 luck. But it still is giving you higher than a Blood of the Martyr after 2 damage ups, and it's giving you very close to the same at 1 damage up. So it's still a lot better. Yeah. So even just taking it from 1.2 to 1.3 is actually quite significant. So I think it's fine being there still, especially since it scales with luck. It does AOE damage.
That's
I still think it's a lot better.
All right. Jar of Wisps.
Jar of Wisps.
This item
Jar of Wisps.
is an
12 room charge to give you 1 wisp. However, the next time you use it, it gives you 2 wisps. And then the time after that, it gives you 3 wisps, etc. So you can. I mean, I've had this get up to 8 wisps or something before, right?
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
It's cool, but it's an active item. You have to get this
you have to get it really early.
At the 3rd or 4th floor. I'm actually surprised at how much I keep bringing this up, but it's very accurate for a lot of these items. This item you basically need to have floor 1 or 2 for it to actually get cracked.
Yeah. I do think it's better. Yeah, I think it's top of trash. It's so slow. It's just way
It's way
too
too slow. You
and it's
never
taking up your
get to
active
its
slot.
cap. Honestly, it should actually be 6-room charge. I don't think it should be 12 at all. I don't think it'd be too strong even. I really don't.
Yeah.
Like, and even if it is strong, let it be. It's an angel deal item. I mean, it's an angel room
Yeah.
item. Let it be strong. If it was a 6-room charge, it would probably only be like, I don't know, here. I actually still think it's worse than Book of Virtues, because Book of Virtues stacks with other active items. Like,
That's true.
it's just regular old wisps, and they're not even good wisps. Like who cares? Yeah. Like, yeah, you get some extra protection.
Yeah.
Why is it a 12-room charge?
To be fair, the one run where I did actually have it like early on and I got like quite a lot of wisps for it, it was actually good that run. It was good, but I've had that happen once.
Yeah,
so
you get this item a lot. It feels pretty common too. Honestly.
Yeah, and then I've only like out of all the times I've seen it, I've had it be good for me once. So it's not,
yeah,
that's a sign that it's not good.
You just have to get it really early, and for this list in particular, it is guaranteed 3rd or 4th floor, like at the earliest. Like that's best case scenario. So yeah, I don't know. Very, very situational.
Jesus Juice is damage. It is less damage than Blood of the Martyr. It's plus 0.5 damage. So
Blood of the Martyr is. You said Blood of the Martyr is 1.6.
That's the stat increase you get from base stats. So your 3.5 gets increased by 1.6. But the actual formula it does is plus 1. The Jesus Juice is let me do Jesus Juice first. Jesus Juice is over normal. At base stats, you get plus 0.9. I'm actually going to compare it to Halo. Halo gives you... Oh, wow, that's actually sad for Halo. Jesus Juice is still higher than Halo in terms of DPS. Barely. Barely. Like, very, very barely.
Let's just leave it there then.
Yeah, I think that's fine. No, actually, I would actually argue Halo is better. Because Halo's giving you speed and health up.
And tiers.
Well, I've already factored in the tiers into the DPS.
Whatever, man.
And Jesus is slightly higher DPS.
Alright, there.
But yeah,
I don't care that much about Jesus Juice, it's just stats, whatever.
Yeah. It's an okay, like, it's a, damage up. It's alright. And it gives you some range.
Lazrags. So, okay, I want to talk about this for a split second. So, I don't think anybody mentioned this on the Devil Deal list. Like, I don't think there's any comments about it yet. But
well, I was pretty fair about it because we did place it where we wanted to, and then we went back on it.
So basically,
we explained it well.
We're gonna... Okay, this is similar to Judas's Shadow in that list. If you've watched that video, then you know that we originally placed Judas's Shadow super high on the list because it is. It's a cracked item, unless you're going for completion marks. The completion marks are the primary thing that we look at when ranking items, and then everything else we also factor in, just not as highly. But after rewatching the video, I just don't like the idea that we are completely ignoring any other kinds of Isaac players, right? Like, not everybody plays Isaacs just for completion marks. That's what most people do, for sure. But at the end of the day, the item is still insanely powerful. So, I don't know. I either feel like we should have... I don't know. Because I agree with what Turt said. He basically said we shouldn't put it in the middle of the list because that placement didn't mean anything, Judas's Shadow. But I don't know. I feel like including everything for an overall placement makes more sense.
I think it makes the most sense to just put it where we think the item is if you're ignoring completion marks. See, because like, people know where it's going to be if you are including completion marks. People know it's trash if you're including completion marks. Like, that's a known placement. Yeah. That, like, we can say that and it doesn't mean anything because everyone knows.
So I guess if we're being consistent, we could do the same exact thing again and just put it really
low.
But
we'll do it the other way around. So we'll put it in trash. Where do I think this goes if you are doing completion marks? Or, as I mentioned in the Judas's Shadow part as well, even for streaks, I think it doesn't actually make sense to allow character revives for streaks as well because, let's say you're playing the Lost and you revive as Lazarus.
Okay, but like, that only is applicable for Lost streaking though. Like, that's pretty specific. Like,
well, no, I apply it to all streaks.
Okay, but that's silly. No, I actually do think that's silly in general. Like, if you're doing like an Isaac streak, who cares? right? You revive into Lazarus. Oh, big whoop!
Okay.
I'm not Isaac anymore.
If,
you know what I mean?
If you're playing Tainted Isaac and you revive as Lazarus and you don't have an item limit anymore, are you really Tainted Isaac?
Are the items still cycling?
No.
There you go.
And you have no inventory.
It's fair at that point. Whatever. It's a beneficial item to take at that point. Like, I only think it's fair to ban items like this if you're doing specifically lost streaking. I think anything else is kind of valid, honestly.
Either way, we know that stuff like Judas' Shadow and Lazarus will be low if you're like me and you ban them for regular streak because you want it into the same.
I mean, I guess in hindsight, for consistency, we probably should just place it on the lower end as well, just like Judas' Shadow, just because.
Well,
that's
no,
what we did for Judas'
like
Shadow.
I wanted to put Judas' Shadow either because we did like do a mock placement for it, like it's probably going here, but the downside is that we didn't do it again at the end of the list. So it could have changed after we like changed the list around and had more items. I think I agree with what we did where we pick one of the positions. I just think we probably actually should have picked the high position, just because the low position is obvious. Like everyone knows.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree. Actually.
Bottom of E. Like.
Yeah. Let's just do the high position then. I agree with you.
Yeah.
So the mock position that we put for Judas' Shadow, just imagine that we did that in that video.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah,
Obviously,
so
this turns you into Lazarus, which doesn't
for
let
this,
you. This doesn't let you get achievements. You know that.
Yeah, if we're gonna factor in completion marks, I'd put this either below Censor or between Censor and Delirious. It doesn't really matter. If we're gonna allow it, like let's say you're doing Eden streaks and you allow this item, then it's actually good because Lazarus is a good character.
To be fair, I'd still put it here because even with
Lazarus is a good character now.
I'd put it here even with all that because it's a revive item. Like at worst, you're reviving the Lazarus, and there's a chance that you have achievements to get as Lazarus anyway, right? Like it's not like it's a negative.
Oh, you're saying okay, yeah. You're saying if you the problem with this character revive is if you're doing completion marks, it actually is detrimental because this is a high priority revive. It happens before a lot of the other ones, and therefore if you have like Dead Cat, I think this revives you first, which is bad. Yeah. I don't want that.
But, you know, there's a lot of times where you don't have Lazarus. Let's say you didn't have Lazarus achievements, so you could still get achievements. Let's say you just actively lose, like, you lose full odds, then guess what? Your run could be saved by this.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's the same room revive. Alright, anyway, this is where I'd put it if we weren't, or maybe even here, honestly. But with the high point, we're not considering the achievements.
Yeah, Lazarus is actually a good character after they buffed him. He gets revives every floor and that give you permanent damage ups. That's good. This is like I think this is an A tier item.
This is only bad on Tainted Lazarus. Because it turns you into Tainted Lazarus. Tainted Lazarus sucks ass.
No. The reason it's not as good on Tainted Lazarus is because it revives you as the same character. The character is a
bad character.
But it's not upgrading your character, is what I mean. It's
Lazarus is almost always upgrading your character. Tainted Lazarus is not a good character, alright? That is so cap.
He is.
He is not. He is not. He is not a
He's
good
like
character.
B tier at minimum.
What? Okay,
You're bad.
What is he behind?
You're literally
What
just
is he
bad.
behind? What is he behind?
I don't know. I'm not doing a character tier list right now. When we do the character tier list, I'll talk about that.
He's still behind Blue Baby. He will always be behind Blue Baby. 100%.
You're wrong. You're literally.
He's 100% below Blue Baby.
Anyway, what? I can't speak anymore. Let's rank the Lazarus ranks.
I mean, it's a same room revive. It's still nice. You turn into Lazarus.
Thing is, it actually could downgrade your character some. If you're playing the base characters, I think this is always an upgrade because the base characters don't really have like an identity to them. They usually just have like a starting item that you're gonna still have that starting item. But if you're playing tainted characters, I do think this could potentially be a bad thing.
Not really though. Lazarus is like an S tier character.
Yeah.
Like it's really not.
I'd say like specific characters. Like if you're tainted Lilith, I think you're gonna get downgrade. Stuff like that. If you're tainted Eve, you're probably getting a down.
I don't even think that's. No, I don't think
tainted
Tainted Lilith is a downgrade at all. I think Lazarus is better than Tainted Lilith.
You're crazy.
No, I actually do because you're getting damage up every floor.
You're just crazy.
You get a free life every floor. That's still applicable after you use this, right? You get a free life every floor.
Yeah.
100%. Then Lazarus is better. You get free devil deals, free whatever. You get sackable. You get a damage up every single time you do it. It's so min-maxable. It's not even close. He's like a whole tier above.
you're crazy. 10 Lilith doesn't like she's just overpowered in base all the time. Anyway, um,
Um,
I think it's A tier. It's definitely not insane, and I don't think it's B tier, so it has to be A tier.
this is fine.
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, is it arguably higher? I guess this is like. I guess this is kind of like Inner Child, where like I will. Yeah, it's actually a lot like Inner Child, where I'll kill myself with Inner Child on purpose sometimes, and you can do it with this item as well, and you get a permanent damage up.
Yeah,
and then
I guess if
you
you're
get more
early
revives.
enough, I would do that as well. I actually would argue, if you're not going for achievements, that it probably is still technically better to just save it, depending on which character you are. If you're actively playing as a bad character, and see, because that's what's so weird about it. Because like, why would you even play as a bad character if you're, you know, if you're if you're not going for achievements? I don't know, whatever. It's a bit odd in that case, but we could just leave it
I
here.
can see it being higher than Habit, just because Habit is a bit situational sometimes. But I think maybe just stop there.
I guess that's fine.
That's weird.
Mitre.
Okay. This is a weird item. I feel like it does a lot and at the same time does nothing.
It
Converts
spawns
red hearts
extra-
into soul hearts
yeah.
50% of the time. Or 33% of the time. It got nerfed. 33%. I did not know that.
I mean, is it? I think it goes right next to Relic, probably, whether it's higher or above. What's the percentage chance?
33% chance that every red heart gets turned into a soul heart.
And what's the chance to spawn a red heart?
You asked the hard questions.
I'm down to the math here.
Wait, my brain is not working anymore. Room clear rewards. There we go. I found the room clear rewards. Chance of a heart is 10. No, that's wrong. 15% base chance.
So
and
it
the chance
is
of a heart drop.
15% chance and then a separate 10% chance, right? Oh no.
I need to find like now the red heart chance. Hearts.
Oh yeah, because
Okay.
it has to be red hearts.
Okay, and red hearts are like 80% of hearts. So it's on room clear. It's a 15%, then times by 80%, so it's a 12%, and then times by 1 in 3, so a 4% on room clear to get a soul heart.
That's what this
Extra.
is.
Extra.
That's
And
great.
it's when any heart generates, not just room clear rewards. So opening chests and stuff is also affected.
I guess.
33% of red hearts.
Yeah, I guess to be fair, yeah, maybe that's a bit skewed because you could spawn hearts in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
yeah.
bombing a blood donation machine,
Yeah.
right? Stuff like that.
That's true. Maybe it does still just go below then, just because you could actually min-max with it a little bit. Just right there.
I do think I prefer Relic, though. I mean, just based on room clear alone, Relic is even a lot
well,
more.
definitely. I think Relic's actually a lot better. I could even make the argument that Prayer Card's better than both of these, but whatever. I know you don't
No.
think so.
I actually think Mida... I think it might be a significantly weaker effect. It might just be...
Mitre?
I would rather have Relic almost every time.
I would too. I actually... Hearing the percent chance Mitre is actually not nearly as crazy as I thought, so... I'm actually okay with it going... Actually, I feel like it's a lot worse than a lot of these. I think it might actually go here.
I agree well enough with that. I think that's fine.
You still are
Um,
getting more soul hearts at the end of the day,
Yeah.
so...
It's good on Soul Heart characters. Actually, wait, that's a big point. If you're not a Soul Heart character, this is bad sometimes. Because sometimes you want red hearts.
Yeah, but I feel like it's so uncommon that you'd rather have red hearts than soul hearts that that's kind of irrelevant. That
Yeah, you kind of need to have a
barely
full
ever
bar.
happens.
If you have a full bar of red
Yeah.
hearts, this is bad.
Yeah, but that's
kind of
so
amazing.
specific. That's very, very specific.
Yeah.
Um,
I think that's fine right there.
yeah.
Monstrance. I like Monstrance. Monstrance is, it gives you an aura around you that does a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
It's like contact, it's like doing damage with orbitals, but it's easier because it's massive.
I think it's okay against enemies, but I don't think it's that great against bosses at all.
Yeah, you need to get pretty close. It's 7.5 damage per second. Oh no, it deals damage up to 7.5 times per second. Never mind, I'm stupid. And it's based on the floor you're on. It does more damage. Okay, so God, this is weird.
I would take
Looks
like,
I'm on, like,
I would
4K.
take the Jesus Juice over this any day. I would take Celtic Cross over this. I feel like.
I would take Monstrance over Jesus Juice easy.
I think Celtic Cross is actually
Okay.
a lot better.
I'm just gonna throw out a number. On Womb 2, this does like 47 damage a second, something like that.
I mean, you know what? It's good against enemies. This is fine.
Oh, I don't think it's C tier. I don't think it's C tier at all.
I think it's a lot worse than
think-
even just regular stats.
I actually think this item is quite good. Like not good, but it's pretty good.
All right, we're doing.
I don't know. It like somewhere in the second half of B.
Like high end.
I take this over 7 Seals. I definitely take it over 7 Seals.
Really?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
No, this is a good item. It's a good item. It's surprisingly good.
All right, whatever.
I mean, any contact damage enemies can't basically touch you at all. And then you can, like, the range is like fair enough. You can get kind of close to enemies with this.
Maybe this is like maybe this is a me thing, but I don't value, like, I don't care about contact enemies is the thing. Like, I never get, well, I know it's kind of stupid to say I never get hit, but I just feel like I actually never get hit by contact enemies. Like, they're so irrelevant to me. Like, you just shoot them. Like, I don't care.
True, but I don't know. I feel like I intentionally use Monstrance when I get it, and I'm quite happy with it.
I mean, I'm okay with it, but I just feel like the benefit I get from the Celtic Cross shield is higher.
No.
Because you can be, like, really aggressive once you get the shield, and you can min-max with it really well.
I actually do think it goes right there. Like, I would take it over Duality, but you wouldn't, so I'm not going to argue that.
I'm honestly only putting this here to appease you. I still think it's here, but it's alright.
How? Wait, that's lower than we put.
Well, I put it here to appease you because I thought you were going to put it in here, but I still think it's here, personally. But
I think you're underrating it.
Maybe I am. That's why I'm appealing to you. I don't use it as much as a lot of these other items, so... but that's my placement. Again, let us know if you agree with me or turd on that.
It does quite a lot of damage.
It's okay. I just don't care about it killing, like, enemies, and I don't think it's great against bosses at all.
Yeah.
So...
I mean, you can still kind of get them in the range. It's not too hard.
I don't know. Let us know. I would rather take Halo. That's the question. Would you rather take Monstrance or Halo? That's what I want to know.
I take Monstrance every time.
I would take Halo
million
times.
I could actually see it being lower than Seraphim and 7 Seals, though.
Well, do you want to put it there? Because
I would be okay with that if you do think it's lower. Just because the point you made against bosses, it is a lot harder using against bosses, and 7 Seals and Seraphim will still help you against bosses. I think just for that, they can go above it. But I think it's better than Halo.
Alright. Let us know in the comments. Would you rather take Halo or Monstrance? I would take Halo every day.
Pascal Candle. This is a nice one. I like this.
I really like this one, yeah. So this is when you don't get hit. This every single room you clear without getting hit, it'll light the candle more, and you'll get more and more tier rate.
So it goes past the tier cap. It's a flat 0.4 per room. It maxes out at 5 rooms for +2 fire rate. +2 is a lot of fire rate.
Yeah.
Like, it's a lot.
It is very, very good. I actually don't think it's insane, though.
I think it's A tier. Yeah, I was gonna say A tier.
I actually think it might be the top of an A tier, though.
I can see that.
And look at how well it pairs with these three right here. Yes, sir.
Insane.
All the fires. Yeah, I don't know. Whenever I pick this up, I feel like I'm just doing really good. I feel like I shred rooms with this. Generally, you probably will get hit in a boss and lose its effect, which kind of stinks. But, like, it's not as explosive as the Crown. I think the Crown's way more explosive, and you'll do a lot more work against the boss.
It's definitely a lot worse than the Crown.
I just think it's a little comparable, because obviously you have to take a hit to lose both.
I mean, the Crown is insane, so, you know, it's not really fair comparison.
I know. It's just, I'm trying to explain why, it's quite a bit lower. Because this, like, you might lose the effect in a boss, but, like, you're going to do so much damage to the boss that, like, it actually does make a big difference. Whereas I don't think the damage difference is that insane against a boss with this, usually.
Yeah.
I really like Purity.
Yeah, Purity is actually similar. So, Purity it picks a color. It picks a stat to boost until you take damage. And when you take damage, the next room you go into, it picks a new stat, and then you have that until you take damage again.
I get the feeling you're not going to agree with my placement of this. Where would you put it?
Well, I'm just gonna read out the numbers first. So range, if you get range, it's basically irrelevant. It gives you +3 range, which is plenty, but you don't usually need that. Speed is, I feel the same. There's some runs where I'm really low on speed and I kind of appreciate it, but most of the time if you get speed, you're sad. But you're happy if you get damage or fire rate. Fire rate is +2, which is the maximum that Pascal Candle gives you. So it gives you equivalent to Pascal Candle, and it has the same condition that if you get hit, you lose it. So that's kind of cool. It's kind of similar in that regard. And then it gives you +4 damage if it gets damaged, which is a lot of damage. I actually think it might be comparable to Pascal Candle.
I was actually going to say the same thing.
Yeah, because it's kind of a similar item where, I mean, literally, if it picks the tier rate to give you, it is the same amount of tier rate.
I was going to put it here. I think it's better by actually a decent margin than Pascal Candle. I do think it's comparable, but I do think it's, like, very easily better because the difference is that, like, Pascal Candle, you have to clear a certain amount of rooms without getting hit in any of them. Whereas this one, you can actually, like, min-max this slightly. Like, it's not even that hard. You literally just, like, take a hit. Like, if you got, like, the speed or range color, just take a hit on a fire or something, leave the room, come back, or just leave the room and check what the new color is. And if you got tears or damage, then you're freaking good, right? And then you just keep going.
Yeah.
Like, it's a 50-50 shot each time you get hit to get a really strong effect. The damage and tears are always, like, going to be useful, no matter what.
Yeah, the effects it gives you, like, it's quite a big number.
Yeah, whether it's the tears or the damage, it's a lot of extra DPS. So, 50% of the time, even if you're not even trying to min-max with this, like, trying to get the effect you want, you're still going to get a good effect out of it, 50% of the time. Like, that's still also insane, even if you're not trying to use it. But if you do try to use it, you're just basically always having a big damage up or a big tears up. There you
go. The problem is that you lose the effect on blood donation machines.
Yeah, but again, it doesn't. That's so irrelevant to me because you could just take another hit and just get it back anyway. Like, it's a 50% chance on any hit to get what you want. So I don't really care.
I do think Pascal Candle is better. Just because there are times where you keep getting speed on range, and it's just annoying.
But that's so irrelevant. You know what's more likely? You just get hit and then you lose all your tier rate. You can you
always
easily
get right back.
You can purposefully hit yourself on anything to just get your freaking thing back.
I agree with that early game, but when you're in Womb and later, it's not. You can't justify doing that.
But it doesn't matter. Like I just said, it doesn't even matter because if you're not even trying to use it, 50% of the time you're getting a good effect out of it. I think that's more likely that you're getting the good effect out of Purity than you are never getting hit with Pascal Candle and keeping that effect. Like, you're not...
5 rooms to get it back. It's not
5 rooms a lot. That is a lot. Especially if you're on a harder floor. And you get the height of this instantly. Instantly. Like...
I don't know. I've definitely had times where I just keep getting speed and range from this. That's very sad.
Honestly, the more I talk about it, I would... I actually...
It's not insane.
I think it is insane for me, at least.
It's not.
I'm talking about it. I love this item. Every time I pick this up, I feel like I get so much benefit.
I also like it. I don't think it's definitely not insane. It's very comparable to Pascal Candle for me, and I think it's a little bit worse than it. Just a little bit.
I would definitely take it over these two. At least.
It's not insane. It's not. It's just not.
I actually would. I think its height is actually so high. And you can get it so easily.
Just not. It's really not. Like, if you get hit, you lose it.
Yes, but then you get it right back. Like, that's the thing. Pascal Candy, if you lose it, then you lose everything, and you have to build it back up. The moment you get hit with Purity, you just get it right back after that rune. Instantly.
Okay.
And and it's irrelevant to say, oh, but you might get... Well, it's not irrelevant, but, like, it doesn't matter that much to say that you might not get the stat you want, because it's a 50% chance to get a huge DPS up, no matter what, whether it's damage or tears. It is a huge DPS up, whether it's damage or tears.
I don't see this being insane ever. Like, I can see top of A. I don't see insane.
Okay, fine, whatever. It'll be top of A then. That's where I would put it, though.
Eucharist. I'd almost always take Eucharist.
Well, it depends on the run. That's really the big.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, if I get this early, like if I get this third floor, absolutely. But, you know, that's its negative, right? You have to get this early.
Yeah.
That's why I would put it above. I mean, yes, like clearly, like if you get this early, this is insane. But, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
I just do feel like because Purity, I know, I do think it is a problem that if you want to min-max, like on blood donation machines or sack rooms, you just lose it.
that is so irrelevant though, because you're not min-maxing on late
back.
floors anyway though, and you have basically infinite health in early game. Like, I mean, I don't care, right? You could just keep hitting yourself and getting the effect back. Like, you never die early game. Unless you're like lost, but you can't use it as lost anyway. Like, whatever, you know. I guess that's fine.
I would just do something for a second. Let me just check something.
I'd still go here though. I think that's fair.
What the hell? Huh? My brain is dead. 24.5 takeaway.
All right,
Sorry,
Revelation.
That's +7.
So
wait, just give me a moment. Give me a moment.
No, I have to keep the video going, Turk. Yeah, I can't just let you say, hold on, give me a moment. I just sit here.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Okay, if you get the tears bonus is actually better than the damage if you. It's actually better than damage, but only if you have like a lot of tears, I think. Anyway, I just want to find out. That probably wasn't relevant. I'm sorry.
No, of course it's not. Most of the stuff you look at is not relevant to changing the spot. Okay. Anyway, this is the item. This is actually the first repentance.
Oh wait,
item.
wait. It is relevant. It is relevant because if the tears is the best hit on it, even better than the damage, then Pascal Candle is better than Purity.
No, it isn't.
75% of the time.
No, it isn't. Because you need to build up the tears. You get the effect instantly. Instantly. If you get hit in any room by accident, then you have to kill 5 extra rooms. Let me put it this way, right? Let's talk about worst case scenario, right? Okay. Worst case scenario, you get hit. Let's say you're doing the chest floor. You clear out the whole floor trying to be optimal. You get hit on the last possible room with Pascal Candle. You just get no effect for the final boss. Just no effect. What happens with Purity? You just get an effect. And guess what? If you get the wrong effect, you could bomb yourself. Like, you could always aim for the right effect. You just cannot do it with Pascal Candle. It is impossible if you do not have rooms.
Oh wait, oh my god, the game lied to me. Never mind, Purity is better. My DPS, I'm blind.
This is so irrelevant! Like, anyway, about Revelation.
The damage is actually better. The damage is actually better than the tears in all circumstances.
Is it really?
Now, I'm just confusing myself.
I actually thought the tears would be better. Either way, it doesn't matter.
I think if you have more damage ups already.
Probably.
Anyway, I'm confusing myself.
It doesn't matter. Either way, it's good. It is good, okay? It doesn't matter.
I just want to fight. Fight, whatever.
Revelation, anyway, this is actually the first ever repentance item I ever picked up. Pretty good one, I'd say, to be the first.
I actually think it's one of the first. Wait, I think this was also the first new angel. Like, I think this was the first angel item I picked up in Repentance too.
Yo, high five!
A virtual high five. Let's go. We just need a clap.
That
was a bad clap.
No, that was a high five, bro. Yeah. I mean, Revelation, honestly, like the crazy thing about this is that so this is just basically Holy Brim, but you could keep on shooting. You could also shoot it diagonally. I don't actually know the damage differences. I think this is stronger than Brim, like it's more multiplicative, but obviously the charge time's a lot slower than Brim.
I want to see how this stacks up to more of the Void. That's what I want to know. They're both like they're both like effects that aren't your main tiers.
I guess that's true. But this is way better than Maw. Like I don't.
But it's better because it gives you flight and 2 self.
I'm not even disregarding the flight. It's so much like it's way better. Just the base effect. You have max range. You have max range. You can shoot across the room. It's not even close. It's actually not even fair compare. I actually think Brim is a much better comparison. I get what you're saying with the you're actually still shooting, but like Maw, like you're not actually hitting the Maw from long range.
More lasts more last longer, and it deals twice the damage.
I would hope so. It's freaking Maw. It sucks ass. Anyway, okay, no, Maw does not suck, but like,
I think
it's not a fair comparison. I want to see Brim. Let me know the Brim comparison, because that's what I actually compare it to.
Brimstone is 9 times. I think Revelation does twice the damage, or close. Brim ticks 9 times, and Revelation ticks 15 times.
Not okay. That makes about as much sense. Now, obviously, Brim is overwriting your base tiers. I mean, that's the crazy thing about Revelation, right? Like, if you're playing optimally, Revelations is only better than Brim, right? Like, it just is. Like, because, I mean, it still follows effects, right?
Well,
or does it not?
The thing is, I'm pretty sure the Revelation beam takes a lot longer to charge.
Oh, it does. Well, I said that already. It takes way longer, but you're still shooting. So, like, it's like, how could you even argue at top level that Brim is better? Unless, does the beam not synergize? I'm actually I'm not sure. Does the Revelation beam synergize with items, is my question.
You mean if you have, like, Nose Goblin or something, will it have boogers on it?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know.
Something like that. Like,
I don't know.
Because
it scales with your damage.
Yeah, I know that it scales with your stats, but I want to know item effects, because that's a big deal.
It synergizes with Brainworm and Continuum, and it...
Okay.
Yeah,
so...
no, it actually... There's quite a few item effects that it synergizes with.
Okay. So you know what? I think it'd be unfair to say that this item is actually worse than Brim. Like, obviously Brim's not on this list, but I mean, Brim was the top of Devil Deal list, so that's a big deal. I think it has to be at least above Mantle.
I agree.
At least. I'm wondering if it's above Genesis. Not above Sacred Heart. Probably.
It's definitely not above Sacred Heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's comparable to Genesis, though. Yeah, this item's insane.
I mean, it gives... the crazy thing is that I'm only talking about the Light Beam right now, and not even considering the Flight or the Soul Hearts that it gives you.
Honestly, put it above Genesis.
Like,
I can see it.
It's ridiculous. Why does it even give you that extra stuff? I think the Light Beam alone would be a good enough buff. Like, you're shooting, so there's no negative. There's actually no negative to the item. Like, you know, the very off times where Brim is a negative item, right? And you're getting all the benefits of having a shooting character and all the benefits of having Brimstone in one character. Obviously,
and flight.
And flight. And 2 soul hearts. It's actually stupid. Why does this item exist? This reminds me of the Sun card. Like, when it says all these random ass effects.
Yeah, it does so much.
Yeah, honestly, even just the Light Beam I think would be really good. But the fact that it does all this extra crap, like, yeah, man. I think it's worthy of being here. Sacred Heart does just instant win. Like, I think this item you'd still have to try a little bit, but like, it is you most definitely win with this. So let's be real.
Yeah. It's actually crazy because I knew this was a good angel item, but I didn't think it would be this high on the list. But I completely agree with it being here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's basically just better Brim, and Brim's the top of our Devil Deal list. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to see why. Like, I knew that the angel pool was better. I'm starting to see why. The highs in the angel pool are higher than the highs in the devil pool.
They just are, yeah. And honestly, there's more negatives to the Devil Deal list, especially because you have to spend hearts on the items.
Yeah, and also the pool's bigger, so there's a lot of, like, more low-end items, while most of these angel items are kind of hitting the high, like, end.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that, I would consider, like, one of the worser items to be on this list to be, like, Purgatory is, like, you know, like, I don't know.
Yeah, that was, like, lower, like, 30% of the devil list. It's not even that, like...
Yeah. Like...
Oh, I guess a bit lower than 30%.
It's kind of, like, on this list, it's kind of close to the very, very bottom.
But I'm pretty sure we already have more Insanes in this list than in the devil list.
We do.
This is a smaller pool.
We do, yeah.
There's like 33 less items, approximately. Or like 30 less items or something.
I suppose it's fair enough to say...
So you're way more likely to find the insane ones.
Yeah. How do we feel about this, the more I think about it? New row. Sweet Jesus.
I don't think we need an extra tier, to be honest.
But, like, tell me these don't feel so much stronger than all of these.
If anything, I would...
I think I actually really
kind of
like
agree.
I actually really like having a tier with just like the absolutely busted items, right? That just run carry.
I mean, I kind of agree, to be honest.
And I actually
Maybe-
kind of like Mantle being the top of like, you know, like I feel like this makes sense.
Okay, rename Insane to S tier and then put the top as Insane. We need Insane to be the top.
But sweet Jesus. Insane.
Insane.
Wait, no, just insane.
Yes, no, perfect.
Wait. No, it doesn't look right. No. Hold on.
No, it's all falling apart. Oh no.
Wait. That's good enough, I think.
Insane.
Insane and
Okay.
insane.
Insane. Okay. Okay, Rosary.
Alright.
Sure. Rosary.
I mean, there's like 3
Rosary-
soul hearts and like, what else?
The fact that it adds the Bible to your pool is annoying.
True.
Yeah, the Bible that added to all item pools is plus 0.5 tiers, and then it's 3 soul hearts. The Bible thing is a downside, but this is part of Seraphim, and the Bible is part of Seraphim. So this item is essentially 2 out of 3 Seraphim on its own.
That's actually pretty fair.
So it's very easy. It's very easy for this item to give you Seraphim, which is flight and 3 more soul hearts.
Yeah, I guess I
And I
didn't
think
think
that's
about it
kind
like
of relevant.
that. That is pretty relevant. I think that's fair. And hell, it also
However,
gives
you are losing an item. Whenever you find the Bible, you're basically losing that
No,
item.
because the
Like that
the
item.
Bible can give you can get you Seraphim and also get you Bookworm. Hold on.
True. Well, no, but the reason I care
Yeah,
about
I
the
know.
Seraphim on the
It's
Rosary-
2. It's 2.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, is there another item that's equivalent that gives you a bunch of soul hearts? I think it's definitely above this at
No.
least.
I'd more look at the stats of it. Actual Contrition is 0.7 tiers. This is 0.5 tiers.
Oh,
But it's
I
giving you
value
3
this. I value this far harder for the soul hearts. Honestly, 3 soul hearts is a lot.
Yeah, it kind of is. Well, in that case, I think it's definitely better than... It actually might be better than 7 seals.
Yeah. I mean,
It
honestly,
feels
whenever
weird, though, because the Bible downside is a real thing. That's a real downside.
But like at the end of the day, I don't think the Bible downside is as relevant as the perks of having plus 3 soul hearts and potentially Seraphim form, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think that the negative of losing out on one of your items, because it's not like Bible can spawn multiple times in the run, right? It's just once.
Yeah,
right?
once you touch it, it's gone.
Yeah, so
You
I
just
don't.
need to hope it gets rid of like your boss pool or something, and not like a planetarium.
Yeah,
or
I don't-
or something.
I don't think it's like that ridiculous, you know.
Yeah,
I think this is fair enough as it is, honestly.
yeah, I think that's fine then.
I mean, it's 3 soul
Um,
hearts. Soul hearts are good.
Yeah, soul hearts are good. Sacred orb.
Sacred orb.
Oh, it's another insane.
I don't think it's insane though, but I do think it's insane.
It's not insane, but it's insane.
That's insane. Wait,
I
where'd it
think-
go? Where'd it go? I lost it.
Oh, it's in
Oh.
18, third. Um,
I think it's at least better than Eucharist for sure.
I think it is also better than.
I mean,
Eucharist.
how could it not be, right? You're just getting
It's
better
better than
items on
Protector.
everything. So, okay,
It's-
as a reminder, it gets rid of all quality
all
1,
the bad
2.
items.
It gets rid of quality 1, 2, and chance to reduce 3.
No,
right?
0 and 1. 0 and 1 are removed from the
Mhm.
game. And then quality 2 has a 33% chance of being rerolled.
And not well, 3 is still really good items, to be fair, yeah.
So 3 and 4, you're getting good things, and then 66% chance you'll still go to quality 2.
I think it's at least fair enough to put it above this, right?
I think that's fair, but I don't think it's better than Star Bethlehem. I think it goes right there.
Maybe.
Thing is, this is another item you kind of need to get earlier on in the run.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it does nothing.
It is. But I do,
but I think you're
I
right
do,
there.
I do admittedly think the highs of this are way higher than Eucharist. Even like you just
Yeah,
like all of your items being 3 or 4 is
Yeah.
kind of crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah,
See, I think Star Bethlehem's better because Star Bethlehem alone will win me the run. Well, this does need... You still need to get into the right item. Sometimes you still can whiff. But most of the time, it will carry you.
yeah, I can agree with that.
Next is Salvation. Oh, I love Salvation too. I'm not sure how you feel about Salvation.
Explain.
It creates a like ring around you. It's kind of like monstrance, or it's kind of like circular protection, I guess. But if you get the enemies inside of that ring, oh, it starts off really small though. But as you take damage, it gets bigger, and when it's big, it's very easy to hit with, and it spawns like light beams on the enemies. It does a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
How much damage does it do?
Actually,
3.5 damage per tick up to 15 times. So it does 52 damage. I think that's more than the Revelation Beam. No. The Revelation Beam is more because that scales in your damage. But it's the same as the Revelation Beam on base damage. I think this is...
I'll let you rank it. I don't have strong feelings on this one.
I like it. I'm wondering if it's A tier. I do really like it, but I don't think it's A tier. I don't think it is. But I do really like it. It's probably B tier, to be honest.
It's when you get hit?
No, when you get hit, it increases the size of the ring.
Right. Right, I remember this item now. It's really cool. I don't know if it's that crazy. I actually think it's worse than Breath of Life in every way.
Oh. I don't know, it does so much damage, and it's really easy to hit with sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah, but you can't, like, min-max with it, and it doesn't do as much damage.
How much does Breath of Life do?
I feel like it does more.
Breath of Life does more, I'll give it to you. Well, the Breath of Life's inactive, though, to be fair.
I guess, but...
I think it's the exact same. The Breath of Life and the Salvation Beams are the exact same.
I don't know. The thing with Breath of Life is that, like, I think the min-max strat is just, like, so free. I feel like their skill ceiling is, like, about the same.
I think Salvation is way easier. I can do
Well,
Salvation.
it is. No, you're right. Salvation's so easy, you're right. But if we're doing skill ceiling, then yeah, it has to be below, I think.
You can also trigger Salvation quicker. Breath of Life, you have to use the charge, and you have to, like, deplete it. Or Salvation, it can just go off, like, constantly, as long as you're in the range. It just keeps going off.
I actually think they're kind of
I think
comparable.
it does more damage.
If you want to put it above, if you want to put it above, it's fine.
I think right there is fine. Like, above Breath of Life.
That's fine.
That seems about right to me.
I mean, it is also not an active, which I'm always happy with. That's fine.
Next is Scapula. I really like... Okay, Scapula is another item kind of like Habit. This either does absolutely nothing, or it is, like, actually insane.
Run.
I have taken this over Holy Mantle before. It's in very specific scenarios, but I have taken it over Holy Mantle, so that says something.
Yeah.
But some runs I'll take Purgatory over it. Like, it really depends on the run.
I mean, obviously, if you have no health, like, if you're not a red health... Or... I guess it doesn't have to be a red health character. It could just be... You just have to have health, really, right? So, basically, whenever you go down to 1 heart, it will spawn a soul heart, right? Or it'll give you a soul heart? I think it gives you a soul heart. Like, it doesn't spawn it.
Just straight up gives you the soul heart in your health.
So this is, like, the most broken item ever, if you're just trying to cheese sack rooms.
Yeah, it's free sack rooms. And it's even free blood donation machines and stuff, because you can take damage on the curse room door. It takes a while, but okay, it doesn't activate on the blood donation machine. But you can hit the blood donation machine, take half a heart, then you get hit on the sack room, which gets rid of your health and puts you back into scapular range, so it gives you back a full soul heart. Then with that full soul heart, you get hit on the blood donation, get hit on the
insane.
Full soul heart. Like, literally, it's infinite health for all of the machines. And sack room.
I actually think for its min-max potential, it might unironically be... Ooh. I mean, it is... No, its low end is pretty low end. Maybe I do have to put it in A. It has to be.
I think it's very comparable to Habit. I think it is A as well.
I think it's a lot better than these two, though.
I think it is better than Habit too, yeah.
I think it's better than
Maybe
last
right there.
too.
I'll definitely take Flight over it, I think, a fair amount of times. But then some runs, I'll see the opportunity. You need to see the opportunity for it. Sometimes I'll see the opportunity, I'm like, yes, this is a Scapula run. Go for it. Yeah, I've taken over Holy Mantle before. Because if you're on the right run, this is just so busted.
Yeah, I mean, even outside of min-maxing, like, hell, frickin', if you're in the right scenario, you just get an extra hit in rooms. Like, you know, if you really are struggle-lugging and you get all the way down to 1 health, and guess what? Booms, extra soul heart.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's nice.
Yeah, the problem with this is on certain runs, you can't justify going down all of your health. to go into scapular range. And then if you're on womb floors, then it's very hard to get on the half-heart interval. Yeah, so that's why some of the D tier items, or the trash, maybe turn trash back into D tier might get confusing.
No, it's trash and
So
trash.
that's why some of the items in that tier I will take over Scapula in some runs, because Scapula would just do nothing. But then in the runs Scapula does something, it really, really does a lot. So it's actually so busted sometimes. Yeah, I think we can move on. Soul Locket is... Do you also think Soul Locket is like incredibly underwhelming?
It is.
A lot of people like think this is like a really good item, but I don't.
Theoretically, it can be, but you need to be in a scenario where you're spawning a bunch of soul hearts. I mean, you have to pick up the soul heart too. You can't get this benefit from Book of Rev or anything. I guess that's really good combo with Relic, right?
So it gives you... So there's 6 stats it can give you. It's plus 0.1 tiers, which is not much, or plus 0.2 damage. Flat damage, not in the formula, just flat damage, which is also not much, per half soul heart you get. It's so underwhelming. You get like no stats from this. Like,
I mean, you get double that for a full actual soul heart.
No, legitimately, I'm not kidding. I think Immaculate Conception is way better, like significantly.
Yeah. I mean, it is obviously.
It's the same thing, but Immaculate Conception 1 works on Red Heart characters, and 2, I think the Familiars will actually probably be better than whatever stats you're getting from the Soul Locket.
I was gonna put it here.
I think Immaculate Conception is better, for sure. Like, for sure. I can see it being next to it, though, but like... I think Immaculate Conception is definitely better.
I actually...
No. One advantage...
No, honestly, I completely disagree. I think this is way better than this. I actually think this is way too high.
Yep. No stats from the Soul Locket. You're nothing. Like, it's so
No,
bad.
you do get stats. You get no stats from this. You get a familiar.
Yeah, but you get a familiar that you know exactly what it is every 15 hearts, including Red Heart pickups,
15?
including half soul heart
You have
pickups.
to pick up 15 hearts.
Okay, and you need to pick up a ton of soul hearts to get anything out of soul heart.
No, you pick up 1 soul heart and you technically get a slight benefit.
I guess. Okay, I can see it being like directly above, but I don't. You're not moving.
You instantly get benefits from this. This you need to pick up 15 hearts. This is long game. Like this, you do. And hell, this drops soul hearts, doesn't it? It drops like 1 or 2 soul hearts.
It drops 1.
Well, there you go.
It drops 1.
I mean, you get something.
Okay, I can
out
see
of
it being better, but just keep those positions then. I don't like soul. It's not.
I'm not the biggest fan of it either. Admittedly, it is still like very underwhelming, and that's why it's in trash. Just not trash.
Yeah.
It's
just not trash.
Yeah. I hate this item so much.
Yeah.
This item pisses me off. This is the
Spear of Destiny.
Spear of Destiny, yeah. So
wait, it does 2 times your damage?
Insane! Wait! No, this item pisses me off so much. This is basically what they wanted the Spirit Sword to be back in what? This is a rebirth item, right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know where.
I don't know.
Afterbirth.
It sucks ass either way. They wanted to make this item cool. They wanted to make more melee weapons, but it's not. It's basically just like a... It's like a controllable orbital that's like super weak. Like, it's not...
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just not that good. You have to be super close. It's not worth it for only 2 times your damage.
Yeah. It's better than it used to be. They buffed it. And it's actually okay. It's actually okay. It's not that bad, but it's still a lot worse than the majority of the angel items. So
I'd unironically put it below the shield.
I agree. I think. To be fair, I think I get more use out of the Spear of Destiny a lot of the time. However,
the highs of this the highs of the shield are actually kind of cracked though. Like if you use this on a brim, you could actually nuke a boss.
Actually, no. I do think the Spear of Destiny is better.
I don't know, man. This
I've
actually
gotten a lot more use out of Spear of Destiny.
I have too, but I feel like we're just skill issued on this, you know. Like if we're talking skill ceiling, then this could be cracked.
I guess. Fine.
Yes, sir. This is fine.
It's another insane item.
The
Angel Pool's full of them.
I don't know if you're gonna like this. Where are you gonna put it?
I want to know where you're gonna put it first.
No, I want to know where you're gonna put it first.
I don't know where I'm gonna put it. That's why I want you to put it somewhere.
No, you put it somewhere. You put it somewhere.
I don't know. This is. I think it is in insane. Not insane. I think
it's insane. I do agree.
I don't know. I don't know. It's in that tier. I don't know where in that tier. Where do you think it goes?
You know, I'm actually double backing on my own opinion. It's annoying, but like, this is where I was gonna put it.
I'm not like super against it.
The thing is, right? Okay, if we are talking skill ceiling, this is literally the skill ceiling item. It is actually one item wins the entire run. You do not need a single item. You do not need a single item other than Sacred Sword. What the frick is this called? Spirit Sword. You do not need a single item other than Spirit Sword. This is actually the item that speedrunners use. They just go to the first sack room and then just spawn a Spirit Sword and then just go to Dark Room and kill. This is all they need.
Yeah.
It is the only item you need. I don't know the math behind Sacred Heart. Like, theoretically, you probably could beat a late game boss with just Sacred Heart. But, like, I don't think it's as explosive as Spirit Sword at all.
Yeah, I agree. However, I think Sacred Heart is still better just because it works on, like, every run and you don't have to go close range. Going close range with a Spirit Sword can get you hit sometimes. Well, Sacred Heart's not.
It's just like, this is exactly why I hate skill ceiling. Because if this is skill ceiling, I cannot lower it. I just can't. This is all you need.
Okay, again, it's not literal skill ceiling. It's high skill. If you're
high skill, you never get hit.
Skill. Okay.
Okay.
You will still get.
Okay, no, you probably do get hit a little bit. Okay, let me put it this way: on the speed run, they do get hit, but 3 hearts is all they need. They get hit like once or twice and they kill the boss. So who cares?
Now, firstly, that's I'm assuming that's a regular lamb they're fighting. They're not fighting the big bosses. I think Sacred Heart is better for the big bosses, and that's why I think Sacred Heart's better. Because you have to go close with this, and that can be problematic against some bosses.
So the reason why I was doubling back is because if I were rating the items, like how I usually rate items, because I like to consider most players' skill levels, I think Sacred Heart is easily better. Because it is just like, it's free, and it never changes your run. This does change your run. This changes your run a lot. A lot of times you might not even want this, right? You have if you have a really good tier setup, then you way prefer to take Sacred Heart, because it's just free. It actually is just free.
Sacred Heart, it's consistent.
But that's my tier rate. That's how I list things. If we're listing the way Turt lists things, then it should be at the top.
You're wrong about what skill ceiling is. We're not talking literal skill ceiling. We're talking high skill.
No,
you
but
just
like
said yourself that in the speedrun they still get hit. That's because
who cares?
Having Spirit Sword makes it easier to take.
Well, because they're trying to go super quick. It's faster. It's literally just way faster than Sacred Heart. It actually is. Yes, like, way faster.
But like it's more likely to get you hit. You will take more damage with the item. Okay, I think that's pretty much a fact. You will take more damage with it if you're like reckless with it.
I mean, obviously speedrunners are going to be reckless because they don't care about taking damage. They just want to kill it quickly.
To go close to enemies.
No, they were purposefully taking damage though. It's different. Like I think like if you're, it's really not that hard realistically to not get hit.
I don't think it's like, I don't think it's bad or anything. I just think it's like, you're not going to take like a lot of damage, but I will take more damage on Spirit Sword runs than Sacred Heart runs.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day,
it won't.
At the end of the day, the way I rate things, I do this anyway. But I did try to change the way I rate things.
I think even with high skill, Sacred Heart is more consistently better. If I'm playing Tainted Lost, I would rather have.
It's just like it depends on how you rank it. It depends on how you rank it because Spirit Sword's the only item you need. Sacred Heart, like, you could probably win. Well, okay, could you beat an entire run with only Sacred Heart, like from start to finish?
I think arguably no. Like I've never tested it.
I think I could actually beat an entire run with just Spirit Sword, and I think Sacred Heart's a little bit harder. I think
it's definitely harder for Sacred Heart. However, I think Sacred Heart scales better with items, and
Well,
you're
obviously,
not going
and
to
it
be
does.
taking no items. You're never going to be taking no items. So I think once you have items, Sacred Heart is better. So most runs, Sacred Heart is better.
Anyway, yeah.
Like,
so this is the one item where I was saying is actually comparable to Sacred Heart and potentially Godhead as well. Like,
I agree with it.
Spirit Sword is ridiculous. It really is. I mean, for any single item to solo the entire game, like, come on now. So really, it's a criteria thing. If you think that it actually being the standalone best single item in the game without help from any other items, I think this is the best item in Binding of Isaac. Is there another item that completely solos the entire game by itself?
With Tech X before.
10. I don't think Tech X is as strong though as Spirit Sword. No way.
Definitely not. No.
So I don't think that there's anything stronger than Spirit Sword. Mom's Knife doesn't even really come close to Spirit Sword, as crazy as that sounds.
I think Mom's Knife you can solo the game with.
You probably could, but not nearly as strong as Spirit Sword. No way.
I don't think it's as strong as Spirit Sword, but I think I'd have a easier time soloing the game with Mom's Knife than Sacred Heart. But again, the problem with these items... Well, okay, to be fair, I would have put Mom's Knife a bit higher on the devil list than you did. Like, it would have been higher on my list. But I think some of these items that kind of change your run entirely, like Spirit Sword and Mom's Knife...
Yeah.
I think they are really good base, but they scale poorly.
Yeah, and just in general, that's true.
The scaling on Sacred Heart is good on every run you pick it up on.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
And you are going to be taking other items, and it will scale with those other items.
Again, I'm not hurt by it at all, because this is what I would have done for my tier listing.
Well, I think you're just misunderstanding the argument when we say don't factor in new players too much.
I never factor in new players. I factor in all players. I factor in literally all players.
We're not saying you have to be a literal god. Like, if you're a literal god of the game, then how good is the item? Like, yes, then Spirit Sword is the best item. But that's not what we're saying. You're still a human. You're still going to get hit, okay? And you're more likely to get hit with Spirit Sword because you have to go close to the enemies. Sacred Heart doesn't have that downside. No, you misunderstand.
Anyway, it's fine. This is what I would have wanted anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
Stigmata. It's very negligible damage and a heart. Okay, so it's the same damage up as Halo, but it doesn't give you the tier rate or any of the extra stats. So it's worse than Halo easily. It's worse than Jesus Juice. Because Jesus Juice gives you more damage. No, put that back.
This game's trash!
It's really not that bad. I actually think Stigmata might be worse than it.
I disagree.
Very low damage. Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough.
The easiest I've ever given up.
The body. I always like.
Actually, wait. I'm looking at it again. I would rather have slightly less damage but an extra red heart than I would having slightly more damage and range that never matters. It's probably better than Jesus Juice. Crazy as it sounds.
All right, the body. I actually like all three of these items. These are like the lost unlocks.
Where are you gonna put the body?
Well, it's 3 health. If you're getting this in an angel deal, I feel like it's not usually as necessary, but I mean, I guess it could be. You could still min-max if you get it early enough. It's 3 hearts. I mean, no matter what, it's definitely below prayer card.
I was not thinking it's that high at all.
Well, it's 3 health. You really think it should be B or lower?
Yeah, it's definitely B. Somewhere in B.
I think I'd put it right below the health and flight.
No, that's crazy.
Really?
That's crazy.
It's 3 health. Yeah. You can min-max so much with 3 health.
Two extra red hearts compared to having flight. That's not comparable.
Well, I mean,
saying,
I would rather have the flight.
Hearts
I'd rather have the flight, yeah. But I mean, that's why I put it below. But I think it's more comparable than you might think.
No, this comparison here, because they both give you at least 1 red heart, right? So yeah, they both give you 1 red heart. Let's say you're in a secret room. This doesn't really make sense, but let's say you had a choice item room in a secret room, and your options were Transcendence or Raw Liver.
Well, I just said I'd take the flight, but I don't think it's as close as you might think, because min-maxing is so strong.
It's a massive difference.
Well, no, I mean, you can't min-max with flight. I mean, you get extra stuff like from like certain rooms, but like you actually can min max with health.
2 red hearts is not that big a deal.
It kind of is. 3 health.
It's never 8. No, you are highballing this massively. It is never A tier in any reality.
Maybe.
Like, I agree, health is nice, but it's not. It's just nice.
All right.
This is one of the ones I'm more underwhelmed to see.
Where would you put?
Because I can get health anywhere, right? I don't need it for my angel deal. Like,
I mean, you might be right there.
I would.
You're definitely
I'd
not.
put it, like,
not explosive.
I'd put it lower end of B, honestly.
I would take the health over scapular though. Is the thing.
I think on some runs I would.
I take it over Lazarags. On a lot of runs, I take it over Habit.
I think you're massively. This is not even close to. How do you even like look at this versus like? How is this ever in the same tier as Pascal Candle and Purity, and Relic?
Well, it's way lower, obviously. But these like.
Precard,
I mean, hell, I wanted to put this here. So I mean.
Precard is at least a heart every floor. Like.
Oh yeah, well that's why it's, you know, it's a lot higher. I'm not comparing it to all that. I just think. Like, if I had to pick between these two, it'd be a little closer depending on the run. Like, I mean, hell, if I already have Flight, obviously, this is just way better.
If you wanna go back to our secret room list, we put Transcendence a lot higher than Raw Liver. And there's a reason for that. It's because Flight is a lot better than 2 red hearts.
Well, 3 red hearts is a lot.
Yeah, but Holy Grail gives you a red heart as well.
No, but this gives you 3 red health. Like,
yes, so
you have to understand, 3 red health is a lot of health.
Okay. Take away one of the red hearts from each of the items, make Holy Grail just Flight, and make Body just 2 red hearts. And that's Transcendence versus Raw Liver. And Raw Liver actually has a full heal attached to it, so it's even better than just the 2 red hearts. And we still put Transcendence a lot higher than Raw Liver, which is a correct decision, because Flight is way better than 2 red hearts.
Well, it's fine. Where would you put it? I don't mind that much. I still
like
think...
lower end of B somewhere.
I mean, 3 hearts is definitely way better than 3 soul hearts, no doubt.
I'd definitely rather have Active Contrition, give me 1 red heart, and Tears Up, and basically like a semi-duality effect. Definitely. I can see it right there, maybe. If you wanted to put it at, like, I would actually put it lower than this.
How could you ever see a world where Rosary is better than the Body?
Because Rosary is a stat upgrade.
That doesn't, that stat upgrade is much more irrelevant. I think
it's 2 out of 3 Seraphim.
The 3 soul hearts is so much more relevant on the Rosary.
Anyway, I'm fine with it right there. I would actually put it a bit lower, but I mean, it's fine there. I'm not too fussed.
You really think 3 soul hearts is better than 3 red hearts? That doesn't make any sense.
No, I like the 0.5 tier rate that Rosary gives me.
That's so irrelevant. You're probably reaching tier cap without that anyway.
What? You can't just say 0.5 tiers is irrelevant. That's not that much less than Wycroft Hanger. Wycroft Hanger is 0.7. Like, and 3 soul hearts, and essentially 2 out of 3 Seraphim.
In hindsight, I might have been ranking it too high in A, but I definitely do think it's quite a bit better than a lot of these. I mean, it's definitely... I actually think it's a lot better than Rosary is the thing. I can even see the argument for it above the duality and the contrition thing.
I think contrition is a lot better. I think I would rather have...
You just get so much health, man. Like, it's there's not even much to discuss about it. It's just a lot of health.
But you don't need that much health.
But you can.
Rather have stats.
Like,
I'd rather have stats.
Health can combo into...
Stats do damage.
Yeah, but you can, like, body tank so easily. Like, if you have a Sun or, like, just any healing pick up at all, like, 3 health? That is a lot of health.
You can literally get health anyway. Like, it's not hard to get health.
I don't know.
I mean, the key pieces literally increase the chance that Eternal Hearts drop, so that's why on Angel Deal runs you get so much Eternal Hearts and Red Health, because the key pieces literally are, like, okay items on their own.
I mean, I don't care too hard about it. I guess if I was going to place an actual placement, because I think maybe I was overrating it a bit, I definitely put it at least above Meter. I think Mitre, like, I don't value that percentage that high, and I think just the instant 3 red hearts is actually really useful. You can min-max with that instantly.
Maybe Mitre is too high then.
That might be
I
true.
kind of agree. I would rather body. I think I would rather have body over miter. So maybe miter's just too high.
Like right here.
Maybe. I can see that. I can see that. Like that placement.
That's fine. The map. I actually do think
mind.
I do actually think the mind is better.
Here's the thing with the mind.
It does suck
mind-
whenever you
okay,
get the curse.
So it's full mapping, and that's good. But at the same time, do you really need full mapping? Like, do you actually need full mapping?
No, but
How much is this helping your run? It's convenient.
It depends on the run.
I like having it.
It depends on the run.
I like having it, and it's convenient. But do I actually need it?
No, but I mean, you probably don't need any of these items. Like,
No. The other items will help you in combat, which you might not be able to do otherwise. Because if you're too weak, you're just too weak and you'll die. But this doesn't make you any stronger. It just gives you more info.
it
which
can
you
make
get
you
anyway by
stronger.
full clearing.
This could be the only way you reach boss rush or hush.
Yeah, the boss rush and hush argument is valid. I actually think everything else though is kind of not. Like, I was thinking about it. I really like the mind, and when I see it, I'm happy and I will take it. But I was thinking about it. It's actually on the lower end of angel items because why do I care? I'd rather have.
You actually might be right.
stat-ups.
Maybe I would prefer the 3 hearts.
But I'd rather have like a few things. Like, I guess it's still in bottom of B somewhere. Like, I would probably rather it than like 7 seals and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like,
I can't believe I'm saying this. I think it might actually just be like here.
wow, they're right next to each other. Insane.
No, but like realistically, like I'd rather have the full mapping than any of these items below it.
I see it somewhere in this lower B range. I don't want to be too harsh on it. It's definitely in the lower
I mean,
B
you
range.
know, you get the guaranteed secret rooms, the ultra secret, and I mean, not the ultra secret, the super secret and the secret room. It's really good late game if you're just trying to skip all of your womb floors. I think that's actually super underrated, by the way. Being able to skip your womb floors or cathedral
That
or
is quite
shield,
good, yeah.
that's actually really strong. Like I think,
And you find your secret rooms easier. That's true as well.
I actually think that's super underrated. Like I think being able to just skip your entire floor and not worry about taking all the wrong paths, I think it's really useful. Actually.
Although the fact that it can be completely invalidated by a single curse is kind of sad.
Yeah, it is a shame. I definitely think it should be one of the only items that gets rid of that curse. I think
That
that'd
would
be
actually
cool.
make sense,
Yeah. I actually kind of like that spot for it because I do agree, I guess, to a certain extent. Like it's technically not changing your stats.
Yeah.
But it's nice to have. Like I'd prefer to have it over any of the items below it. I think.
Part of me wants to put like I would take Rosary over it if it wasn't for the fact that the Bible going into pools is a bad thing. That really brings down Rosary for me.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, I would take the stats and that's a lot of soul hearts, and I like the tier. The tier stat is not irrelevant. I do think the mind is probably better than a lot of these familiars, though. I don't know. I think it's actually close. I think if I saw mind versus 7 seals in the angel room, I would have to think a little bit, because I would take mind for convenience. But for what's actually stronger, it might be 7 seals.
Well, obviously, 7 seals is more powerful, but you're gonna save a lot more health with mind. You're gonna gain more things with mind. Like,
I think the fact that the mind gives you your secret rooms easier is
Yeah.
kind of valuable.
it is. You just
And yeah, it can help.
and you can just
skip
gun
your
it
floors.
to
so
it.
On late
Like
floor,
it is a full
Yeah.
floor, basically clear. Like you just know
Yeah.
the exact path. There's no worry about anything. Like
yeah.
it sounds like it's kind of irrelevant, but it really isn't. All right, you get through your womb immediately, you get through your shield immediately, your chest, your whatever. Well, to be fair, chest you usually want to full clear anyway, but still.
Yeah, I think that's fine then, right there. The soul goes right next to them. It has to. No.
No. Yes.
Um,
The soul's insane. I mean, it gives you 2 soul hearts and a protective barrier, like an invisible protective barrier that like reflects tears away from you. Well, not
Yeah.
really. It pulls them away. It's kind of weird, but yeah.
So the strength of it varies over time. Like literally just randomly, it will have different strength. So sometimes it will completely make the tier turn around, like completely 180 around, and sometimes it just barely moves them. Yeah. It also works on contact damage enemies, by the way. I didn't know that, but enemies that like try to rush you, it does slow them down a little bit. Not by
Actually-
much, but it does.
I actually didn't know that. Interesting.
It's very minor. That's why we don't. Know
I think it
about
has to be
yeah.
at least here. It's so good against
kinda
tier
see that.
bosses. It's so good against
It
tier
is
bosses.
really good. It is really good.
You can actually
Tier
just
bosses.
stand still. If you have this,
You know what?
If you have this with the stopwatch, you actually just never get hit by tiers.
I actually think it is exactly there. I would rather have Pascal Candle, but I think I'd rather have it over the Relic.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's exactly there.
I agree. I agree.
Okay, easy enough. Stairway time.
Oh, this is one of my favorite new items, dude. This one's
such
so
a good
much
item.
fun. I actually think. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. I think it's better than Eucharist.
I agree.
You are spawning an
'Cause you know
additional angel deal that
You
does
know
not
why?
exist.
And this will sound silly. But you get a beggar in this every time.
Oh
And you know
my
how much
God.
I love bombing my beggars.
You bomb the
for devil
beggar for
chance.
devil deal chance. Wait, it's insane.
Isn't it kind of the same thing as Eucharist? I mean, it increased, for one, it's giving me an angel deal, like, on the start of the floor. And yes, I have to pay for it, but whatever. And then two, I can bomb my beggar to have a high chance of my actual angel deal that floor.
Insane. This is
actually really good.
This is absolutely busted on Ascent. This
It is.
This-
You run out of money, though. You will run out of money on Ascent.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, when you get late into any run, you're not using your money. Let's be real. So this is a really
Actually,
good way to
think
use
about
your
it like
money.
this. It's better than Swarm Protector as well. Why? This will drop Soul Heart and Eternal Hearts in your stairway, and you can buy those if you need health.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely more explosive, that's for sure. I'd actually put it above Wafer even.
I would also put it above them. Is it better than Sacred Orb?
Maybe. I mean you're spawning more angel deals that you just would not get.
I just think the fact that you can bomb your beggar in there, you can even play the beggar in there.
I'm
you
so
can get-
tired of the beggar. Who cares? It's angel items.
Well, no, we know it's angel items. That's why it's insane. But to make it further up in insane, it has these other benefits. That's why I'm mentioning the beggar.
I think the actual argument
like-
is Sacred Orb. Sacred Orb makes all your items better, which is ridiculous, but this is giving you extra items that are probably going to be quality 3 or 4 anyway. So, like...
Yes.
yeah.
And you can buy health in that room. That's
Yeah.
what I was saying. You can buy health as well. Like, it kind of does a lot. I think it's right there, then.
Yeah.
I definitely like Star of Bethlehem more. Star of Bethlehem is like one of the items that when I get Stairway, I'm looking for the Star of Bethlehem, so... I still think it's criminal that Star of Bethlehem is that low on the list. I think it should be in, like, Capital Insane. Or at least the very top of regular Insane.
It definitely isn't.
Well, you're wrong.
I think the Holy Shot definitely is better. I think it's comparable to the Crown, though. I could even be swayed that it could be like this.
I feel better like that. I will feel better if it's like that.
That's fine.
Okay. I think that's probably it. Stairway's really good. Trinity Shield. This item is, like, technically really busted, and I don't really know if it actually is. But is it? It kind of is. It gives you a shield that literally blocks all shots if it's in the direction. So
Yeah,
you can literally just stand
I
below a
always
boss
feel
and
like,
look up and fire.
theoretically, I feel like this item is cracked, but I feel like I also just, like, it feels underwhelming for some reason.
Yeah, I know. Like, it's
I don't know
weird. I can't
why.
put my finger on it.
Like, I feel
But
like it's insane, but, like, it never feels like it's actually protecting you for some reason.
Yeah, I know. It feels like a scam, but it's not. But it is.
How, like,
I don't know how to feel about it.
I actually don't even, like, know where to rank it. Where would you rank it?
I don't know. It's like, theoretically, right? We put the soul in A. Isn't this kind of just, like, better than the soul, in a way, or, like, comparable? But it doesn't
It
feel right
should
putting it in A
be,
tier.
but it isn't.
It doesn't feel right. But it kind of, like, it should be there, right? It should be an A tier next to the soul. Right? Like,
But I don't
theoretically.
like it.
I don't like it either! Like, it...
Just because I don't like him, he cheated on my ass. There you go.
See, here's the thing. I would agree with that placement as well. But I don't think, like, objectively speaking, that's right. Like, it's so weird. I'm happy that we both have the same issue with it. Okay, not happy for the sake of the list, but I'm happy that, like, you can, like, we have, like, the same thought on it. We know it's theoretically good, but we just can't justify it.
It's odd. Does anybody else feel the same way? Like, are there any, like, Trinity Shield lovers in the chat? I mean, in the chat, in the comments. Like, please let us know. Like, I don't know. I've never heard anybody freak out about this item either. It's just like, you know?
I want to put it in A tier, just because, like, it's technically an A tier.
I don't think it can ever be A tier. I actually don't.
Can we at least bump it higher in B? I want to put it between Holy Water and Blood of the Martyr. I think I'll feel better about that.
Fine.
Like, I think I would take damage up over it most of the time. I think I would probably take it over Holy Water because...
I would never take it over any of these. Virtues is so much better. Bro. I actually think Virtues might be better than Holy Water. Am I crazy? Maybe...
I can see it. I'll let you. I'll let you do that if you want.
Nice.
Insane.
Insane.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's technically better than the Soul in terms of the effect, but it also feels like it does nothing. I guess, okay, one good thing with the Soul is Soul can protect you from tiers that are behind you as well. Well, this is only one direction, so it's good against bosses, but against like, I guess against some bosses, like,
how about we just leave it here
like,
and let the comments grill us?
I don't know. I kind of want it like high B where we put it before.
It doesn't feel right. Every time I see this item, I'm like, ugh.
How about you put it below Holy Water and above Eden Soul?
Fine.
Actually, how about we put it near Circle of Protection? It's like comparable, right?
I value the
put Circle of Protection above it.
I value the reflected tears from Circle of Protection so much higher, because you're actually doing good damage with it.
Yeah, I like Salvation better as well. Okay.
I do too.
How about you put it below Breath of Life? You put it below Breath of Life, and then we call it a day.
Okay, we're done.
We're done.
It's fine.
Someone in the comments, are we underrating Trinity Shield? Because we might be. I think it's theoretically good, but at the same time, it doesn't feel that good. But it kind of is. I don't know. Stop!
It's too big! This tier's huge!
No, on Red Hot characters, it's really good, and also
this tier's too big! I can't see it on the video anymore!
Put it back! Put
no!
it back!
My OCD! Okay,
okay,
Trisagon.
I can't say it either, so I just say Trisagon.
Trisagion. Trismegistus.
Trisagon. This is like a weird item.
This is like, weird. I always call this the synergy item. Because
yeah.
It is only good with synergies. If you have no other items, it sucks ass.
You want shot speed down with this. That's the thing. You want
That's
bad
true.
shot speed, which is good if you have homing as well. It's ridiculous. If you have Sacred Heart, which gives you shot speed down and homing, then you win.
I actually think this is one of the best synergy items in the game. Like this can combine. This can combine with really like almost any like higher tier item to make like an absolutely busted synergy.
I actually don't think it's necessarily even bad without synergy. It's definitely a lot less good than normal, but it still is piercing. It's still piercing.
Yeah, something about it feels weaker than normal tiers though. Like, am I crazy?
I don't actually agree, unless you have really high shot speed. If you have high shot speed, it's bad.
Maybe that's where I've gotten it. Either way, most of the time you're getting at least some items that synergize with it anyway, so...
yeah.
That's kind of irrelevant.
But you know, like, actually, if you get this, take shot speed down pills. You want shot speed down pills. Actually, it will actually increase the damage, because it will stay on the enemies longer and do more text to them.
Makes sense.
But yeah,
I don't know.
It does 33% of your damage per tick.
Most of the time you are getting good effects of it. I don't know if it's as good as the insane items, though.
I think it's probably A tier.
I actually think it's quite a bit lower than Purity and Pascal Candle.
Maybe sure about a lot lower.
Maybe lower than Soul. I feel like that feels okay.
I think it's better than Soul.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'm not.
But I can see it like right there. If you think it's below Pascal Candle, I'm not gonna fight it too hard.
Well, maybe I don't actually. The problem is that I think Purity is so much better, but I know you think Pascal Candle is better than Purity, so it's kind of weird.
I think Trisagon's better than Purity as well.
I don't is the problem. I think Purity's so good.
I'm fine with you leaving it right there, to be honest. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I mean, it's fine there.
Purity is just so good.
It's fine there. It's okay. I like it.
Okay.
Urn of Souls. Oh, that's a weird one. I don't think it's trash, but at the same time, I don't think it's good.
I mean, the best part about this is that it actually does. So basically, it spits out fire. And it actually
blocks shots.
Yeah, it blocks tears. Yeah, I think the blocking tears is honestly the best part of it. I don't know, man. How does it even charge again? I forget. It charges by killing enemies, yeah.
I mean, hey, if we want to talk about items that you can beat the whole run with, there's literally a challenge that it says Bethany, so you have soul charges if you in an emergency. But there's literally a challenge where, you start with this and you have to use this the whole game, and you can beat that challenge. I mean, this item is actually very powerful. However, I don't like taking it because I don't like taking it.
It's an active item.
Well, it is against boss fights, you will run out of fuel.
Yeah.
Against rooms, you can use it.
It's actually
a little bit awkward sometimes.
It's okay in rooms, but it also just like runs out too quick in bosses. So I actually just think it's kind of bad. I'm not gonna lie. Like technically, it's strong, but its use case is like so low. I feel like.
I think it should be top of trash at least. I think it's. I don't pick it up that often, but I think it's actually.
You're actually probably right, because it's definitely better than Purgatory.
God, I feel wrong with Purgatory being below Soul Locket.
Soul Locket's definitely better than Purgatory. I feel like that's not even close. I actually do feel a little bad, because I used to love Purgatory, but now that I hear the numbers, like, it's actually kind of ass.
Nah, Purgatory's fine. I think
Purgatory's fine in enemies, and that's it.
I would actually put Purgatory at the top of trash right now. Like, everything in trash, I would put Purgatory above.
No, Purgatory's so much worse. It actually is.
Except Glyph of Balance. I would put Glyph of Balance above Purgatory, but I'd put Purgatory above Celtic Cross for sure.
Yeah, I think that's cap. I think this one's actually kind of good, no?
Wait, I'm not really done with Urn of Soul. I actually could see it being in B as well.
Maybe not. I don't see it now. Sure. I really don't see it. You just run out of charge so quickly against bosses.
Yeah, you do run out of charge quite quick.
Like, you barely do even that much damage with it because of how quickly it runs out. Even if you go in with max charge. You know what? That would be a good change to this item. Get rid of the limit on it. Let me, like, absolutely grind enemies and just, like, go into the final boss with, like, 130 ticks or something. I don't know.
I would like that. Yeah, that would be good.
That'd be fun.
I actually agree.
I think that'd be fun.
Or at least increase the cap a lot. Like, increase it to like 100 or something.
Why does it even have a cap? That's my question. What's the point? Let me grind it out, bro. It's an angel deal. It's an angel room item. Nothing can be too strong if it's in the angel room.
I think increase the cap to 99. It's good to still have a number on it. Like, you want a number there, and you don't want a number to get like too high.
No, the number.
So increase it to 99. Increase it to 99 and problem solved. Like
999 and problem solved. 99 probably is still too low, though, realistically. The cap's like 20, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I still think 99's too low, to be honest. I actually think it might need to be, like, at least 200 for it to be, like, okay.
Anyway,
Vade
Retro. I know that's not how it's pronounced, but I'm going to say Vade Retro because it's easier. I actually think Urn of Souls is better than this.
What does this do again? I forget.
It when you kill enemies, it spawns little ghosts, and then you can use the active item. It has no charge. You can use it whenever you want to blow up all the ghosts.
Oh, this is an active item?
Yeah.
Wow, I really don't remember this item at all, huh? You could rate it if you want. I've barely ever used it. It sounds like it's better than Purgatory, though.
It's kind of good. I think I definitely prefer Urn of Souls. I think it's kind of comparable. They're both Angel active items that I never really take, but they're okay. Like, they're okay to have, but I never really take them. This doesn't do much against bosses. It does okay room damage, but I think I'd rather just have Urn of Souls, to be honest. Like, Urn of Souls, I think, has higher highs. Vade Retro, I'm not a huge fan of it. I think I'm fine with it there, but I want Glyph of Balance in the tier above. It's going down a tier anyway, so, like, this tier is getting too big anyway, so your argument of it's bumping out a tier doesn't matter.
Where's Glyph of Balance? This one?
Yeah, put it back in B.
Why? No, that's gonna make this one longer now. No.
Yeah, but you're getting a longer tier regardless. Also, we shouldn't be ranking it based on how big the tier ends up being. Just put it in B.
No, it's trash.
Put it in B.
It's trash.
Put it in B.
It's trash!
No, why do you hate...
It's trash!
Why is it so bad? Why is it so bad?
I just don't like him.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a valid argument. Put it in B.
I just don't like him. He sucks on Soul Art characters, which is like half the characters. Like,
it fixes your consumables. You can't be low on consumables. It fixes them.
Man.
You can spam bombs. you can spam bombs and get them back. Because it guarantees you get bombs. Like, yes. Anyway. Godhead. Trash. This item sucks.
Trash!
You have to play the Lost. You have to play the Lost.
You actually have to unlock all the items as Lost to unlock it, therefore trash.
Okay, for real though, insane. But,
So, I'm actually conflicted with this. I want to hear numbers on this, because I guess the debate has always been Godhead or Sacred Heart, right?
I don't think it's close. Not after the nerf in After Earth Plus. When it got nerfed in Repentance from After Earth Plus, I think it is now a lot worse.
Okay, let me hear the numbers
what
either
they
way.
did-
I want to know the numbers.
What they did to nerf it is it used to do 30% of Isaac's damage 15 times per second. It now does 2 damage 30 times a second. So it does twice the damage, but okay, it's better at base tiers, but it scales a lot worse. That's the issue.
Okay.
2 damage 30 times a second is still quite a lot though.
I mean, I'll say this much. This is way better in enemies. Like, way better. I actually feel like this is actually, like, I feel like I'm invincible in rooms when I have this. I actually do.
It's weird because they buffed homing in Repentance, and that's actually a bad thing for this item because you don't want the homing on this. You'd actually prefer not to, because it's okay if you have piercing though. You really want piercing, because if you don't, then when the tier hits the enemy, you lose the aura.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Piercing.
I think I'd still prefer to have the stronger homing anyway.
Also, I think this doesn't synergize with a fair amount of things.
I think having the stronger homing is still better overall. Like, technically, at full-on optimal play, yes, I get it. But, like, no, I do disagree. You're gonna do more damage by hitting the tier anyway. If you are shooting past the enemy and not hitting the tier, then you're gonna do less damage overall.
No, the aura does a lot more than your tier damage.
Really?
At base damage it does. When you're more powerful, then yes, you'd rather hit with the tier. But the aura basically becomes irrelevant, and at that point.
Well, yeah, but you're gonna get more items. Obviously, you're gonna get more damage.
At that point, you'd rather just have like.
Maybe that's why they changed it, because the homing is so much stronger now. So now they want you to actually pick up other items. I feel like that makes sense. And it's just strong homing.
I don't think it's in the top insane tier at all. I can maybe see top of regular insane.
You think it's not even in insane? That's ridiculous.
Yes. Yes.
Wait, what's the damage up that it gives you?
Basically nothing. It's plus 0.5, but it's negative 0.3 tiers, so it averages, like, it cancels out basically.
That feels so wrong. I actually feel invincible in rooms with this.
Yeah, and I feel invincible in rooms with Holy Mantle and Crown of Light and Star of Bethlehem. So it's the same thing.
Star of Bethlehem is not the same, because you can't do it every room.
Actually, this is funny. Your DPS actually goes down. Ignoring the aura. Obviously with the aura it's higher. But your DPS actually goes down when you pick up Godhead, because of the tiers down on it.
I don't know, man. I mean, I guess I don't know the actual, like, numbers on it. I guess I'll let you rank it then. I just feel like whenever I have it, it completely stomps.
The aura is strong. The aura is strong, but I mean, I don't know. I would rather have. I just top of regular.
I just think the strong homing. I think the strong homing alone. I mean, homing is ridiculous. Can we, like, just agree? Like, it's still homing. Like, at the end of the day, it is homing. With the extra barrier, with a damage up. Is it a damage multiplier or just damage up?
It's basically ignore the fact that it gives you damage up. Just ignore that. It basically doesn't.
So there's no damage multiplier.
There's no multiplier on it. It's only the aura on the tiers, which is always 30 times per second. 2 damage 30 times a second.
Okay, well, I get
60 damage a second, but you're not going to hit.
I can definitely agree enough that it's below heart then. I don't know, man. It's still homing shots. Like, homing is so OP, and it synergizes with so many things. I actually don't even think it's...
sword is easily better.
Maybe. But I actually don't think it's ever... I actually don't even think it's close to any of these items. I think it's so much better than any of these items. It's homing. It doesn't even matter. It's homing. Like, homing synergizes with everything.
I guess the aura does still do a lot of damage. I actually thought it got nerfed more than it did. It actually, in a way, got buffed. It's kind of weird. It only is doing... Actually, wait. What? In what cases... Actually, maybe it's a buff. I remember it being a nerf, but maybe they, like, rebuffed it. Maybe they did rebuff it. Because I feel like the numbers weren't this good before. What? If you used to be, like... Actually, no. It would definitely be doing less. You'd have to be on, like...
I actually don't even think it's close to any of the items in Insane. I think it's so much better. I think homing is so overpowered, like, just in general. It synergizes with everything. That's really all, like, to me, like, the light is amazing for enemies, but, like, I care about the homing for bosses. Like, homing is just ridiculous.
Wait, you know what? I actually thought it got nerfed, but it actually got buffed. I'm looking at the numbers. You need to have 13.5 damage for it to be better in After Earth Plus. So you need to have like a quite high damage stat for it to actually be better than what it is now with the 2 flat 30 times a second. Yeah, I didn't realize the rate increased by double. I thought it was just they made it 2 flat damage.
Okay, I'll put it this
way.
In that case, if I'm rating
it is better than I thought.
If I'm rating it the way that I usually rate things, and we're not doing absolute skill ceiling, like I thought we were supposed to be doing, I put it here. I think for most players, this is just free. It actually is just free. You stand on one side and you shoot and you win. You don't even need to try that hard. This you have to get close.
You know what?
This one you have to charge.
At the aura numbers again. Looking at the aura numbers again, maybe it is. Maybe I was lowballing it actually. I think Spirit Sword is better though.
Spirit Sword's more explosive, but like, if we're saying the same argument that you used for Sacred Heart, like you just stand and shoot and you win.
I think Sacred Heart is way better than Godhead, even with the aura being what it is. I think Sacred Heart is way better. I don't think it's close.
You're probably right.
And
but I don't know.
I
will say though, I don't think Sacred Heart makes me feel as invincible as Godhead. Like I feel like I save a lot more health with Godhead, like in rooms.
Maybe.
The aura is actually so OP against enemies. Like it's not even fair. You never get hit. And you just have so much health. It's actually not even close in rooms. I actually think Godhead's way better in rooms than Sacred Heart. Granted, obviously bosses are harder, so I'd still agree that Sacred Heart's quite a bit better, but like still, like that's still a point in its favor. The aura is actually so OP.
I don't know, I think you also need like... Wait, damn, that's actually kind of crazy. Since the aura is now flat damage, this is like incredibly busted with soy milk now.
Wait, it would be, wouldn't it? I think the aura is actually smaller in soy milk, though.
Yeah, it is smaller. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the scale's a tier stat then. I don't know how long the... I mean, okay, well... Huh. Actually, maybe I am lowballing it. Huh.
I think no matter what, it's definitely... I think it's way too capped to say that it's not an insane.
No, I have changed my mind. I think it is top in, like, the actual insane tier. Insane! But I don't know where. I actually think it might be better than Revelation. Like, it's definitely, like, I'm thinking it's better than Revelation. Is it better than the Sword? I'm not sure.
The Sword is admittedly a hard one. Because again, I mean, I high-talked the Spirit Sword. If we're talking about skill ceiling, even just, like, average skilled players, like, the average skilled players, I actually think it's even better than Sacred Heart. I actually don't even think it's, like, that hard to solo a run with only Spirit Sword. But like Turt said, you are obviously going to be picking up more items. It just depends on how you rank it, right? Because by itself, yes, Spirit Sword is probably the best item in Binding of Isaac. But, you know, Isaac is a game where you get a lot of items, and you could get more explosive by picking up Sacred Heart or even Godhead. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing, right? Godhead and Sacred Heart are both insane because of how they synergize with other items. They synergize so well. The aura synergizes with so many things insanely well. And yes, the lack of a damage multiplier, I still think makes Sacred Heart better, like by a decent margin. But like, man, I really do feel so invincible in rooms. I just never take a hit.
So I guess.
And the homing, like, it's just homing. Like, don't even worry about the damage. It is homing. Homing is so OP.
It's kind of like the opposite of Spirit Sword in a way. Spirit Sword is one problem with Spirit Sword is that tears ups don't really do anything on it.
Yeah.
It helps you have the charge attack, but the charge attack isn't that great. It does reflect projectiles, but like, and Godhead is really good with tears up, but if you don't have high tier rate, then I think Godhead is a lot worse.
Yeah. But you're likely
high
gonna
tier
get
rate
it. You're likely gonna get quite a few tiers ups, I would say. I think on average.
I think you're more likely to have a run. I think you're more likely to have a run where you have high tiers with Godhead.
Yeah.
Maybe Godhead is better than the sword. That's crazy to me though. But I mean,
it's just safer. It is technically safer. I mean, like you said, you definitely still have to play. This is like now I'm ranking like I rank usually again. Like more players are gonna have an easier time with Godhead than they will with Spirit Sword, and that's just a fact. You just will. Godhead's kind of free. Spirit Sword, you do have to know what you're doing a little bit.
Actually, see this exact ranking: Sacred Heart, Godhead, Spirit Sword.
I think it makes sense. I can actually see.
I think Sacred Heart's.
I mean, again, like the synergies that you can get with Godhead are actually insane. They really are. Oh my god! I just realized I'm so dumb. Godhead actually has the colors of the body, mind, and soul. Wait.
How did you not know that?
Oh, I didn't know that. That's so cool. What? That's sick. Anyway.
Insane.
Insane.
Just on the colors.
No, I completely agree that Sacred Heart is. It's the best item.
I guess we're both convinced each other because I convinced you that Sacred Heart is better, and you convinced me that Godhead actually should be up there. So okay, fair. I think.
Godhead is more free than Spirit Sword. But I'll always say, Spirit Sword by itself, if you don't pick up any other items, Spirit Sword's definitely the best standalone item. So leave that on the record, alright? Leave that on the record. With no other items, this is the top of the list, and it's not even close. It's actually not even close. But
yeah, I think I mean Godhead having homing on it is still really good.
But like the homing with the aura, like you might think it's not that good, but like it synergizes so well. Even just like homing into the enemy, like before it hits the enemy, like that's so much extra DPS.
I was just thinking about it, like you're probably gonna have like near 100% uptime on the aura because just like you're firing multiple tiers, so it doesn't matter if some of them are. You know, it doesn't matter if some of them are like homing in. You're still gonna have like a lot of uptime on that.
Yeah.
And I mean it is doing 60 damage per second, and you're not gonna have it for like full time. But even if you say like a third of that, it's plus 20 DPS. That's a lot.
That is a lot actually. That's
AoE.
That's three.
Like,
that's 2.5 purgatory hits for every shot.
Damn. Insane.
Insane.
Yeah,
Don't even need to run over a crack.
I could see if people want to make an argument, like it's really weird. I didn't even think like for a second that Godhead would be next to Spirit Sword. I can see it now.
I always knew Godhead was going to be at least in the top 3, no matter what. Like if Spirit Sword, if you agreed that Spirit Sword should be at the top, I could definitely see this.
Yeah.
But I actually kind of like that it's here and not here, because here actually doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
I don't think that makes sense. I think this makes sense.
I think these might be the 3 closest ranked items I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
Like
they all are very good. And honestly, with different criteria, I can absolutely see the argument for any of them. I think I'm convinced that this is better than Godhead. But I don't know, man. The absolute invincibility on rooms that I feel is so strong. Again, though, I value bosses better, so I'll still put it higher. But, I mean, they are still close, right? And this has its benefits.
I feel invincible in rooms of Sacred Heart either way.
I do too for the most part. I do too for the most part, but it's definitely not as invincible. Like, I don't think there's even an argument there. Enemies die from the aura alone. Like,
I mean, I think this is right, because I'm looking where Genesis is, right? In that tier.
Yeah.
And I think if I have Revelation, I might use Genesis. But I think if I have like one of the these top 4 items,
if I had any of these 3 items, I don't even think I'd use Genesis, because I already have the best item.
But but I would be using it if I had like Holy Mantle and Holy Light.
Yeah, I think so too, actually. Yeah, because you get.
So I think that makes sense for Genesis too.
You can bank, yeah. Yeah, I think this makes sense. I actually really like this list.
Okay.
I think it actually worked out pretty well.
Are we missing anything? I think that's pretty good. I'd like to read out a comment someone left. Okay. Someone left a comment. Can't wait for the Age Room list, which obviously will put Breath of Life in insane. And I think they're right. They make a very good point.
That actually is
insane.
It does make sense.
I don't
that
know why
insane.
we were considering Sacred Heart.
Wait, you're right.
that
honestly, you just get free invincibility with Breath of the Life all the time.
You're literally immortal.
Skill ceiling, you're immortal all the time. You never get hit. Insane.
Insane.